Okay.
All righty, everybody. So good evening and welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission on February 15th. Before we begin this evening, as you heard, Mr. Wells and Ms. Goss will be seated for Mr. Yeski and Mr. Levy until they join us. Two items have been postponed. Number 6, which is GEH Properties LLC and Strickland 9 LLC at 133 East Putnam Avenue and 9 Strickland Road. And number 8, Glenmere 2 LLC for a final coastal and special permit at 207 Byram Shore Road. And with that, we begin the agenda for the regular meeting with the first item, which is a discussion item from the Town of Greenwich for the replacement of the existing Dorothy Hamill skating rink. And there is Galax Alan Manelli. And Mr. Manelli, if you would unmute and hit your vid. Hello Mr.
There,
Manelli.
Galax.
And what is Galax?
That's my wife's iPad.
Oh, okay. Probably I shouldn't have asked. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Manelli.
So we're representing the project to replace the Dorothy Hamill skating rink. In an as you know, we came before the commission in December, and we have since found an alternate proposal to place the new rink in the exact same location as the existing rink. Patrick, do you have the exhibits?
All righty.
Go to the next one, Patrick, please. So this exhibit 1 is the same building that we proposed previously. It's a 40,500 square foot ice rink. It's a 200 by 80 foot ice surface. It has 4 locker rooms, individual shower rooms, first aid area, place for the refrigeration and electric, the Zamboni, public bathrooms, ice bathrooms, and an office to run the operation. Nothing has changed on this drawing from the last drawing. The second exhibit, so this is the site plan where we're putting the rink building back where it currently is located. And then the next exhibit is an elevation shot. So currently the rink sits about 6 feet above the parking lot. We're proposing to roll that berm back to the south elevation or the south property line so that the new rink will sit on field level, so it doesn't create any ADA impediments. This will be walking right in from the parking lot right into the ice surface. So we would be lowering that section of the property to put the new rink in. The next exhibit.
Is there a practical reason to do that? I mean, another practical reason to do that as well?
The switchback, if you were going to put a switchback ramp in, it'd be over 80 feet long. Okay. And that in itself is a impairment, I think, to the handicapped people that have to use the rink.
Mr. Gunsberg, we'll call on the public as soon as the commission's asked their questions. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Manelli.
So we would definitely lower that to make the building more accessible to all residents of the town.
Okay.
This would also lower the walkway from Western Middle School to the rink. There's a walkway now up the from Western Junior Highway at the intersection of Henry. The lowering of the building elevation to by 6 feet will definitely reduce the height of that walkway and the angles of that walkway. Mm-hmm. The next exhibit, well, go back one, Patrick, please. In this exhibit, is showing the baseball field in its current location, and I believe Joe Siciliano's on too. Straza Field, as it exists now, is a limited use hardball field because it only has 280 feet down the lines, and it's really restricted to junior Babe Ruth. You can't play high school ball there. Adults can't play their hardball because of the shortened outfield. With the new building, the right field line is actually reduced from 280 to 250 feet. The ultimate diamond size would be 300 feet to the outfield. And the orientation of this field is not the best. We've had people from MLB, and our consultant Slam has also opined on this, and they felt that rotating the field would be a much better situation for the ball players. So in the next slide, Patrick, we rotate the field 180 degrees, and now we're able to get 300 feet across the entire outfield. And then this will leave us opportunities to maybe move the roadway north of the Hamel skating rink that services the Zamboni, let it swing out a little bit. It would be a pervious roadway that we could use it for both the Zamboni and for the field operations when the field is in service during the summer. As you see in this picture, the road is not in place in this picture. We can place the road. It might be an alternate option. We're looking into it. It would definitely move the road further south. The intersection of the road to Western Junior Highway would be further south than it had been previously, and it would rotate into the existing parking lot. The existing parking lot has been reconfigured to meet the new P&Z regulations for parking. We've also pulled it back from the Veterans Grove from where it is today. That's where you get that little shaded area. It's not the same color gray as the parking lot is. The next slide is an aerial view of the one more time. Nope. And now we're putting the road in where we think it should go. And then the next time, there you go, Patrick. This would be an aerial view of the building and the ball field without the road. And the next drawing is the actual presentation we made in the first application, just to remind everybody, where we swapped the field and the skating rink to keep the skating rink in operation while the new one was built. And the next one is the aerial view of the first pre-application. And then the final exhibit is the two aerial views side by side. At the December presentation, the commission asked us a number of questions. The first one was environmental contamination from the rink. That testing has been completed, and we have found no contamination from the rink.
Great.
We are hiring a traffic engineer to analyze the traffic conditions. I believe they're going to be doing that tomorrow, because tomorrow is the last high school game of the season. And the biggest traffic flow is during a high school game.
Isn't it vacation week?
Huh? There's a game scheduled tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Another question that came up at the last meeting was, what's the right size ice surface for the Greenwich rink? A regulation ice rink is 200 by 85 feet, which the current rink is not. It's 185 by 85. But the 200 by 85 is the standard size for college team, high school teams, youth teams, and the NHL. So they all play on the same size ice. It's also the proper size for U.S. figure skaters. The shorter length affects the conditions for the figure skaters because they're used to skating on a 200-foot long ice, as the hockey players. So when they go someplace else, they're playing on 200 by 85, but when they come to Greenwich, they're playing 15 feet short. Another question is any ice time allocated to non-Greenwich users? The largest allocation of ice time, starting with the largest, are the youth teams from the Greenwich Skating Club, Public Sessions, and the Greenwich Skating School, offered by the Parks and Rec Department. The Greenwich Cardinal Youth Hockey and Greenwich High School. These 5 Greenwich users represent 94% of the ice sessions in the current year. The rink does not provide ice time to non-Greenwich resident groups and does not host tournaments of out-of-town teams. As we talked about last time, we know that if we go with this plan, the ice rink will be out of service during the construction period of the building, and an alternate plan or maybe no plan for people that are using the ice would have to be accommodated. And as before, any time that this project takes with the Western Middle School not back in service, we would have to delay any work on the Straza field until the Western Middle School diamond is remediated and back in service, so that we have a minimum of hardball diamonds in town.
So when you were going to relocate the rink, you had that consideration again, because you needed to finish Western Middle. You would have lost Straza immediately, and you
Right.
needed to relocate. You were going to need to wait for Western Middle. What's your window for the completion of Western Middle, just out of curiosity?
I believe it's in this year's budget coming up for
23.
Yeah.
So it'll be
the cut. Yeah.
Okay, so it would finish end of the year 23.
I'm not sure. That's a Board of Education project. It's not under DPW.
Okay, all righty. The fence that you show around the new baseball field is how tall?
That has been yet to be determined because at some point, whether we go with the road or not with the road, I mean, we could lower the fence, or have no fence with no road. If there is a road, we would have to, figure out that it might be something like maybe 10 feet, 8 feet, something like that. Baseball players, for some reason, love to see an outfield fence so they get a ball over it.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Manelli?
I have a question, and this may have been covered before, but are there new technological or engineering elements associated with the construction of this new rink that would facilitate or enable or encourage the town to keep the rink open for longer hours or for a longer period of time during the calendar year?
Well, the new rink is being designed with energy efficiency in mind. It'll be highly insulated. One of the problems with the rink that we have now, when it's shut down during the summer, any opportunity to use the rink is limited because the heat buildup inside the rink. So the new rink would have insulation and the ability to air condition. So if Parks had a program in the summer, or maybe even extend the ice season, they could do that.
The rink, this is Joe Siciliano. The rink is being built to accommodate an 11-month ice season, so that, we need a down month for maintenance, and it's usually the month of August. So we're talking about 11-month ice season. So so moving into the future, like other towns and other facilities have done, they built a program that extends 11 months on ice.
So it would be anticipated to be used for 11 months.
That's correct.
Yep. Thank you.
It may not be, for the off ice months, which are probably April, May, June, and July. I'm not sure we'd have a full schedule, but it would be an abbreviated schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a question for Mr. Manelli. In terms of energy efficiency, like the old Greenwich Civic Center, are you planning on having a solar-ready roof for solar? Right. And then you described the electric equipment room. Is this basically an all-electric facility?
I'm sure the heating-wise, there could be some accommodations made. We could investigate geotech or some other options. But I believe the actual ice generation stuff has to be all electric.
Okay. Yes. And then lastly, do you anticipate there's any ledge under the existing rink? So you're gonna have to do blasting to get down 6 feet?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the commission? Nope. No other questions from the commission. You mentioned, Mr. Manelli, that in retaining the current location, you were going to end up doing pretty much 100% site disturbance. And that's still the case as you're turning the field in order to accommodate. It's the 90-foot line, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's not the 90-foot line. It's the foul line that goes down the first baseline is 250 feet. So by turning the field, you increase that line from the home plate to the outfield fence to 300, which is the opportune distance for pretty much any age group.
Okay. All right. I think we have a lot of people who are here to give public comments. So we're going to limit it to 2 minutes. If you would start the clock, and Mr. LaRoe. And as we do that, if it turns out that we don't have many public speakers and people want to add something, you'll be welcome to come back. Our first speaker is Alan Gunsberg. And hang on, because we're now, we have to wait to let people in now. Where's the clock there? It's hard. This just takes longer. Mr. Gunsberg, are you there?
Working on it.
Okay, there he is. Hello, Mr. Gunsberg. Okay, Pat.
First of all, thank you to everybody for giving me a moment or two to speak on this ice rink. First of all, it's important that I thank Mr. Manelli for his years of service here at the town of Greenwich. He has been a champion of universal design, as can be seen down at the Byron Pool. He has had accessibility built into his DNA from day one, and we appreciate that from the Disability Committee that I chair. Mr. Manelli is planning on taking out 6 feet of rock so that there's no separate entrance for people with disabilities. In this day and age, if we were to build a brand new building and have a separate entrance way for people with disabilities, that would be shameful. So I appreciate that he's going the extra step, getting rid of an ugly 80-foot switchback ramp, which we all know would be just unsightful. But more than anything else, he's taking a step, he's making a claim, and he's saying for the town of Greenwich that we believe in accessibility, we believe in inclusion, we believe in community, and we're going to build a building that houses everybody. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gunsberg. Our next speaker is Bill Drake, the chair of the Rink Committee. And after that is Mark Fichtel. And Mr. Drake, if you would go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I presume you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
The Rink User Committee is in favor of this second pre-app. The approach in this pre-app takes skating offline for 3 seasons, and thereby it obliges the town to build rink number 2 to sustain programs for users. And rink number 2 has to be up and running before this one comes down. So you can expect to hear from the town about rink number 2. The road access and the ball field improvements, which were not planned thoroughly by the Planning and Zoning Commission in 1969 and 74, we're confident they'll get better attention from this Planning and Zoning Commission. The road in particular, the rink, please go take a moment and drive it. The rink is going to close on March 19th for the season. Wednesday, tomorrow is going to be a busy day, but take some other evening and just please, we invite you, drive up Sherman Avenue at 6 p.m. on a Thursday or a Saturday when there's even a moderate use, not the busy use of tomorrow, and just see what today's access to a public facility represents. It just isn't appropriate. And so that new road, we'd encourage you to experience what the rink users have experienced for the last 50 years. Our view is there's about 40,000 automobile transits of Sherman Avenue in the 6-month season of that the rink runs. And that's in addition to the local traffic of the residents and the baseball players in their year. So that Sherman Avenue is never designed for that. So I'm sure you'll give adequate thought to the proper road entrance from Western Middle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drake. Our next speaker is Mark Fichtel, followed by Patricia Warshuk. Mr. Fichtel, if you would go ahead.
Yeah, am I on?
Yes, sir.
It's Fichtel, by the way.
Oh, Fichtel, I think you've corrected me before. I'm very sorry, sir.
Not a problem. Very quickly, I just have a couple of observations. My apologies to Mr. Gunsberg, but my question would be how much damage is going to be done to neighboring buildings and the neighborhood in general by as much blasting as is going to be necessary to level 6 feet of rock. We live in an area where there was a lot of blasting about 10 years ago, and we still have lawsuits flying back and forth from the damage that was done. Secondly, although I know in the past I've talked to some people on the rink committee who don't think there will be anybody coming up from Port Chester to use our facility, but if we have now a full world-class facility, and Port Chester has a lot of new top-notch buildings that are right across the bridge from us, I'm very worried about what kind of traffic flow there's going to be. And I know that Mr. Manelli said that we're going to have a traffic consultant, but are they going to take into account the possibility of people coming over from Port Chester? And in fact, how many people from Port Chester are going to be allowed or able to use our facility? And certainly we found out that we can't keep people from using Greenwich facilities, as we found with our beaches. And lastly, if the Vinci Gardens proceeds, what kind of disturbance and problems for the neighborhood in terms of noise and construction and traffic and danger from the traffic will ensue? I'm very concerned that that has not been fully considered.
Is that it, Mr. Fichtel? You just went quiet.
No,
Yes.
I said thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Fichtel. The next speaker is Patricia Warshuk. I hope I said that kind of right. And after that is David Wold. Ma'am? Make sure she's unmuted. Patricia Warshuk. There, oh, it's not Patricia Warshuk, you're a man. And you're muted. Can you, I'm not getting your sound. You're not muted, but you're not making any sound. No. Try again. There you go. Great. Okay, now you need to unmute yourself again. No, unmute yourself again. You had it right for a second. Can you find? There you are. There you are. There you are. You're good. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Pep.
And you're getting the 3 for the price of 1 here. It's David Wold first, then Don Sylvester, and then Dean. I have a question to Alan Manelli and the access road. Will there be any light there? We're talking about a ravine going into the ball field of about 300-400 feet, and the drawings show no lights. Secondly, I'm confused about the drawing of the interior. We have, on one drawing, we have the food truck on the north side. Another drawing, we have the food truck on the south side. And I'm just wondering, are we flipping the interior if it's option 1 or option 2? Number 3 is what happened to the multi-field use next to the ball field? It seems to have disappeared. Fourthly, I see there is a loop in the drawing with the access road very close to the protected memorial trees at the Veterans Memorial Park. What is the purpose of that? And last question will be, currently we have 8 ADA parking spaces on the south side of the rink building. Why can't we just extend the ADA parking around the building and avoid the 6 feet blasting of rocks? Thank you. I'll now pass on to Don Sylvester.
Okay, so you'll restart the clock, Pat. And Mr. Sylvester is going to speak now. Is he on a different computer, Mr. Warshak?
David Wold. No, we're on the same one.
Okay, because I have David on a separate one.
Okay.
You're on your own.
You're on your own, sir. Okay, so David Wold, would you go ahead? Okay, Pat.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. This is Don Sylvester.
Oh, I'm so confused. Okay.
That's all right. You're gonna be stuck with me for 2 minutes. Just a couple of quick things. This whole proposal is getting so out of hand. I mean, 2 minutes wouldn't be enough for the things I see, but this whole Moorlot Park project, it's been like a rubber ball bouncing down a hill. You know, 1 year ago, the rink, it was proposed in the parking lot. A month ago, they're putting it on the field. Now here they are again. Well, we're going to put it back there, but we're going to turn this field. We're going to change the field. Straza Field was always been the best junior Babe Ruth field in town. It was never a senior Babe Ruth field, and there's no need for 90-foot baselines. The only reason this field is being turned is because they have to shoehorn this road in. So by turning the field on the angle, they could get it around it would be the northwest corner. Ordinarily, right now, home plate is down in that corner, and they can't make the turn with that backstop there. What they're doing, on the other hand, they're putting home plate in the most remote part of the field. There's nowhere to watch this game from. They have a fence around the field. If you're going to look at the game, you have to watch it at ground level from the outfield. It's absolutely ridiculous. And lowering the buildings is absolutely ridiculous. Right now, you could drive up. Anyway, I see I'm out of time, but many flaws in this, and we definitely are going to need more time to address many things. So thank you.
Thank you. Just send an email with the rest of whatever you wanted to say, and wait till the preliminary application is filed and then just send an email at that time, because this record won't carry on. Okay, Mr. Wold?
Okay.
Okay, so the next speaker, I'm going to go to Joe Kantorski, and then after that, I will bring you back, Mr. Warshak. And that's so that I can get Mr. Sylvester in, I believe. Mr. Kantorski, hello.
Okay, hi. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I do want to lend my thank yous to Mr. Manelli, Mr. Siciliano, and all those in the town who really helped out to get this to the point where it is now. The Byram Neighborhood Association has, from its inception, the idea of replacing the rink, has supported keeping the rink where it is. We think that this is a very good plan, and appreciate the time that the town has put into it. It's very important in any endeavor like this that the town listens to the neighborhood. And in this case, they really have listened to our concerns right from the beginning. So thanks a lot, and thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kantorski. The next, I'm going to go back to Mr. Warshak, who I believe is now going to be Mr. Sylvester.
Madam Chair, I think we heard from Mr. Sylvester already. I think we're looking for just Warshak.
Okay. Okay, you need to unmute. There you go. Now we can't hear you. You would do the fix you did before, because it worked. And now you're muted again. There you go. Try. Nope, you just muted again. Nope. There you go. Now try saying something right now. No, you did something that worked before. Are you guys close to where David Wald is and you can use his computer? No. There you go. Try now. All right. No, Mr. Warshak, we can't hear you. I'm going to leave you here. I'm going to go to Mr. Brett Atkinson, and hopefully you can figure it out because we can't hear you. So just hang tight. And you're not Mr. Warshak, right? All right. Okay, so Mr. Atkinson, if you would go ahead.
Hi all, how are you? Thank you for having me.
Hello, sir, if you would go ahead.
Sure, so first and foremost, thanks for having me. As far as this rink goes, I think this is a great thing for our town. Being in a family of 5 boys, we all grew up here, all hockey players. Actually, one of my brothers plays professional hockey who comes back in the summer here and there, now with his 2 little boys who are just learning to skate. I think this is definitely a great opportunity for the younger generation. And I also love the fact that this potential new rink will be open 11 months out of the year. It's great for, you know, men's leagues throughout the seasons for Greenwich residents. I personally play at the outdoor rink Greenwich Skating Club, but we only have limited time there due to weather. I'd love to, you know, help out in any way I can. Answer any questions in the hockey related world that I can. And I just thank everybody for, you know, having the push to upgrade this rink a little bit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Atkinson. You must be a special friend of the clock minder because he didn't time you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, back to the Warshak Sylvester duo. You want to try again? See if you can find a volume.
Volume's on.
There you go.
What about now? Are we good?
Keep going. Keep going. That's working.
Okay. All right. The only thing I haven't heard
Can you turn it up some more? Because you're almost there.
The only thing I haven't heard anyone speak about is, what about the kids?
Pat, start the clock. The kids, what about the kids, sir?
How do you have the rink closed for 3 years?
How are they going to handle the rink closing? I'm repeating what you're saying because you're very hard to hear.
Okay. So how are we gonna have the kids not have a rink for 3 years?
Okay.
The program, they're supposed to start the rink building in October, which is silly because that's the start of the skating season. So if you're going to start a rink, you would think you would start the building in April, and this way you have 3 or 4 months to build while you're doing it. But you know what, guys? I can't believe in this town that they spoke about roads, ball fields. We're building a hockey rink. I'm not worried about the ball field. There's plenty of ball fields in Greenwich. And we also know, and Joe Siciliano can verify, that hardball has dropped tremendously. When we grew up in this town, there was 14 or 15 junior Babe Ruth teams, probably 10 to 12 senior Babe Ruths. Now we're down to 2 or 3 junior Babe Ruths and 1 senior Babe Ruth. So we're talking, everyone's muddying the waters with baseball in a roadway. Leave the roadway where it is then. I don't want this rink, but we cannot shut down the rink for 3 years. And we can't even decide how we're going to build this rink. How are you going to find another location in town while this rink is under construction? Where does Greenwich High School play? Does Greenwich High School not play any home games for the next 3 years? Guys, these poor kids have taken a beating. The last 3 years, 2 years with COVID. Greenwich High School in 2020, their season was cut short in March. They had no home games last year with fans in it. This year, 2 months ago, they had their first home game.
Time, sir. Time, sir. Okay. All right. And the next speaker is, first of all, let me summarize quickly what he said. His key concern, for those of you who could not hear him, was that the rink will be closed for 3 years, that we've expressed concern about there being sufficient baseball fields, whereas the hardball has declined in popularity, and are we setting our priorities correctly? This is mostly, I believe, addressed to Mr. Siciliano. And how will we accommodate the closure of the rink? For those of you who are in the public, just so you know, that would not be a matter before the commission, as we are only, we only address the current site plan that is before us, and not what the alternate use would be. Mr. Siciliano, I'm going to come back to you as soon as we've heard all the speakers, and then, because I think we've got a couple of questions for you coming. The next speaker is Rosalind Nicastro. And ma'am, you've declined to join as a panelist, so I'm just going to have you talk. You should be okay now to speak.
I accepted being panelist. I don't know what happened.
Oh, well, you never know. Okay, so there you are. You're all set.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody, by the way, on the commission and on the.
Thank you back.
Thank you. I wasn't planning to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
I have 2 questions. The fact, I mean, I live in the neighborhood, and I've lived in Greenwich 40 odd years. There's no traffic this week. Everybody's away because of the school vacation. So I question the timing of the traffic study. I mean, I can understand you want to do a game, but can they come back when it's school's open and people are going to work? Because Western Junior Highway is a cut through to I-95. So I would appreciate if something could be done to incorporate that traffic. And the only other question I had, I just forgot. Sorry, it's been a long week.
It's long. All the weeks are long nowadays. Ma'am, on the question of the cut through, what you mean is that the traffic on Western Junior goes very quickly, right?
No, I'm saying that the traffic on Western Junior is very heavy.
Heavy and fast. And dangerous. Yeah.
Dangerous for, I've heard, I don't leave, I'm retired, but people that go to work tell me it's impossible to get out. It's a very dangerous left turn if they're going to the highway. So eliminating that traffic, I think, will give you a skewed traffic report.
Got it. Okay.
The other thing I
remembered. Yeah.
The previous, now I forgot it again. I'm sorry, I haven't had much sleep. The previous speaker, Kantorsky.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Oh man, I'm losing it. What was he talking about? I forgot. Oh well, it's too late. That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Nicastro. Our next speaker is Mr. Pecora, Joe Pecora.
I'll make this quick for you. I just, during the preliminary site plan application, can we just make sure that there is enough stadium seating for people watching the games, as this is one of the only fields for Junior Babe Ruth, and that the stands not be in the far outfield, but next to home plate like normal stands.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. David Wald has his hand up again. Since it's three of them and I don't know which one it is, I'm going to just let him speak one more time. Mr. Wald, if you would go ahead. I know you were disappointed that we didn't let you speak for longer. Go ahead, sir.
No, I just would like to raise a couple of more questions. In the drawings, it seems to be that the drip line for all the existing trees in the parking lot has been reduced to 0. And I would like to know what's going to happen to the big old maple tree in the middle of the parking lot. Secondly, the current plans for the park has an easement access through McKinney Terrace down to the ball field. Would there be a crosswalk or a traffic light in the new access road to accommodate that easement? And third, Sumet's Way is going to be blocked or made into a single lane. Would that mean that the people in Byram who are living on Sherman Avenue, Smith Street, Highland Road, Byram Road, North Water Street, etc., would have to exit out on Western Junior Highway and then drive down either left or right to get back to their home, which is within 500 feet or so from the skating rink?
Okay.
So if Parks and Rec could address that, that would be great.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, more speakers. We have Ramya Hopley. Yes, ma'am. And Ms. Hopley, stop the clock for a sec, Pat. We don't have this person in yet. Okay, here comes Ramya Hopley. And then after that will be Joanne Messina from the Tree Conservancy. And Ramya Hopley, there you go, you're perfect. Okay, go ahead, Pat.
First, I want to ask about the bleachers. I know I asked last time to Mr. Manelli in one of our discussions, and I would like to see, it's good to visualize it in the plan, if that's possible. And number two, I also wanted to ask if this is going to be AstroTurf, and if it is, what the problems that might arise from that, especially with the Western Middle School, leaching issues and stuff. I hope that this is not going to be a problem with the new field as well. So just an observation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker is Joanne Messina. Ma'am, if you would go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for looking at this plan again. I just have a simple question as to whether trees and how many trees are coming down for the rotation of the field as well as for the road. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Ms. Messina, your question on the trees was the protection?
No, was the number of trees to be removed.
The number of trees being removed, and I would assume you mean the caliper as well, and then what would be added, right?
Assuming there are trees being taken down, yes, what would be replanted?
All right.
But specifically, yes, are there large trees coming down? How many specifically? I see that it would be, I would assume, the field and the road that's being discussed.
Okay. Okay, I have one more speaker, and that would be Lucia Jansen. Ma'am, if you would go ahead, Ms. Jansen. You're still muted. If you can find your unmute. I think you're on your phone. Yes, there you go. Perfect.
Okay, my apologies. Thank you. I just wanted to express a concern that we are still looking far beyond what was originally presented to the RTM for approval, which was a rink replacement. And we seem to be now in a reconfiguration of a park, an essential green space park in Byram community. And I do think a lot more information needs to be shared in terms of a road that perhaps may be still part of this, the reconfiguration of the ball field, and the impact to the trees and the landscape. So I do think that this really does need far more consideration. And again, it just seems to me that we went from a rink replacement to a reconfiguration of a park, which is far more than the scope discussed ever before. So thank you very much.
And by that, you're talking about the relocation of the turning around of the baseball field, as well as at the road, the fact that the road is being added and the parking reconfigured to some extent, although the parking I think is to comply with DPW. But the key is that the baseball field's been added, correct?
The baseball field and the road. And it's not to say that there would be opposition to the road. It's just more in terms of the road that has been presented when the field was going to be, when the rink was going to be moved, was a very big road. I don't know if that's the same kind of plan here. But again, it's just more information in terms of we went from a rink to a park. So
okay.
Thank you.
Got you. Thank you very much. And then one more speaker again, it's Alex Popp. Thank you, Ms. Jansen. Mr. Popp, whenever you're ready. Mr. Popp, if you would unmute.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I just have a concern that if they add a access road on Western Junior Highway and they limit the availability through the Sherwood Avenue, I just knowing that Sherwood it's 15 home owners are impacted by that hill, and it's a straight line up. Now the bulk of the traffic is going to be channeled down Richland Avenue. And I think there's about 38, I counted, homeowners that are going to be impacted. And there's a bend in the road. So I think it's even more dangerous now with the traffic going down Richland than as opposed to going up Sherwood. And I know that Richland gets the brunt of the Western Junior High School, Western Middle School traffic in the morning. So I don't know if it's fair to them to add, additional traffic. But someone may want to just walk down the roads and see how tight that street is. But thank you. I appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Popp. Okay, so you have a whole bunch of questions, Mr. Minnelli, and Mr. Siciliano. The lighting of the road, I think you've already addressed the question of the ADA parking, because the reason that you want to go down, lower the building isn't access, it isn't the ADA parking per se, because you would still need that long ramp. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so to answer that person's question, I didn't write down who was asking which question, but your issue is to avoid the 80-foot pedestrian access after leaving the ADA parking.
Right.
The squeezing in that you had a question, and again, this is not P&Z purview, but at some point you all will have to address it, I'm sure, is the closing the rink for 3 years. The traffic on Western Junior, we probably need to separately address as you do this. I don't know that it's part of your project, but we need to raise the question because we've heard that complaint a lot. What about the seating? Mr. Pecora raised a question about the seating, the stadium seating.
Yep, I have that.
Okay, so you're going to address that separately. The easements, the easement and whether or not you would have a crosswalk.
There's just so you know, Madam Chairman, there's a walkway from McKinney Terrace down to the park, and that will be retained, but there's no road easement down.
Okay. Sumertz goes to single lane?
Yes. And right now we're planning it to be one way in. This way, in the wintertime, when cars leave, they don't have to go down that hill.
Okay. And the question was, how does it affect the neighbors, the residents?
It probably will be a positive for the neighbors because you'll be able to either come or go from Western Junior Highway. That's what we're doing this traffic study for. It's not because there's no school in session. When these games happen, they happen in the evening. So we want to make sure that in the evening hours, how is the traffic coming to the rink now? Is it coming from Western, from West Putnam onto Western Junior Highway, or is it coming on Henry from the thruway on Byram Road? Or is it coming up from Byram Road on the Sherman? We need to understand how people are getting to the rink today. So if the majority of the cars are coming in from West Putnam, they're still coming down Western Junior Highway. Now, instead of going around into the residential neighborhood, as an example, they can just come up into the park.
The question of trees lost, tree protection, trees removed, I assume that you will address that when you come in for an actual application. We'll be looking to see. And as a heads up, we are anticipating having our landscape regulations in place by then, our new ones. So they're going to be a little more focused on tree canopy. Those are all the questions. That's most of the questions that I heard. The issue that Ms. Jansen raised about the change in scope and how you're reconfiguring the baseball field as well, that's a question, I think, for the BET as well as for the RTM, but I think she's raised it for you, and then you would address it as you see fit.
Yes.
But that's not our wheelhouse. But I had one small question to ask you, just to think about. The food truck that you're proposing would be, I suppose, running outside the whole time.
It would be there would be a connection for the food truck to the building, which instead of the town providing the space in the building and providing the equipment, because we have to do that because all the plumbing has to be in place and the electrical has to be in place ahead of the construction or with the construction. So by having a food truck, the vendor takes all the responsibility for the equipment and the maintenance of the equipment. And there's nothing inside the building that we have to maintain. So it's going to be a definite reduction in cost of operation for the town. So we understand that these food trucks have generators, they have water connections. We could more than
okay,
likely
so you know where I'm
that.
going with this, and
Yeah,
Mr. Wells just turned on his mic, so he was going to say the same thing. It sounds a lot less energy efficient and air contamination friendly and environmentally friendly to have a food truck running outside your building.
What's running? Well, I don't understand what's running.
Well, you have a generator. You have a generator.
No, we would give them electrical connection to the building so they wouldn't have to run a generator.
All right. Okay. That was the question and where we were going with that.
Yeah, we've done that at town hall, and we found it very efficient to give them they actually pay us for the electricity, so it's no cost to the town.
Okay. Mr. Siciliano, I think that the question of whether or not baseball fields are needed in town may be better. That's partly something related to the site plan, but maybe you'd like to answer it anyway.
So, first of all, baseball fields are needed in town. We just went through an extensive town-wide field report, not only for baseball, but for other sports. We are definitely shy a bunch of hours for multiple, whether they're large triangles, small triangles, large diamonds. We only have a select number of large diamonds in town, which are 5. This is Straza is included, and we've been, it's definitely needed to provide the amount of scheduling time that we need to both for practice and for games for different levels of baseball. The issue here really is that the 300-foot baseline on each on the right field and left field line will give us some opportunity to play a different, JV ball there. Not only that, we'll be able to play, some summer league ball there at a different capacity. And again, the field orientation is absolutely the right orientation for the field. We can figure out how to put some seating in there for bleacher space, et cetera. But the ball players would much appreciate having the field in that orientation, because now they're not faced with the sun. Usually most of the games are played in the evening. The sun situation coming right into the batter's eyes. There's a lot of pluses to do this. And, this is just a very preliminary layout. We haven't looked at, seating and for spectators, seating for the players and safety fencing and that kind of thing. So as we come in for the next application, we'll address some of those issues.
All right. Okay. That's what I figured you'd do. And you'd talk about that. It's also hard to tell right now what people really want, because it is so much uncertainty and so many changes. Okay, we've sent you with questions from the public, our own questions. I think you're in pretty good shape. And is there anything else we haven't addressed for you?
No.
Okay, all righty.
Add one thing.
Okay, sorry. One thing, sure. The last word, sir.
Is it anticipated that whatever temporary rink will be utilized would be in place before the beginning of the next skating hockey season? I'm trying to address concerns that were expressed.
Yeah, but see, we don't touch that because it's not our site plan yet.
Okay, that was one of the concerns expressed. Yeah. So,
but I'm glad you raised that, because that reminds me, one last reminder, Mr. Manelli. I don't know how you do the traffic, but when you look at this, what our draw will be is really there's probably data on how far people will travel to a good rink. So that may be helpful to understand the traffic impact. I think we're probably going to have to address it's not in your project, but we're probably going to have to talk townwide about addressing the traffic in the area. But would we anticipate a draw from Port Chester, Stamford? How far will people travel for a good rink once you have one? And you can raise the price at your concession stand.
Joe, you want to answer that?
Well, I think you're over anticipating a bunch of things here. I mean,
I'm not over anticipating, sir. I'm just asking the question: how far will people travel for a good rink? What is the reasonable assumption? That was my question.
What will they be traveling there for?
To skate.
To skate where? I mean, we have hockey sessions We have hockey games.
Say I want to go to a public skate event. How far will I travel for public skate? For open skate?
Probably not outside the town limits. I don't know if too many people traveling to Stamford to skate publicly. We have our own hours here. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I can only anticipate from what the habits that people have now. Yeah. And that the issue is that most of a major number of people are town residents that come to the public session.
Okay. One of the reasons I asked you is because, for example, so many people go to Chelsea Piers. That's a huge draw for all sorts of things. So that's why I was asking, how far will people travel, and should we be thinking about that? Because it's a great amenity to offer. And, you know, how do we think about it? Okay, gentlemen, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, so for our next item, we have the Board of Selectmen from the town for the Horseneck Lane. Yes, so are you going to stay for that one, Mr. Manelli?
Yeah, I'm representing Ben on this one.
Okie dokie. So, Mr. Manelli, so item 2 on our agenda then is a regular item for an MI to extend the terms of an existing lease agreement with Neighbor to Neighbor for the temporary fire station. Mr. Manelli, if you would proceed.
Previously, the Board of Selectmen came with an MI to provide a home for Neighbor to Neighbor while their new building is being built at Christ Church. The MI was approved and the RTM approved the lease, which had a number of options, which the last option expired. I guess due to construction delays, they cannot occupy their building until late spring, and they're requesting if they can extend their lease into June. That will require an additional MI and approval by the RTM. And there's the final option of this new lease would extend with the approval of the Board of Selectmen no later than August 31st, 2022.
So I missed the briefing yesterday, but from what I understand, the commission was sympathetic to the need of Neighbor to Neighbor, wanted to be helpful. And in the interim, Mr. Camillo has said that the building cannot be retrofitted for further use and that the plan is indeed, Mr. Manelli, put your hand on a stove, that it will be taken down.
Yes, it's in the budget this year.
Okay. And and that would be it would be after the August, whenever Neighbor to Neighbor vacates the space.
Yeah, if the item that I put in the budget to demolish the building and restore the parking lot makes it through the May vote, right after they vacate, we would be putting out competitive bids for its removal.
Okay, great. All righty. Do I have any questions from the commission?
Mr. Manelli, do you know what has to be finished at the site?
At Christ Church? No, I don't, Nick. I don't know.
Okay. And so the premise is that on September 1st, the demolition will happen, or is that actually, that's the first day of that bids will be sent out?
On September 1st, if it makes the budget, well, of course I won't be here, so I can't really answer that, but I'm sure Luigi Romano, who's replacing me, will have a package out to bid. It could be bid ahead of time, and it could be just waiting for Neighbor to Neighbor to vacate.
Luigi Romano, I'm sorry, everybody knows that Mr. Manelli is retiring and abandoning us for what he considers, he's going to miss us terribly. Mr. Romano is currently a DPW employee. I don't know him.
Yes, he does. Yes, he is. He's been with the town for 4 years, and he has been my project manager.
Okay. All righty. Okay. So any other questions from the commission? Nope. Any questions from the public on this? If you object to this item being closed at this time, please raise your virtual hand. Victoria, just unmute and say, okay. Please raise your virtual hand. Right now, Mr. Levy has joined us, so he will be voting on this item. And Mr. Wells continues seated for Mr. Yeski. Mr. McRae, might I have a motion?
Okay, municipal improvement lease extension, One Horseneck Lane, PLPZ 2022-010. Office of First Selectmen is requesting municipal improvement to extend the short-term lease between the town of Greenwich and neighbor at the temporary firehouse building in the Horseneck parking lot. Commission finds the original lease. It's at a start date of 9/28/21 with an option to extend to 3/31/22. At a meeting held on the 27th of January, the Board of Selectmen approved a referral of the MI to Planning and Zoning. Therefore, motion to grant municipal improvement status in accordance with Section 699A2 of the Town Charter. And as requested, the lease will be extended to June 30, 2022, with an extension available through August 31st, 2022.
Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, that was 2 seconds. What do you figure, Nick? You got low?
Yeah, I heard low first.
Okie dokie. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go to item 3, which is, thank you, sir. Is this your last meeting with us? It is, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Don't look so happy. Thank you for everything thank you for everything you've done.
And I want to thank the commission. You've been really good to work with. We got a lot of town projects done, and we helped the town out immensely.
Thank you, sir. You've been a great partner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. So item 3, Grace Church for a final site plan to install a 20 by 30 tent until the end of May 2022 at 89 Maple Avenue. And the applicant, Mr. Leroux, is?
There it is, Mr. Von Kuhn, please.
Okay, Mr. Von Kuhn. On this application, oh no, sorry, that's the next one.
So, as was said, and thank you for having us, our proposal is to put up a 20 by 30 temporary tent. It'll be, it's at 89 Maple Avenue at the Women's Club where we gather. And it's to the right, it would be to the right of the Women's Club when you're facing it. If you say you're on Maple Ave facing the Women's Club, it's to the right on the lawn there. And the reason we want to do this is that some of our congregation members are still, I guess it's understandable, concerned about COVID. We've been meeting outside for a while. We want to accommodate them, particularly the older congregation members, by meeting outside. And it does not impact parking or anything like that. And the application or the proposals that we do this from about now until May 22nd, 2022. The seating inside the tent would be about 48 seats, and it would be heated with propane.
Okay. And Pat, they get inspections for the heaters, right?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. When you have electricity or heat, the building and fire marshal go out and do their check.
Remember when we first did the outdoor dining, that was a big problem. Okay, sir, do I have any questions from the commission? Any questions or comments from the public on this application for a tent? That is Rosalind Nicastro. Wait, Ms. Nicastro. Okay, there she is. Ma'am, if you would go ahead. And this time I got you. This time I got it right. And if you would unmute. Oh, tired one. Ms. Nicastro, you need to unmute.
Can you hear me?
There you
Hello?
go. Perfect.
Can you
Yes.
hear
Hi,
me?
hi. Yep, you got it. Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Decided to stay on. I decided to stay on from the other meeting when I saw my church was up. I just want to comment. I happen to be a member of that church. People froze all last winter outside in 20, 30 degree weather, and it's really sorely needed. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
See, you got to support. Okay, so with that, we will, if the commission has no further questions, does anybody object to closing the item at this time? No, all righty. The item is therefore closed. And Mr. McRae, if we could have a motion.
89 Maple Avenue, application PLPZ 2022-012 for a tent. Applicants requesting final site plan to install a 20 by 30 tent for more than 14 days on a property located at 89 Maple Avenue in the R20 zone. Commission finds that the Zoning Board of Appeals issued a special exception with conditions for a tent on 9/197. And the tent will be located on a lawn area adjacent to the south side of the existing building. Therefore, motion to approve the application noting the following. Per the PZBA special exception appeal number 8144, the tent use is limited to religious services on Sundays from 9 to noon, and services are limited to a maximum of 100 attendees. Installation shall commence on the date of the decision letter and on or before May 31st, 2022. Applicant shall provide proof of removal of the tent to the satisfaction of the ZEO. And on or before May 31st, 2022, the applicant shall return to the Planning and Zoning Commission to renew the permit if needed. And amplified music and public address systems are prohibited under the tent.
Any kind of TA system, correct?
Yes, that's what it is.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, this happened again. This time, I think it
This
was
is Levy,
Wells.
Wells?
Levy?
Okay. No, I'll give you Wells. Wells.
Was Wells? Okay, so Wells has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Lowe?
Aye.
Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go to number 4, which is 48 Pexland Road for a final subdivision. On this one, Ms. Goss is seated for Mr. Levy. It's Albin, McRae, Goss, Wells for Yeski, and Lowe. All righty, and with that, the applicant is Mr. Haslam. Hello.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the applicants, Chip Haslam from Johnson, Haslam and Hogerman. The last time we met, the commission had several questions to ask me and also specifically requested that I put together a memo as to why I believe that these two lots have not merged. I prepared that memo and submitted it on January 31st. I think from the comments that you made yesterday in the briefing session that you've shared that with council. And I hope that it's been compelling what I wrote, because I believe that it makes a strong case as to why this is a separate lot and did not merge with the other lot to its north. In addition, there's some other questions that were raised yesterday. Ms. Goss asked, when was this lot created? And it was created in 1947 when Morrow conveyed to Burke 2 acres of a 7-acre parcel. At that time, because it was then zoned for RA1, there was no planning and zoning approval required for that lot to be created. So it's existed since that time. Another question was about a garden on lot 2. There is a raised garden in some state of disrepair with a split rail fence around it, which is located on the second lot. It's about raised a few inches off the ground. The split rail fence is about 3.5 feet tall posts. Doesn't constitute a structure under the zoning regulations. I think lots of us have raised garden beds adjacent to our property lines with split rail fence, and they're not considered to be within the setback areas or a structure. That's really the only thing that's been raised of any substance as to there being a joint use of these two properties at any time. And I would suggest to you, based on my memo, that that does not rise to the level of clear intent to merge under Connecticut case law. The other question was as to the effect of the regulations and the upzoning. Again, my memo lays out the fact that because of the timing and the nature of the ownership at the time that the area was upzoned, and also at the time that the subsequent conveyances were made, that there is no merger under the regulations either. I think the last point I wanted to make from the briefing yesterday is there was a unsolicited comment from Inland Wetlands and Conservation with regard to the buildability of this lot and the possible impact on wetlands. I think this was pointed out by staff. That doesn't really, it's not really relevant in the context of deciding whether or not this is a lot. But I would comment the fact that this kind of segues into another point that was made. You asked why we didn't just convey 1,900 square feet from the first lot to the second lot and cure the problem by doing a lot line revision. The problem with that is that when you upzone property in the town of Greenwich, the regulations allow for you to go to the next lower zone when it comes to the setbacks in the areas. That's under 6-9 of the regulations. If we were to actually make this a conforming lot as an RA2 lot, the setbacks would change such that the setbacks from the street would be 75 feet rather than 50. The side yard setback requirement would be 35 feet rather than 25 feet. This would force us to move the development envelope closer to the wetlands, and therefore, somewhat ironically, have a possible impact on the wetlands, which is what the concern is of the Wetlands Agency and Conservation. So even though it seems like a negligible amount of property, and we get that, nonetheless, the impact in pushing development in the towards the wetlands is of concern, and also obviously makes it much more challenging to develop the lot. So I think that hits all the points you had raised. If I'm mistaken, please so inform me.
I think the only, in answer to your first question about your first comment about wetlands, there's the boilerplate language in a subdivision or in this, and we would suggest putting it in. The developability and the extent of the lot is not guaranteed by the fact that the lot exists. We confirm the lot, that it exists, but we don't know what limitations you may encounter in its development that would limit what you could do. And that's basic boilerplate language that is there, and that's what we would suggest. It was interesting to see the wetlands comments, but again, that's going to be your deal when you go to wetlands. Do I have any other questions from the commission on this application or comments?
Do we want to see this if it's developed? It's just going to be a development.
I don't think this is an as of right once it's subdivided, whereas on a coastal we can elevate the development because it is not. We make some of them administrative because they're straightforward. Mr. LeBreau, my sense is that we cannot ask for, or would not appropriately ask for, an as of right to be elevated.
I'm drawing a blank as to an instance where an application that may be considered not a subdivision had those sort of contingencies on it. I do agree, Madam Chair, when we have coastals, those come back and the commission does say, well, we're not going to let staff look at it. We're going to look at it. But
what was the one on Pemberwick Road we just did right at the bend at the gorge? The driveway was a little iffy.
I believe that was I'm drawing a blank, but that had a driveway or site distance issue,
right?
That the commission emphasized.
Okay.
I don't know. I think the issue there, if I'm remembering correctly, Mr. McRae, is that we said if the driveway has to move or significant, road work or right-of-way work needs to happen, it should be referred back to staff. So
okay, great.
But that's great memory, because I was drawing a complete blank as coming up with a similar.
It's the kind of thing I think when we look at difficult properties, it's that idea of do we want to see this again just in case? But
and I'm not trying to dissuade the commission and their idea here, but this project would go to wetlands. I mean, there's more oversight on this than there would be on other lots. So, the review of it is it's not going to be a building permit only type of situation.
Right. It's lots of hoops and a few on fire. So, okay. And this actually, we're just we're just doing a lot confirmation. It's
well, that would be the option is obviously not a subdivision or re-subdivision, subdivision or re-subdivision, affirmatively. So those are the applicant's intent is to or they provided a history of the lot that they believe shows that it was created at a time where the commission did not have to approve division, and therefore it is in existence lawfully and has been maintained as such since that time.
Right. I may have missed something. But did we ask the town attorney to weigh in and confirm this parcel as a zoning lot for building purposes?
No, I don't believe we asked them to do that, because I think we're looking at just to see if this is a standalone lot, whether it's
just a confirmation.
Yeah, whether it's developable or buildable is a different matter.
That's the boilerplate language that we add when we do these things. We don't guarantee because okay. All right.
I forgot I should have left out the phrase for building purposes. Thank you. Never mind.
All right.
I thought that something was quite interesting on the letter memorandum of that was prepared on January the 31st, and that the Adsits owned lot number 2, which was the conforming to the 2 acre, and then the Adsits bought lot number 1 that's not conforming. But if it had been the other way around, if the Adsits had brought the lot that did not conform to RA2 and then purchased the lot that did conform, we could be having a different result here.
Well, that's why the order and dates matter when you're looking at these things.
Thank you, Mr. Haslam.
Thank you. Is that just to clarify? It was actually the opposite on the lots which were bought, but otherwise you're correct, Ms. Goss. That's the fact that the non-conforming lot was purchased subsequently is what makes this compelling and a very interesting case, I have to say.
I thought so too.
Okay. Any more questions from the commission? No. Any questions or comments from the public? Please raise your virtual hand. No? All righty. Any objections to closing this item at this time? Please raise your hand. Okay, and this item is therefore closed, and we would have a motion, Mr. McRae.
Hold on a second. Just want to make sure I got, there it is. Okay. 48 Pexonley Road, subdivision PLPZ 2022-487. Applicants requesting to confirm the subject property is a separate and distinct lot located in the RA2 zone. Commission finds upon a review of the submitted information that no intent to merge the subject property parcel was found, and that the application does not constitute a subdivision or re-subdivision for section 6-261 of the subdivision regulations. Therefore, a motion to confirm that the subject property is a separate and distinct lot located in the RA2 zone, noting the following. This finding does not imply approval of the lot for purposes of zoning compliance, access, or future development, and will be subject to review and approval by all applicable town agencies, which may include, but not necessarily be limited to, the following: building inspection division, zoning enforcement, planning and zoning, Department of Public Works Engineering, highway and sewer divisions, and the Inland Wetlands Agency, Watercourses Agency. And any driveway serving this lot must meet the standards of the Greenwich DPW Highway Division. And I think that covers it.
Okay, do I have a second? No, none of them are going to second.
I second.
Oh.
All righty. Whoa. All righty then. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Goss?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And we go to item 5 on the agenda, which is Nicole Maladot Arison and David Christie Arison for a final coastal site plan at 17 Bryan Road. It's not Mr. Haslam, is it? I can't remember.
It is Mr. Walco.
Oh, okie dokie. And you're bringing him in? Yes, there he is.
He should be there.
Yep, he is. I think we may have a lot of speakers for this application as well. Do you know, Mr. Laurel?
I've seen quite a bit. I also, Mr. Hawkins has informed us that he is representing several property owners, so he would like to have.
Okay, so, all right, okay. Mr. Walko, welcome, and if you would please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Stephen Walko, W-A-L-K-O from Ivy Barnum and O'Mara for the applicant, the Arisons, regarding 17 Bryan Road. We had provided to staff a PowerPoint. I don't know if it's appropriate, if that can be pulled up, or if I could share a screen.
No, we can do that, Mr. Walko.
Okay, if you could go to the first slide, and you want me to just tell you when to flip through, is that appropriate?
That'd be fine.
Okay. Madam Chairman, Commission members, I know we've given you a lot of information concerning this application, and we've listened intently to both briefings and the prior hearings. And as I think astutely stated during yesterday's briefing, this application boils down to a few main topics. The main question, although there are many subgroups to this, is whether or not what we consider Lot 29 land a road for calculation purposes of lot area. Should it be included or excluded? And we think based on mainly three factors: prior determinations, the Field Point Park Association case, which I'm sure you're all aware of, and dedication and acceptance, you will see that for purposes of lot area calculation, Lot 29 land cannot be considered a road. If you may, next slide, please. So one of the key determinations is whether or not the commission has already voted on this issue. And in fact, they have. You have an application of 15 Bryan. And again, I won't go through all of the submissions that we've made in the past, but one of the key critical features here is in fact that you had an application on the very other side of this Lot 29 land not that long ago. And that is known as the Iannacone property. And the importance of that is, put yourself in the shoes of the Arisons. They purchase a lot. They purchase a lot next to a home that was recently built. And the commission, after due deliberation, after staff review, determined that that lot was not a corner lot. The commission's decision regarding that is instructive and should be followed in this matter. There were no laws changed since the Iannacone property. There were no regulations changed vis-a-vis this situation. So I asked, just put yourself in their shoes. Should you be treated similarly to the Iannacones? Well, you'll see in the affidavit, and we also submitted a supplemental back on January 14th of our original brief. And in that, we again included, just for ease of reference, Ms. Fox's affidavit. And in that, you'll see a lot of position statements, but most notably, a review of the Jim Maloney letter, signed letter dated December 9th of 2008. That's also Exhibit 5. And the fact that the RTM, when they accepted the roads, and which was recorded back in 1924, did not include this Lot 29 land. But of most significance is this concept that the decision to not treat it as a road, to not treat the Iannacone property as a corner lot, was not arbitrary, was after due diligence, and cannot be now reversed to claim that this 50-foot piece of land is in fact a road. Next slide, please. As part and parcel of that, you have an excerpt here that back in 2009, the then assistant town planner, current town planner, stated that the property to the south, which is this lot 29 land, appears to be a common access way to water. Now, I heard you all talk about the definition of what a road is, and access way is not part of that. And just to reiterate this, in order for the commission to have approved the 15 Bryan Road application, they could not have, or they would have had to have determined that it was not a road, not a corner lot, and therefore the corner lot setbacks did not apply. Next slide. One of the areas that we think is critical in this, and it's come up in the past, is the applicability of the Field Point Circle decision. And we recognize that the Field Point Circle or Field Point Park Association determination, which I'm sure you're all aware of, which resulted in a notice going out by the town regarding calculations for lot areas. There's an enormous distinction between the Field Point Park Association case and this case. In the Field Point Park Association case, what the court determined was that cars, or Field Point Circle, the actual road that cars drive over every day, multiple times a day, could not be used for purposes of calculating FAR. That's clearly not what we have in this situation, where cars daily drive up and down lot 29 land for purposes of access. It's simply comparing apples to oranges. The scope is so different, it is tremendous and simply inapplicable in this regard. Next slide. I won't belabor this point, but McKenzie versus Planning and Zoning of Town of Monroe talks about not being discriminatory against one owner versus the other. In this particular instance, whether it be relative to 15 Bryan or whether it be consistent with the Sunset Road stub, which again, the town, for purposes of FAR, treated that lot as being able to use the land. Similarly, the decision has been made already to treat lot 29 land as included for purposes of FAR and not to deem the Iona-Cone property a corner lot. Now, next slide, please. One of the recent submissions, we provided to you a report from Elton Harvey regarding all of the deeds within Shore 8. And the reason we go through that is whether the lot 29 land would be viewed as either a public road or a private road. We've given you that analysis. So first and foremost, I think it is without doubt that lot 29 land is not a public road. We have shown, and we will continue to show, that Mr. Lockwood and the developers conveyed out all the other roads except for, and specifically except for, lot 29 land and another stub. But whether you look at this as a public right-of-way or a private analysis in dealing with a private road, the result is the same, that it is neither. And in that analysis, Mr. Harvey goes through each and every deed within Shoreacre and explains that there is if any, and I quote, if a private street or road layout by an individual, we should find evidence of a layout of a common grantor and compliance with sections 13A 71. And that's not in this instance. We do not have that in this case. And so we show this slide because it shows all of the items that need to happen in order for Lot 29 land to be considered a road, public or private, in either instance. And that simply isn't here in this instance. If you could, next slide, please. I'm just going to break this down simply. I think you've already seen most of these, if not all of these before. Yep. So I won't belabor the point, but I think it's worth noting. Map 845 was the original subdivision map filed. At that time, there were no subdivision regulations. And again, according to state statute there and Connecticut jurisprudence, a road is not established simply by filing a subdivision map prior to the existence of those regulations, such as map 845. Next. Obviously, we need to look at the definition. We heard you yesterday. Here it is again, just for ease of reference. Public or private streets, highways, avenue, boulevards, parkways, roads. What you don't hear in that definition is pathway, sidewalk. You don't see that in this definition. Next slide, please. So within 2 years of the original subdivision map being filed, 845, you then have filed on the land records 906. And Mr. Lockwood specifically excludes that stub, specifically excludes it. So he says effectively, here town, here are all these roads within the subdivision. You take them, you keep them, you maintain them, and reserves for himself that portion, at least for today's purposes, that portion of Lot 29 land, not conveyed to the town, nor accepted by the RTM. If you can go to the next slide, please. So why is this critically important? There's absolutely no evidence that the grantor, Mr. Lockwood's intent was to grant all owners the right to have access to that Lot 29 land. And why do we know this? Well, we know this because between 1922 and 1924, there were only limited rights to lots, or I'm sorry, there were rights granted to a limited number of lots. We believe that's only about 5 lots have the rights granted to it to use and access Lot 29 land. Once, and specifically to use the roads to access the waters of Greenwich Cove. Right after Mr. Lockwood conveys the roads within those first 2 years of the 5 lots or so. Now, you also have to remember, Shore Acres has, at least on the subdivision map, in excess of 70 lots. So right after he conveys all of the roads to the town, the only rights granted are those rights, quote, including the right to use in common with others the waters of Long Island Sound on the shore of Shore Acres from Shore Acre Drive to Meadow Road. Nowhere in there do you see, or does it state, that they have the same rights as the 5 lots above. And why is that? Well, it's obvious. He had already conveyed the roads to the town. So for instance, if you live on a public street right now in the town of Greenwich, when you convey your deed, it doesn't say together with rights to use the roads of the town of Greenwich. Why? Because they're public roads and we all have that right. So this notion that there is a significant grouping that has expressly stated deeded rights to use Lot 29 land as a road is undermined by the fact that post 1924, post the time that Mr. Lockwood gave the roads to the town, the language of the deeds out were different. Next slide. We also know from the marketing material by Mr. Lockwood, and this is Exhibit 7 to our submissions, and I would encourage you to read this. So what does Mr. Lockwood say about what he's trying to sell? Well, he's selling large plots, what he considers large plots, from 60 to 130 feet to 112 feet by 142 feet. If you look at Lot 29 without Lot 29 land, it doesn't reach that threshold. The lot is only about 95 feet in width, and the length on Bryan without the Lot 29 land is only 70 feet. It doesn't even fit within his description of what he is selling and his own marketing materials, his words, not anybody else's. Next slide. Again, just for ease of reference, we're looking at Connecticut General Statutes 13A 71 private roads. In such instance, whether it falls under A or falls under B, it talks about written approval by the majority of the selectmen, things of that nature, approval being obtained by the Planning Commission. None of that has happened in this instance. None of that has happened in this instance, whether or not, again, public road, which I think we've already discussed, and private road.
But 30, while you're there, that 13A71, if you read the at A, it says no person shall lay out any highway in this state less than 50 feet in width. But in this, so that section doesn't even apply to this pathway or easement, whatever.
Thank you.
Because it's not less than 50 feet of width. But go ahead. I don't want to interrupt your train of thought. Okay.
Next slide, please. Patrick, can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So while I can talk a lot about what was there or not there for a period of time, and some of the people objecting can claim they can talk about what was there or not there, here you have from the direct owner of the property prior to the Arisons. And so what does Trevor Nightingale have to say about this, which I think is illustrative of whether or not the land was ever used as a road, right? So in paragraph 8 of his affidavit, he says, about 40 years ago, so we're not talking about a short amount of time, and prior to see, his parents owned it, and then he owned it. And so he was living there while his parents owned it. And his parents installed the bollards on Lot 29 land to prevent cars from driving and parking on Lot 29 land. And then he goes on to affirm and state under oath that for as long as his family owned 17 Bryan, about 70 years, almost 70 years, the Lot 29 land had never been used or maintained as a road. So if you're looking for illustrations or statements from a source of the very person who owned the property, I think that's the most illustrative of indicating that this property was not maintained by a road. If you could turn the slide, please. Here's a picture of the property in 2015, just simply by using Google. You can clearly see the difference between the road, which is in the foreground going horizontally, and the vertical path. I know there was some discussion yesterday. That's a gravel path. It is not paved. It's a gravel path with those bollards. And yes, they're removable. There's no doubt about it that they're removable. The fact remains, however, that I don't believe that there's a single street in town, private or public, where there are bollards or blockades to block the only access to that pathway, road or street. The concept that this pathway is used customarily for vehicular traffic is belied by the fact that these bollards are there, and the width, and just the general landscape of the pathway. If you turn the page or slide, please. Here's simply what it looks like today. Again, not a road, a path leading to the waters of Long Island Sound. Next one. There was some discussion. We just wanted to be illustrative of what current conditions are. Again, you see the bollards in the foreground. This was after a high tide event where that water creeps up this pathway and just shows where the water gets channeled. Next slide, please. So here you see a measuring of the distance. These bollards are about 4.5 feet apart. You can see the gravel nature of the path, which is approximately 12 to 14 feet in width, in connection with what has been historically used on this site. Next slide, please. So just trying to keep this at a very high level. We believe that the commission is bound to adhere to the prior decision regarding Lot 29 land, that it's an access way, not a road. We've shown you through all of the deeds that Lockwood conveyed several lots with general rights to use roads on their map, but by 24, he did not, because he did not convey the road, he did not convey this Lot 29 land and specifically excluded it. It's not implicit, it's explicitly stated in there. And then he continued to market lots that were bigger than just Lot 29, further evidencing that he was selling Lot 29 with Lot 29 land. Public, those with rights, do not use Lot 29 land as a road, but access to the waters of Long Island Sound. Now, in connection with, before I get to my final slide, just a few additional elements to this. So first and foremost, there was some discussion last time. Taxes have increased dramatically in connection with this lot, going from about 1.45 million in 2018 to over 2.4 million in assessed value of 2021. I think that's indicative from at least the tax assessor's perspective that this lot and Lot 29 land has increased substantially. No variance is being sought with this application. And in fact, there was some discussion yesterday, and I think it's worth repeating. There is absolutely no aspect of this application that is infringing on the rights of others to gain access to the waters of Long Island Sound. If you see from the application, there is no building within this, even the entirety of that 50 feet, Lot 29 land. There is no impediment. there is not even a driveway or similar other courtyard or otherwise that infringes upon this lot 29 land. Why is that? Well, we also heard from the neighbors, and we understand that they would like to maintain access to Long Island Sound some in their deeds, some maybe not in their deeds. But in either event, this application adheres to that by providing that level of access. Not one deed has been shown to you that says they actually have the right in a deed stated to use the entirety of lot 29 land as a road. We're not looking to extinguish rights to access to Long Island Sound. And in fact, with this application, it only solidifies that by showing that there's no building in that area. Last slide, please. In sum, we think the critical, if you're going to review any documents, notwithstanding the deeds and notwithstanding some of the prior applications with either the Iona-Cone property or with the Sunset Road stub, we would ask you to revisit the affidavit of Trevor Nightingale. We would ask you to revisit the affidavit of Diane Fox. And we would ask you to look at the analysis by Mr. Harvey. And I think it's important to note in his experience, in which he says any easements rights that may exist were not created as part of the dedication and acceptance of a street, are not easements for the purpose of the street, and should not diminish the lot area of the Arison property, because that portion of the Arison property is not a street or highway within the meaning of the Greenwich zoning regulations or the statutes of the state of Connecticut. And I think it's important to look, if you look at the analysis, and Mr. Harvey did, of all of the deeds within Shore Acres, you reach the conclusion that this land, lot 29 land, should not be excluded. Stated differently, should be included for purposes of FAR. This application does not seek any variance, and in fact abides by providing access to the neighborhood for access to Long Island Sound. In other words, it's a win-win, and we would ask for your acceptance of this CAM application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Walko, do you know how many of the deeds state access or grant access for pass repass over 29 land?
So directly stating that, so between 22 and 24, we believe there are 5. Now, some of these get combined, so it gets a little, you don't have, as you know, 70 homes in Shore Acres. So yes, a lot of the lots get combined. But I think based on our analysis and data, just so you have reference to it in the report of Mr. Harvey, it's lots 4, 5, 6, 26, and 55. So it's 5 out of the, I'll say 70 lots, but just to make sure we're all talking about the same thing, some lots are combined.
Right. Can you say that 4 or 5?
Yep, hold on. Let me grab that again. Four, 5, 6, 26, and 55.
Okay, thank you. And just I want to make sure that I understood that the property owner is going to honor pass and repass over 29 land without obstruction?
Well, and just to be clear, it doesn't say pass and repass, so I want to just be careful about it. But yes, access to the waters of Long Island Sound. I'm not trying to be cute about that. I just don't want to. I just don't want to overstate it. But yes, not infringe upon those that have rights to access the waters of Long Island Sound. That is correct.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Walker. My question that I brought up earlier, it's actually in supports your case. Section 13A of the Connecticut General Statutes, 13A 71 of that refers to the layout of highways. It says that no person company or corporation shall lay out any highway in this state less than 50 feet in width, unless it has approval of the selectmen of the town or the city council or the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I don't even understand this strip of this lot 29 land. That strip of land doesn't comply with the 50-foot rule. So I don't understand why it has to even have approval for the selectmen. So that would negate the argument that the opposition's argument, that the respondents, I guess, the argument that it was never this regarding acceptance of the roads by the town.
Well, we know for a fact that the town has not accepted this lot 29 land, and only the RTM accepted all of the other roads that were conveyed by Mr. Lockwood back in 1924.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Goss, I have a question for you. Aren't there lots of roads in town that don't abide by or by this 50-foot rule? They've been grandfathered in, if you will, over the years. I mean, I can think of several off the top of my head, I believe. So the fact that this wasn't established and there wasn't that 50-foot regulation, but way back when, wouldn't in and of itself indicate that the intent, or that in fact it wasn't a road. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm not that familiar with the other widths of the other streets in town, so I can't really reply to that.
Patrick, do you have a comment on that? Patrick?
I would just say there are roads in town that do not have 50-foot right-of-way that have been accepted, and they either predate or they were exceptions made when that was done. So while that is the standard, I know that there are roads, public roads, that have less of a right-of-way than that. But I also don't. I think Mr. Lowe's point that having it doesn't disqualify it from being a road, but however, there is a process that needs to be followed for a road to be dedicated and accepted in a public road, and that's what I think Mr. Walko is saying did not happen.
Okay.
Had a clarification question for Mr. Walko. I think you stated near the end that your plan is not to infringe on the rights of any of the I guess, grantees on the right to pass or repass over lot 29. The planting plan includes, some buffer around the tidal wetlands that have been disclosed. Would you feel that infringes on the rights if there's a need to have buffers around the tidal wetlands? Or is there another plan for them maybe to walk along the north of the property down to the dock?
Well, let me address that in two ways. First of all, we took great lengths to listen to your comments from the previous hearing regarding where these tidal wetlands overflow. And so we adjusted the planting plan to try to address those concerns. We appreciate that they, to some degree, conflict. But if you look at the planting plan, it actually emphasizes the pathway. And so it does not infringe upon that pathway whatsoever. And so we think, if anything, it highlights that area to which you would walk through to get to the waters that has been historically used from the beginning.
Mr. Walko,
you walk right through the buffer. Is that your idea? You walk through the wetlands, or do you go to the north of the buffer?
I don't think you can, because of where the water goes. This strikes a balance between maintaining that existing path and putting a buffer in. If you're suggesting that there could be an alternate plan where the pathway shifts slightly to the north to avoid further wetlands, I don't think that's necessarily an issue. It was just try to strike that balance, and I don't know if there's enough room there, to be honest with you. I'm not a landscape architect though, so I'm no pun intended. I'm wading into waters that I'm not comfortable in talking about planting plans per se.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. LaRoe, can you bring up page 538 of our agenda? I just want to make sure this is the correct landscape plan. Mr. Walko, it was dated 12/20/21 by Environmental Land Solutions.
I believe that's it, but let me take a look.
That doesn't even apply.
Mr. McRae, do you have it in front of you? I think I have it in front of me, so I could.
Yes, I have it in front of me. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. I have one revision. It was initially dated 3/26/15. This is drawing PP.1, revised through 12/20/21, Environmental Land Solutions.
Yep, that's the one that I have. That's stamped by Mr. Pop.
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Okay. And as you were describing, it's on the periphery of the gravel path that's out there, but there's nothing newly planted that actually impinges on access to the dock, existing dock.
Correct.
Okay.
Purposefully.
Okay, thank you very much.
Then I would agree it is a compromise, because if you were following tidal wetlands guidance, you'd have that buffer around the entirety of the wetlands, which you don't here, but you're trying to reach a compromise. So I understand that.
Great, thank you, Mr. LaRoe.
Yeah, but we have to realize we're not really protecting the tidal wetlands when we do that, because we've got gravel there. People are going to be walking through. I think we just have to understand that, if that's what people want to do.
Right. And the edge between the proposed building and the water, that's an easement, I believe, that's already established, and it has roses or something planted there. So I'm not too sure if there's any additional planting that could be provided for there, because it seems like that easement would prevent that. Thank you, Mr. LaRoe.
Another question here, and this is for it could be for Patrick or anybody who has a better understanding of the. And Mr. Walko of the law than I do, but because I feel somewhat uncomfortable without the benefit of understanding the law better. Toward the end of your presentation, Mr. Walko, there's a comment in there that says that the commission must adhere to a prior decision regarding Lot 29 land that is an access way, and parenthetically, not a road. And I wonder, are you presenting that comment as a statement of fact or law, or is it simply encouragement? I'm a little confused about what our role is here.
That was a very good question. You made Mr. Walko laugh. That was, now let's see how an attorney answers that question.
With all deference to the commission, pursuant to McKenzie v. Planning and Zoning Commission of the Town of Monroe, that's on our slide number 5 for future reference. We believe that the commission must follow the prior decision in dealing with the application of the Iona cones. And again, very briefly, if the Iona cone application, if this lot 29 land was deemed a road by the commission, then the Iona cone property would have had to adhere to a corner lot, because you would have said it was a road and it would have had to have been a corner lot then. And the setbacks, the house would have been further set back from the lot 29 land. And so we believe, pursuant to Connecticut jurisprudence, you must follow that. Is that our opinion? It is. You will see a submission by my colleague across the aisle, Mr. Hegney, who will say that you don't have to follow it. So we believe that you are bound by that pursuant to Connecticut case law. Practically, I would say, and this is why I ask all of you to think about this, if you put yourself in the Arison shoes, they simply want to be treated the same way the Iona cones were treated, which is this land was not determined to be a road in that prior submission. And they're just asking for the commission to treat their application the way the town treated their neighbors.
No, I understand that. And I don't, as I tried to preface my comment or question, I don't have a legal opinion here, but I think it's humanly possible for one commission to be wrong, frankly, about something. And I'm not saying that the previous commission was wrong, but that's in part while I'm wondering about the necessity for adhering to a prior decision. Again, this fills me with discomfort having to pass judgment, frankly, on what I think is strictly a legal matter.
Mr. Lowe, I think that is totally factual, that two commissions may have a different source of facts in front of them and come to completely different ends, or they may have the same set of facts and could also come to the different ends, and that there comes down to the decision of the commission, what they see as the issues that would lead them to one decision or the other. So I don't know if it's a wrong or right sort of question, but it's what was the best decision at the time of the ask, and is that been altered from the prior decision? And that's sort of what is, that is what's before the commission right now.
Also, on a parenthetical question, isn't the town documentation that makes this look like a road then somewhat problematic? And is this a situation where the town might want to update its information if in fact we say it's not a road? Because it certainly clouds the issue by the way the maps are show this lot 29 and the continuation of this road.
Well, I believe that they reference the current titles and boundaries as they exist, and I can't speak to the taxation. I know that was an issue of earlier applications or whatever, but the boundaries, and I think Mr. Walko can concur, that they're shown as they are, although title is to the property owner who owns 17 Bryan. So they may look like a extension of the right of way, but that it is a piece of a larger land area that was laid out several decades ago.
Anybody else? Questions? Now, tell me about the public comment. Mr. Lowe, we have a group of neighbors who's being represented. I see we have John Hegney has his hand up. Is he representing? He's an attorney for the opposition.
He represents certain abutters, and I believe Mr. Hawkins also is representing a conglomerate of other neighbors. So
okay, so I'm going to bring Mr. Hegney in.
Sure.
Alrighty. And then there's somebody who has their hand up who's only identified as a Zoom user, but I'm not seeing Mr. Hawkins, so I'm wondering if that's who that is. Mr. Hegney, I believe you are representing the opposition here.
That's correct, Madam Chair. John Hegney for the property owners. Yes, John Hegney for the property owners at 12 and 14 Bryan Road. I'd like to actually pick up on a question that Mr. Lowe just asked about how bound is the commission here on making this decision. We looked at a number of previous decisions that were made in this neighborhood. I don't believe that any of them should constrain the commission's decision-making on this application. In particular, you look at the instance of 23 Bryan Road, now 27 Sunset Road. That was done in 2006 prior to the current regulations being implemented. I believe that that would be treated differently under today's regulations. And then 15 Bryan Road. I realize that the Iacones have a situation where they got an approval. To directly address Mr. Lowe's question, if you believe that the previous commission made a mistake in granting that approval to the Iacones, you are not bound by that in this situation. The honest error doctrine, which would govern that situation, protects the Iacones. It doesn't protect anyone else in the neighborhood. It would allow you to say that if you believe the previous commission was made that decision in error, you are fully authorized to enforce the zoning regulations as you see fit. So the honest error doctrine is outlined in Bloom v. Zoning Board of Appeals of Norwalk from 1995. The citation is 223 Con 198. But the principle stays the same. I think that the commission should feel flexible to handle this situation however they see fit. Getting back to the issue at hand here, I think that there's a distinction I'd like to make between what the applicants have presented to you this evening and what my clients are looking for, which is to constrain the development rights of the property so that this project complies with the building zone regulations. We've seen a lot of focus on building zone regulation definition 6-5A46 for a street. We've talked about Connecticut General Statute 13A71, but the regulation I'd like to focus on is 6-A23 for floor area ratio. And in that definition, it says that you cannot or you must exclude land over which a right-of-way for a private road exists. That's a much lower threshold than the street definition in the building zone regulations or the public road standards in 13A71. I think here you would recognize that this is a disputed land subject to rights of others that have a right to travel over it. A private road does not need to meet the standards outlined by Public Works, by the state statutes. And I would say that if we're passing and repassing over this to get to the water, I have to say that I think it's something that needs to be excluded here as a right-of-way rather than part of the zoning lot area that the Aaronsons are looking to develop. I want to note that this definition was changed in 2008. Some might say it was done in response to the Field Point Park Association case that Mr. Walko raised. The commission has done this several times over the years. My father and Jack Slane had a lawsuit with the town in Belhaven back in 2005. That resulted in the enactment of BZR 6-138, which prevented property owners from counting land underwater towards their FAR. Similarly, this regulation change took place after a high-profile lawsuit so that the town could further restrict development rights and control bulk in the town. Because I don't believe we're talking about a public road here, I think some of those issues may be red herrings. Ownership here shouldn't matter towards zoning lot area treatment. Taxation shouldn't matter either, although I would note that, as discussed and as Mr. Walko disclosed, the taxes were not paid on this portion of the property until the recording of map 9081 in 2019. I do want to emphasize that the state statute that you guys are reviewing, that's for roads created by individuals that want to be treated as public roads. Private roads aren't subject to the same standards. I would say that the tweet length review of 13A71 is that really are you meeting whatever municipal standards that are in place in your area to create a road? In his memo, Attorney Harvey noted that the regulation dates back to 1899. None of these rules were in place at the time. In the 20s, in 1922, it predated the town's adoption of zoning. What we do know is that maps were regularly used in this time to outline roads. The Lockwoods did it 3 times in this scenario. Maps 845, 906, 1154. So whenever we're talking about intent, whether it's marketing materials or deed references, all of that should be considered against the fact that 3 times they showed this as a road when recording land record maps. And again, I don't think it matters whether or not the commission wants to determine that this is a road or not. I think that we all, or I think a lot of evidence has been shown that there are a significant number of people in the neighborhood who have been using this area to pass and repass, access the water, and that should be enough to establish the much lower threshold that we're looking to cross under 6-5A23 to say that this really shouldn't be eligible for treatment towards zoning lot area. I want to close, and I'm happy to field any questions from the commission with the fact that I don't believe that this is the appropriate venue to handle the situation that we're talking about here. Coastal site plan, we're looking for compliance with the building zone regulations and impact to coastal resources. Here, we have a dispute over the extent of the property. In 2018, when the applicant was last here, there was talk of the need for a declaratory judgment or quiet title action, a much more suitable place to resolve issues like this. Alternatively, the town does field lot confirmation applications, but unfortunately, the commission's authority is limited when it comes to determining legal statuses of rights of way. It's a private legal matter between the people who hold the rights and the property owners that the rights are over. and not something that the commission should be weighing in on, except in situations like this, where it's asked to be included in their zoning lot area.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hegney. I just want to remind the commission, in case anybody had forgotten, that this item is a must decide tonight. We have to close it and we have to decide it, which is why we're letting everyone take their time to speak. And I haven't been my usually, let's move it along self. I'm letting everybody talk it out. I know this is a complicated issue, so the next speaker is Ms. Yeah,
Madam Chair, I have a question for a couple of questions.
Okay.
For Hegney.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hegney, the property owners you represent are property number 20 or lot number 22 and lot number 69. Is that correct, of the original subdivision?
I'm happy to pull up that map and confirm.
I'm looking at it here. It's the corner lots of I guess Shore Acre. Number 12, number 14.
It's 12 and 14. Yes.
Okay.
So,
great. Do you know? Do they have deeded rights to use the access to the water?
Mr. McRae, at the last hearing, you asked me if what our clients' goals were in this representation. Their focus is on reduction of the size of the home so that it complies with the building zone regulations. They are less concerned with the access rights that I know a number of the neighbors have expressed concern about. So we are solely concerned with the allowable FAR and zoning lot area on the property.
Okay. Were these property owners living there at the time when the Iacones built their home? Do you know?
I'm not sure, but I can certainly get that information.
Okay. Also, when I believe the property to the south, I don't know what that number is, to the south of number 17. Because as I'm seeing, those are quite large homes, specifically Iacone, which was built not too long ago. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hegney.
I have a question. Mr. Hegney, you said that the Greenwich regulation regarding that created exclusion of the right-of-way from the FAR was created in 2008. And do you know when the Iacone application was decided? I don't have a paper copy of the agenda, so I can't look it up.
I believe it was the same year, Mrs. Goss.
So the Iacone decision that Iacone was not a corner lot was made in 2008, and this regulation was changed in 2008?
Actually, Ms. Goss, I actually don't think that the Iacone application would be affected by the regulation change, because the regulation change had to do with allowable zoning lot area, not corner lot issues.
Exactly.
So a setback versus FAR review.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Hegney? Okay, then, Mr. Hawkins, you're on.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and the Commission. So I just try to clarify a couple of points. Yes, the key issue here is what land can be counted toward the FAR. And as Mr. Hegney has pointed out, the regulation to focus on and the language to focus on is that language in 6-5A23. And that language requires exclusion of land over which a right-of-way for a private road exists. I want to emphasize that. It doesn't say a road exists. It doesn't say a paved road exists. It doesn't say a road being used by vehicles exists. It says a right-of-way for a private road exists. So the question is there a right-of-way that was created? And if that right-of-way was created, has it been abandoned or discontinued? And we have demonstrated with the recording of the deeds by the developer starting in 1922 with map 845, it couldn't be clearer. There are roads laid out in that subdivision, and one of them goes all the way to Greenwich Cove. The name at the time was Riddebach Road. In 1924, it was changed to Shore Acres Drive. Interestingly, the developer had to get a release from the existing residents on Shore Acre Drive just to change the name of the road. Why is that? Because he had clearly created rights in that road. How do we know that? We know it from the very first deed that he wrote for a non-waterfront lot. This is a 1923 deed for lots 4 and 5. The applicant's lawyer has claimed that there's no evidence of intent to create a right-of-way for the benefit of the lot purchasers. That's not correct. In black and white, in this 1923 deed, the developer conveys the right, easement, privilege in, over, and upon the streets, roads, beach, waters of Greenwich Cove, and plots reserved for the benefit of lot owners. It doesn't say for the benefit of some lot owners. It doesn't say for the benefit of this particular lot owner. If you're looking for evidence of intent of the developer, it couldn't be clearer. Where else do you find evidence of intent of the developer except in the deeds written by the developer? And this one is absolutely clear. The question is whether there has been an abandonment. Mr. Walco has placed a lot of emphasis on the transfer of some of the roads in the town in 1924. But all of that evidence is made irrelevant by the filing of another recorded map in 1927, map 1154. I have the ability to show it on my screen, but if you examine map 1154, you will see that it explicitly shows Shore Acre Drive on the segment that we're talking about, the segment between Bryan Road and the Greenwich Cove. This is the part that the developer did not convey to the town in 1924. And any inference somehow he had decided to treat it as something other than a private road is belied by this recorded document, map 1154. That also addresses the claim that you couldn't create a private road prior to the adoption of zoning regulations because map 1154 was created after the town of Greenwich adopted its first zoning regulations. So it's absolutely clear that this road was created and was reaffirmed. With respect to the arguments about the 2008 decision, that was a setback decision. It was based on representations of certain facts. And the language that Mr. Walco is citing from the commission decision, I mean, how indefinite could one be? The language he referred to is, it appears to be a common access way. That's pretty qualified language for someone to rely on and try to turn it into what is effectively a decision to declare something not a road. The commission had no authority in 2009 to declare this not a road because there were statutory procedures which were not followed. The only thing the commission had the authority to do was to decide whether to enforce and apply a different section of the zoning regulations, namely the setback regulations. The commission did not do that. Why? Well, quite possibly because they believed mistakenly that this was not a road. But they weren't asked whether there was a right of way for a private road. And that's the language of the FAR regulation. So even if there was a conclusion, an erroneous one, that it wasn't being used as a road and therefore did not warrant treating the lot, 15 Bryan, as a corner lot, that's an irrelevant determination because the regulatory text does not require it to, quote, be a road or be a street. The regulatory text requires exclusion if there is a right of way, and there is a right of way, and it hasn't been abandoned. So your role in this application is quite narrow. It's to grant or deny, and the applicants are asking you to grant the application based on a claim that they can count all of the lot area plus the right of way shown on map 1154. That's the map that is the reference map for their deed and for their property. So you need to look at map 1154 and decide whether they have established that they have that there is no private road right of way on that land, and they have to refute the evidence that's in map 1154, the stated naming of that parcel as a private road right of way. Yeah, 1154, that'd be that one right there. So there, thank you. You can see the building lot that we're talking about at 17 Bryan is lot 29 right there. And immediately to its north is Shore Acre Drive. We didn't write that in there. The developer wrote that in there. And it was after this alleged decision in 1924 when he transferred some other roads to the town. The inference that the applicants want you to draw is that somehow he had decided in 1924 it was no longer a private road. Well, this map directly refutes it. It is documentary evidence recorded by the town in the town records. This road existed then, and it has never been abandoned. The final thing I would like to say is, I know in yesterday's meeting there was some concern about the impacts of protecting wetlands on declaring this to be a private road right of way. There is no adverse impact. The DEEP department has jurisdiction over the land that is below mean high water, and they would be able to assert that jurisdiction if anyone, whether it's the title holders or whether it's the right of way holders attempted to do something in that area like fill or other things, the DEEP would review that. So in closing, I would just say the neighborhood has relied on the existence of this property and the right of way over it. We have concerns about the size of the house. We also have concerns about what happens to this access if and when the applicants got approval to build the house, because there isn't, to my knowledge, anything that the commission can do that imposes a legally binding obligation on the applicant to do what Mr. Welko says they intend to do, which is to not infringe on access. Well, we have had negotiations with the applicants ever since 2017, attempting to get those assurances. And if we had those assurances today, this would be a very different situation, but we do not have those assurances. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Okay, with that, I think we can turn to individual public comment, which we will limit to 2 minutes each. Wait, I'm sorry, folks. Anybody from the commission have questions for Mr. Hawkins?
I had
my apologies.
I have just one very simple one. Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Hagney, do you know the last time that a vehicle drove down that stretch?
I do. It was this past summer. There are neighbors who routinely bring their boats down to the dock, and because they are heavier than are easy to carry, some of them are like 3 or 4 paddle boards. And do we have documentation of dates? No. But if anyone wanted me to file an affidavit or file have other neighbors file affidavits about the fact that this is used probably 10 times a summer, if not more, by people in the neighborhood. Some of them also bring down their boats on large trolleys, which require the surface that is existing there in order to make it passable.
So let me ask, I hear you, so I see where you're going, but let me ask another question. To my mind, a road is something that a 4-wheeled vehicle like a car can drive on routinely going from point A to point B. When I go to the grocery store, I go on roads. If I want to take my canoe or my boat or my heavier than I can carry boat on a dolly or a trolley to put it into water like at a boat launch, I could do that over something like an access way that I wouldn't consider a road. Do you know that if this stretch of ground was ever paved and used as a passageway for vehicular traffic to the same extent that the other roads in the area were used?
Not to the same extent that other roads were used, because it was only used by vehicles on the occasion when people wanted to bring boats down there. I did present in the last meeting pictures of the vehicles on the road in 1965. And, you know, by definition, a road that ends in Greenwich Cove is not going to have the same amount of traffic as the roads, the portions of the roads that go by all the houses in the neighborhood. I mean, that's just a function of the number of people that are going from point A to point B. But I do want to return to the language of the regulation that this hearing is about. And that language does not require vehicular use. The exclusion applies.
I got it. So, but I think the point that's being elucidated by this helpful words your suggestion to us is that the question might be whether whatever this access way, this easement, this right of ingress and egress that we're talking about, is a right of way to build a road or a right of way to access the waters, which could be of much lesser use as you've described. Anyway, thank you very much. I don't want to take up more of folks' time. I appreciate
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to go to public comment. And I think my sense is, Mr. Barilak, that their argument is around the calculation of the floor area ratio, and that you are to exclude land over which a right of way for a private road exists. So it's a right of way question. With that, yeah. Okay. So with that, Mr. Pugliese, if you would go ahead. And you need to unmute, I think.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'd like to open with some personal experiences. First of all, I've lived here for 30 years on Shoreacre Drive, number 27. I use the dock almost on a daily basis, whether it's to walk down and watch the sunset, or in the summer, regularly using the dock to launch paddle boards and boats. I often use trailers and remove the bollard because the bollards are too close together to allow passage of the boat trailer. So to answer another question, When we moved into this neighborhood, we relied on maps 906 and 1154 that determined that we did have access rights to the water. And that was the reason that we moved to this neighborhood and not to others that we looked at the time. The roadway or the access strip as it exists today has a layer of asphalt under the gravel. We found this out after all these years when Storm Ida blew through here and washed the gravel into piles and exposed the asphalt. So it is a paved asphalt road to the water. And as Mr. Hawkins stated, a dead-end road to the water doesn't get much traffic. But every day during the summer, there are bicycles, paddle boarders, boat trailers, and I drive my car down there on a regular basis to help to maintain the dock and at times to remove the float in the winter. There have been many misrepresentations that have been made regarding the road itself because of the fact that it had the bollards. And I think that was the mistake that Mr. Maloney made when he made the decision on the Ina Cone property. And finally, as far as the landscaping is concerned, as you can see from the photographs, there are many seasonal high tides or full moon high tides or storm tides that do occupy the drive area of the access strip. So it's important that the landscaping that's approved does not obstruct to the areas to the immediate left and right or north and south of the current gravel path, because those areas are used to access the dock when the pathway is wet or even when it's raining and the water's flowing down there. And finally, if you look at the deeds, there are somewhere between 5 and 56 families that have deeds that state that they have the rights to access the waters of Long Island Sound and a 10-foot strip from Shore Acre Drive to Meadow Road. And the Shore Acre Drive is where the starting point is, and that's the point that we're talking about. It doesn't say access strip, or it doesn't say beginning 10 feet at the intersection of Shore Acre Drive and Bryan Road. It says from Shore Acre Drive to Meadow Road, a 10-foot access strip. That should be kept clear of any obstruction. And also, there was a lot of talk about the 50-foot right-of-way, or whether it was a road or not. It does meet the 50-foot right-of-way town standards for a road, the defined area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pugliese. Does anybody else from the public wish to speak? Okay, that's it for the public. You can take the clock down, Mr. Okay. I hesitate to do this. I think, do you all feel compelled to make closing arguments? Because it's kind of going to be a lot if we go back over each of your presentations was very long. Especially Mr. Walko, we did give you ample opportunity. Do you want to quickly do a wrap, Mr. Walko?
Thank you. I will just address some of the points. I will not even give you a summation as you have all of our papers. I would ask you to consider, though, in the what I'll call the rebuttal, whether it be Mr. Hegney or Mr. Hawkins, the definition of right-of-way would effectively eliminate every single easement that you're talking about. They want to say that effectively anything is a road and anything rises to the level of rights-of-way as long as you can pass and repass. That's simply not the case. And there is a distinction. And so I would ask you to think about all of the applications that you've already heard, not just tonight, over the years, that allow for easements to be included in FAR. So not every ability to access another point is a right-of-way. Not only that, Commissioner McRae, you had asked about Mr. Hegney's clients, if they had been in their homes at the time of the Iona-Cone property. Well, you've just heard at least two speakers say that they've been there. Mr. Pugliese, I think, said he's been there 30 years. And I believe Mr. Hawkins was in his, sorry, Mr. Pugliese was there 30 years. And if there was any objection that needed to be done, that could have been leveled by by anyone within the association. And apparently that was not done. And the last point I would raise is I call your attention to Mr. Bud Harvey's analysis. He addresses and had reviewed 1154. You have not been shown any deed that tells you that they have a right to pass and repass. Look at the deeds itself, if you will, revisit them. You will not see deeds that say there is a specific right to pass and repass over lot 29 land. As Mr. Pugliese correctly points out, most of the deeds simply say that there is a right to use in common with others the waters. So it doesn't even reference a road. It just says you have the right to access the water between these two, Shoreacre Drive and Meadow Road. And with that, I know there's a lot to take in. We will stand on our submission and the past couple hearings. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Hegney, Mr. Hawkins has his hand up. Normally we let the attorney representing the applicant go last. He has done his summation. Are you willing to let it rest here? Because I'm uncomfortable with having you two speak again.
That's quite all right, Madam Chair. I know
Mr. Hawkins, you understand my point that it's normally, you've had your opportunity. All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. So with that, we have heard from the public. Does the commission have any questions for the attorneys or Mr. Hawkins? I believe he's not an attorney, right? And
I am an attorney, but I am
okay.
not licensed to practice in Connecticut.
There you go. So does the commission have any questions for any of the people who have spoken for or against?
Just a clarification. So Mr. Walco, how would you characterize the map 1154?
45, I believe it was.
54.
54.
54.
Mm-hmm.
In reference to whether this is a road or not, the way it's transcribed or described.
You're muted, sir.
Thank you. I think you have to look at it in two instances. And Patrick, I don't know if you have map, bear with me, 9081. Because while it's nice to look at historical maps, we also have other maps that show it as, in fact, one lot, right? So first of all, I would say if 1154 is going to be used as any indication, so should map 9081, which will show that it's one lot and Shoreacre Drive doesn't exist. I would also say to you that if you look at the Bud Harvey analysis, this is where it goes into the analysis of looking at deeds, that there was no acceptance. And so if there's no dedication and acceptance even for a private road, the map in and of itself does not rise to the level. We've shown you other indicia that shows that it was never intended to be a road, based on whether it be the marketing materials or the fact that Mr. Lockwood kept it for himself. So I think you have to look at the total package. You can't just look at historical subdivision maps. We could go back and change them, that's fine. But I think as Mr. Leroux has appropriately pointed out, the town doesn't go back and sort of correct historical subdivision maps simply because a developer may have thought about it at one time and then switched from there.
Okay.
So that's.
All right. Okay. Anything else? Commissioners, any questions you have remaining?
Are we going to discuss anything among ourselves and you're just asking whether we have questions for these individuals who have presented, correct?
Before we go into decision mode, yes. All right. Okay. So if nobody has any more questions, we can close it and go and have our discussion, correct, Mr. Laurel? All right, does anybody object to closing this application at this time? Please raise your virtual hand. No, Mr. Yeske, before I close it, let me just make clear, did you, were you here for the entirety of the presentation? I didn't see you come in.
No, I wasn't. I caught the very end.
Okay, so Mr. Wells will remain seated for you?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Okay. All righty. So seated then on this application will be Mr. Wells, Mr. McRae, Mr. Levy, and Mr. Lowe, and myself. Okay, folks, this application is hereby closed, and we must decide it tonight. And would you like to discuss the decision?
I'd like to actually start with conservation comments. They are requesting additional plantings along the seawall. From the information provided, that is an easement area.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not too sure how we would go about actually providing any additional plantings in that easement area without compromising that.
Okay.
I'm not too sure if anybody has any other thoughts about that.
Yeah, it's an interesting
requested. Is that the point?
Go ahead, Peter, please.
Is the point is that we can request it? We can.
Well, the conservation is asking for what is it saying? Proposed planting should be double in number along the access, and an average 10-foot wide native buffer should be established along the seawall. And if it's my understanding that actually along the seawall is a 10-foot wide easement already.
I will just add that the property to the south of this has the same easement, and I believe there is a issue there now where trees and whatnot have overgrown, and the persons who have rights to that easement are frustrated that they can't access because of the planting and the nature of things. So I would recommend, I don't have all the language in front of me for this easement as it extends all the way through, but I do know at the southern end, the rights to pass and those type of things are in that description, and so I would recommend not planting it or suggesting plantings in it.
I'm kind of the same bent, especially because without having decided this question of the buildable parcel, the size of the buildable parcel, we are kind of working in a blank space. So the first question is, does anybody have questions, comments on the FAR issue? That to me is the key thing, the size of the buildable parcel, and is the FAR correctly calculated?
Well, again, I probably tired of hearing from me, but this application gives me is troubling because I don't feel like I feel like we're being asked to comment on the legality of something, and I look at certain aspects here, and I have all kinds of questions. I mean, wouldn't the non-payment of taxes, for example, that owners of the parcel have historically and implicitly acknowledged by the non-payment that this lane or strip of land was not part of their property? They were. I don't know. Is that an issue that we should be considering? Because,
well, we actually we have considered it, and you know that they started paying taxes on it once they realized that the taxes had never been paid. But it is a considering factor on that nobody has brought up this time, but they did bring it up in December. I think it was December. They did bring it up, and it's something for you all to consider. And yes, we're in a tricky place, and one of the attorneys said it to us. We're in an uncomfortable situation because we're deciding on the legality of something, but we're actually just being asked to confirm the zoning. Do we think that this is a correctly calculated FAR based on the knowledge and information we've been given? That's the question. Do we think that this is the correct parcel size based on the information we have before us? That, I believe, is the decision we have to make.
Well, I think there are strong arguments on both sides, but just to summarize, I'm leaning towards, counting the FAR as calculated. I think there's more evidence waiting that this is not a right-of-way to a road. Obviously, the neighbors have access to the waters and no one's objecting to their continued to use it. But to me, it's less of a road and more of a lot and more of a right-of-way than a road and more of an easement. So, but that's
the question again. Yeah, is that the FAR language doesn't ask you for a road, it asks you for a right-of-way. Yes, it does. It says, in excluding that land over which a right-of-way for a private road exists. Now, it's a right-of-way over this private road. Is it or is it not? That's the question. Victoria, you know you can't comment and I shouldn't have answered you. Yeah, sorry. But good, I'm glad you care and are enthusiastic. Anybody else? Nick.
Well, I'm going to just go on.
Yeah.
Is there any, I recognize that, for example, the common law precept that possession is 9/10, or in this case, perhaps passage might be considered 9/10 of the law, is not a real law. And I wonder whether there's any similarly supportable or applicable legal significance or doctrine with regard to this parcel's use, because we're talking about land use. This parcel's use over a considerable stretch of time.
And that's exactly where Mr. Barilak, I think when he was asking about the vehicles and the use, he was going there, but he was working on the road issue when he asked that question.
I just have more questions than answers. Sorry.
I would say that
we all do. I mean,
there's a certain vagary to on both sides, except that the facts that are presented to us by the applicant are reasonable to me and have some kind of credence. And the vagary of a town map and that it's not a legal document is something that kind of complicates it and doesn't help in trying to resolve this. So it's a bit of a pickle, but I think that the argument that the applicant is making is certainly reasonable.
Yes, I see your point. I think it is an extraordinarily difficult decision given the facts that have been presented to us. Nick.
I think from the testimony, the presentation that were given, I'm coming down to the issue of water access here. It's been indicated that the property owner will still honor the water access, is providing landscaping around, to really define the water access. I'm actually concerned that it is a question of the size of a building, is the size of the proposed building. In this neighborhood, there are a number of large houses already. I think one of the things that's actually sticking in my mind is that at some time, the previous commission staff, town hall staff, had provided approvals for 15 Bryan Road. And I would be concerned that if we are going in something contrary to that, we're creating a nonconformity.
No, we're not. You heard it clear. We can decide that that commission, that at that time that was an error. We can make a different decision. We are not creating a nonconformity with
in
this
my
zone.
mind. In my mind, thinking that it would be creating a nonconformity.
Differently. You shouldn't walk away from doing what you think is right because you're afraid you're going to be creating a nonconformity somewhere else. You are not faced with any lot but this one at this moment. Only this property pertains to the decision. You focus on that and you do the right thing with this property. Do not concern yourself with, and that's the key point that has been made to us by our own attorneys with past issues. What is correct here? Do you agree with a decision of a past commission or not? And what do you think is correct here? Don't look at a different application. That would be my guidance to you and my very strong guidance. I tend to see this differently. I tend to see this as an incorrect FAR calculation. That is, I believe that there is a lot of precedent that has been established here for the use of this, for the giving of the use of this in the deeds, and for the creation of this right-of-way. And so that's where I'm leaning now. I think I'm starting to think, let's just give a shot at a motion and see how.
Is it right of way or is it access to the water?
To me, it is giving them the right of way. It is giving them the access on a right of way. I mean, that's what you have. I'm not even following your question, Nick, unless somebody.
Is the proposal going to inhibit access to the water across
yes,
29 land?
Yeah, you're just essentially saying that this is 29's land and it is their private property.
Well, I don't think the commission has to concern themselves with whether the ability to access it is there. That is a private property dispute that will get addressed in its own course.
Good.
I think that what I'm hearing the Madam Chair saying is that she believes that this is a right-of-way for the purposes of a private road and therefore needs to be deducted from the zoning lot calculation. Per the definition, as everyone's, we've circled around it multiple times tonight. Definition 6-5A 23 regarding the calculation of zoning of gross floor area. So, if that is of your mind, any commissioner, then I think that you would have to consider this to be area to be excluded, and then thus the application needs to be denied because it's incomplete or incorrect.
But it's a very difficult decision because we've had a very complex fact pattern given to us. Do you guys want to try making a motion in favor and see where we go, discuss it some more? Where do you want to go?
I think we could actually do, in any sense, we can actually start with one in favor and see how that plays out.
Sorry, in favor of what? Including that extra land?
In favor of the site plan. Nick would do the whole thing. There's a couple of comments about the flood vents, and that we've noted conservation comments and all those kinds of things, but that we would approve the site plan.
I got an idea. Why don't we pull the trigger on something, and we can probably tee up both if needed.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
We could do one. We could do one. We could do both. One
start out just make a motion to approve would be the protocol, and that's our protocol. And you make a motion to approve, and you lay it all out there. And once you've made the motion, we can discuss the motion some more and see if anybody's got any comments on how it goes.
I'll just add that the most logical way to do this is to make a motion to approve as presented, and or then approve with modifications. And then if those motions don't cut the mustard, then it would be a motion to deny. So that would be the order, and I think that makes.
And I didn't even pay him for saying that.
So.
All right, you guys, is that all right with everybody? Nick's got this deer in the headlights. Look, I'm getting nervous.
I found what I was looking for.
Okay.
Bear with me on this because it's keys on just one thing. Okay. 17 Bryan Road, application PLPZ 2021 454 for final coastal site plan. The applicant is seeking approval for a final coastal site plan under section 6.5, 6.13, 6.111, 6.139.1, and 6.205 of the Town of Greenwich Building Zone Regulations to construct a new single-family dwelling, patio, driveway, and related site improvements on a 14,430 square foot parcel located at 15 Bryan Road in the R12 and COC zones. Whereas the subject
17, not 15.
Yeah, 17 Bryan Road.
I thought you said 15.
Okay. The subject property straddles the AE 13 and VE 16 flood zones and has direct frontage on Greenwich Cove. Zoning is issued comments dated 2/7/22 indicating endorsement for zoning permit sign off with conditions. Seward issued comments dated 11/29/21 requesting the applicant owner submit a signed letter acknowledging the receipt of their P&Z comments. Engineering issued comments on 2/8/22 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning permit sign off. Conservation issued comments dated 2/8/22 indicating recommendation to the final plan. DEEP issued comments dated 2/7/22 indicating concerns have been addressed and has no additional comment. And Wetlands issued permit needs questionnaire on 10/8/21 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the final plan with the following comments. Per your sewer division request, the owners have provided a letter dated 12/1/21 acknowledging receipt of sewer division P&Z comments. The ZEO comments the area of the flood vents needs to comply with section 6.139.1D1. And I guess we're not going to go into we've talked about the conservation, but their comments were on the 10-foot easement, and we've agreed that that's probably not a great idea. We need to keep that open.
Right.
Is that correct?
Well, at this point, you're making a motion that the easement is part of the parcel. So if you wanted to, you could include the conservation. You could note that conservation has requested this and that the applicant consider it.
Okay, per conservation comments, the applicant should be, it's recommended that the applicant provide a 10-foot wide coastal buffer of native coastal plantings along the seawall. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or departmental comments.
Do I have a second?
Second.
That's Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
No.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
So we have 3 ayes and 1 no. All right. I'm really stuck on this, you guys. I would like us to come to a landing, all of us. And that means that Mr. Lowe, I'm leaning still to a no. And I would like us to land on this in a more unified way. Mr. Lowe, are there modifications that could be proposed that would change your view?
I've tried to express my discomfort with this application from the get-go. I can't think of what those modifications would be.
Okay.
I'd be open to hearing some, but we are talking about land use.
Yep. Okay.
I come back to this, and it's it seems to me that this parcel here, or this lane, or whatever, however you want to describe it, has been used for a very, very long time, and treated as a, for want of any better term, some sort of pathway, whether it's an official road as defined by one definition or another, I don't know.
Okay.
Mr. Lowe.
All right, so we're in a funny place here. Patrick, we're legally in a funny place because some of us have voted and some of us have not. And I don't want to make this harder for litigation. I hate to see us split.
But, but in regard to what to do, and if there was something to change Peter's vote, you know,
it's not just Peter's vote; it's also mine. And
yes,
Patrick,
and yours.
Legally, I'm just going in here. We are in mid-vote. I think it's very hard for us to stop and try to modify it.
Well, I think we can complete the motion and then talk about reframing or separate motions. I think that would be the appropriate.
Well, we're at a okay. All right. So Mr. Lowe votes no, and Albin is going to vote no.
Okay.
Now we're at a 3-2, and I do not want us to do that. Could we reframe this in some way where we can be unified?
Mr. Lowe, quick question. Is your concern over access to the water or concern over assuming the 29 land for FAR purposes?
The latter.
Yeah.
So what happens to the access? We can take, one could take the applicant's word as their word, that they're not interested in compromising access. So I'm not thinking about that. That's not really what's before us. It's the crux of it is whether or not this strip should or should not be included as part of the parcel when determining what the FAR is, which then in turn determines the size, bulk, et cetera, of the newly developed site.
Okay, so I got a question for you guys. Could we make the strip that belongs, that is the right of way? I'm just trying to wing this. Could we ask not that the entirety of it be excluded from their parcel, but a part of it?
Now you're cutting the baby in half or whatever, right?
That still gives clear recognition that there should be an easement, that there's a right of way that exists and belongs to the community, if you will, as over traveling. But is that at all possible? I need some help, Patrick.
In a sense, actually establishing what does the applicant need to accomplish, well, how much area does the applicant need to accomplish the size of house? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well,
I wouldn't venture to make the commission do that math. I would say that.
No, I'm not doing that math. I'm just saying, I'm saying it differently. I'm saying, can we preserve the right of way, which is defined as having to be 10 feet wide, right? Did I do that math right?
Okay, can we say it instead of actually running numbers? Would we provide or suggest a condition as part of the approval?
A modification.
Whatever. That access to the water
no.
or the provision for access to the water be maintained in perpetuity?
Yeah, but that you asked that question of me, Nick, and that wasn't my issue.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm saying a different thing. I'm saying, can you narrow?
Instead of a 50-foot right-of-way, it's a 10-foot right-of-way, which is a very interesting thought. So the idea is that it's all about FAR. So if the applicant were able to tell us, well, we're not going to max out the FAR, we're only going to use the half the difference or something like that, that would be pertinent to this conversation, but we can't do that at this moment. So
but what we can just do is
your idea is a reasonable thought to mitigate this.
We narrow the right of way, we preserve the right of way, but we narrow it. Pat, can we legally do that, do you think?
I think there would be a question after the fact about whether the commission has been taking someone's property rights or rights of access from it. However, title is clear here. I think it's under one, it's under one person or persons, and amending that, I think it's a unique idea. I mean, I know certain descriptions I have it as 10, other people have described it as the whole 50. So I don't know if we're contradicting, filed, recorded easements, but it's certainly a unique and interesting solution.
Well, I mean, I think it's fine to seek some sort of compromise. I don't understand how anybody could determine that, well, a portion of this is property owned by the applicant, but the other part is not.
Well, I don't think we're talking about ownership. I think I would steer away from that discussion. I would say that if somebody was for this idea, it would probably be something in the realm of the amount of land necessary to maintain the existing access way or paved way or whatever the description of that is, and then either define it as a distance or define it as the edge of the current pavement. I mean, this would ultimately require some revision, I think, because of the way that the house is designed, but so there would be plans that we would see, staff at least would see as a revision to resolution of this decision.
But you're talking about FAR, yeah. And I think FAR is very specific.
No, I'm not talking, well, I'm talking about what is the parcel size, right, and does the parcel include this right of way or not? And I'm making the argument that we could exclude a width of the right of way. I'm not sure we can legally do this. That's the question.
Is there any way to?
No. Okay. We're stuck. We got to finish right now. Sorry, if that's what you were going to ask.
I didn't know one of your many talents was mind reading. That's good.
Well, was I right?
Sort of.
I mean,
I was looking for.
You can't use your helpline if that's what you're thinking.
What?
You can't use your helpline.
Oh no.
Yeah. What's the wording in the deed again?
Well, I think that's a loaded question, Magic. I think there's multiple versions of the wording. There's somewhat consistent language, and then there's special exceptions for certain properties or additional language.
I think it says access to the waters of Long Island Sound is what resonates with me.
All right, so why don't we just leave it open-ended and say that we agree that this application has to be modified to reflect at least a partial, to reflect the right-of-way. Can you guys live with that?
Well, I think if we're going to use the word right-of-way, we have to depend on the definition, and the definition would require that some portion or a certain area needs to be excluded. So I'm not saying we have to come up with a square foot number.
Did they exclude did they exclude a full length section of the right-of-way from the parcel?
Right, and I guess it would be descriptive it needs to be descriptive as to what that area is, where those boundaries exist.
And the original is 50?
That is my understanding, is that the original parcel was also the right of way that was laid out for the road that was originally considered when the subdivision was laid out.
And would we be on reasonable standing to reduce that to 15 or 20?
I think, saying it that way, I'm leaning to no, because if you were creating a right of way, or the commission was determining rights of way, you would hold it to some standard, right, to possibly be expanded as a road, and that would be precluding it if you did it this way, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. It's the technical aspect of, I think, from what I'm hearing, Madam Chairwoman, you want to basically provide access at a specific width that leaves land left over for the applicant to construct the building.
Right. I was trying to split the baby, and I don't think we can. Okay, so here we are.
Now, so with that, understanding that, what I was saying before is, can we provide a condition that some form of access be granted or provided for in perpetuity across 29 land? We're not defining size, we're defining the access.
Isn't that redundant? I don't understand.
I think there is. Well, Nick, I think it's unnecessary, because there are rights that exist now that are defined, and whether we're introducing more was a problem, or if we're restricting anyone else's, that's a problem. So I would be uncomfortable suggesting anything other than whether or not the commission body finds that this is a right of way for purposes.
It also, with all due respect, it doesn't really address the elephant in the room.
Right.
All right, so here we go. We have a split vote. In case you guys missed it, the chair voted no on the motion that was made. We have a split vote. So technically the motion has failed to carry. You know, that is a tricky place that is not clear enough for people legally. So do you guys have any way to make a different motion? Do you want to try making a motion to deny, which I think would go the same way, but we could try it? What are your thoughts? Because I do not want to leave us at a 3-2.
Okay, yeah, if we go for a motion of denial, it would probably be similar in language, except for the size of the lot, which would lead us to the end, which would be basically there's not enough land to support the request, and that's the basis of the denial.
And I would like to turn this around. So a few minutes ago, I was the focus. I'd like to turn it back on those that voted in favor to see whether there is some area of compromise on your part collectively that we could come to a better decision collectively.
Well, I think we've been exploring that with Madam Chair's suggestion of, reducing the size of the extra lot. And then we found out, that's going to be pretty darn difficult. But maybe we need to think there's some other alternative.
I'm
brainstorming, which is really troublesome, but the the principal concern of the neighbors is, you know, that the building goes right up to the property line of the right-of-way property, if you will. I mean, could we say, you know, it's got to be 5 feet away from that demarcation, and then we still give the you know, the right to give them the FAR, but it's farther away from, because I think the neighbors are principally concerned about having obviously the size of it, but part of it is it's right up against the right-of-way land.
Well, don't the neighbors still have the option to comment on this application when it comes, when they submit it for building approval?
This is
it.
The application to build. This is not.
We're done, Mr. Levy. This is not a pre-app. This is not a preliminary. This is it. Okay, so going to what Arn just said, they have 50 feet, right? They have 10.2 on the one side, and they have greater than 50 feet. And in this zone, what's the side setbacks is no less than 20, is 10 and no less than 25. So we would ask them to set back the building. We would modify the application to set back the building from the side yard for a sum of not less than 25 from the edge of the right-of-way. So right now it's on the edge, and we would say that between the two side yards, they have to have a sum of 25 exclusive of the right-of-way.
I don't believe that'll be possible at all. I mean, it's at 20. Right now, they're on top of the line, on top of the demarcation between the two pieces of property. On the other side, it's 10 feet, maybe. I don't know.
No, it's 10 feet, 10.2. I'm looking at it. They have 10.2, and they're up against the line.
So you're saying they need to maintain, or they can only have 25 feet on the opposite side?
Well, they have to have 25 feet to meet the sum of 25. So they need to have 15 feet on the other side. They need to pull back 15 feet. And the lot is how wide?
I would, not to muddy this discussion, but I would also question if this is found to be a right of way with a private road in it. Is it the side street setback and not the side yard?
No, yeah. Because they're moving to recognize that the parcel includes the whole thing. So it's not they're not saying that's a road. What they're moving for is that it's not a road, Pat. And what they're saying is the suggestion before us is to treat it as a normal setback. And they have to set back 15 feet on the easement side, because they've only got 10 on the other.
So you're saying or suggesting that rather than the whole 50 feet, they'll be able only to maintain 15?
No, you guys are moving. The motion is that the whole parcel is theirs, but we're increasing the side yard setback to preserve that whole right-of-way, the 50-foot right-of-way. That was Arn's suggestion.
Which way would you be moving the building then?
I was just looking for 5 feet. I think you're pushing it to 15.
Well, it has to be, it would have to be compliant. It doesn't have to be compliant with the zoning regulations. We could just ask them to increase, to create a setback from the right-of-way.
Right. And I think 5 feet would be sufficient and hopefully doesn't impair them too much. I don't know,
10 feet.
What would be, I think we'd have to have some supportive basis for that. What is our regulation that
our regulation says it has to be a sum of 25. And then that implicitly means you're not recognizing that piece of land as the parcel.
That's right.
Right. See, that's where I'm getting back to is the by acting on moving it, you're supporting the idea that this is not part of the property.
Well, we're trying to find a compromise. I think Madam Chair is.
So I understand. I'm trying to show all the permutations here.
We're sort of under the gun here.
So explain.
With a million applications still up in front of us, you guys. I mean,
and is there no way to suspend our deliberations?
Nope.
Such as they are?
Nope. This is a must decide tonight. The only thing we could do is maybe come back to it at the end of the night, but we're going to be exhausted because.
Can you? We came to a decision, but is there some way?
It's 3-2. I mean, our vote is 3-2.
Right.
The motion fails to carry. We now have to make a motion to deny, and the motion to deny is going to fail to carry. And there you are. That'll be what it is.
And it'll be a de facto denial of the request.
So, but we can't suspend that next motion, correct? In terms of tonight,
we should not.
Okay, so this idea of increasing the setback, this would move the house which way?
You would be moving it. No, the sound is to the south, so you're moving it to the west, right?
No, it's facing kind of across. It's facing west, isn't it? The house?
Yeah, it's moving it to the south.
Moving it to the south.
That's what I would think.
So the 10-foot setback is reduced to 5 feet?
No. You're saying you're increasing the setback on the other side where they say they have 50 feet. You're increasing that to 65 feet.
I think what Nick's saying is that on the south side, does the footprint stay put or does the building shift?
The building has to shift.
Right, and then does the building meet or would it extend beyond the setbacks if it was moved 5 feet to the south, or 15 feet to the south? I'm sorry, I'm messing up the numbers here, but
yeah. All right, and we're not even tired yet. It's only 7:30. Okay. I don't think we've got a zoning basis to do that, you guys. I think we're stuck here.
Well, I think it's a deny and we need to move on.
Yep. Yeah, and okay, so when yes, okay.
Probably a good time to take a break.
As we talked about, so right now we have it as an approval at 14,000 square feet, so on and so forth, with a split vote. Should we do the negative as well and do it at 7,000 square feet?
Yes, you have to deduct the right of way and say.
Okay, I'm taking the numbers from the staff report. Hold on a second, I think I lost it. The staff report had the the standalone lot at 7,700 square feet. Mr. Leroux, can you confirm that? Just want to make sure I got my numbers right.
Sure.
I have it as total combined is 14,430. The right-of-way was 6,730, and the lot itself standalone was 7,700.
I agree. I think that is the size.
Okay. So actually, same text. The sentence would be revised to applicant seeking to construct a new single-family residence, single-family dwelling with a patio, driveway, related site improvements on a 7,700 square foot parcel located at 17 Byron Road, the R12 COZ zones. The whereas and findings are the same. Therefore, motion to deny the final site plan, the following comments: that the property does not meet applicable zoning regulations for lot area, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental comments.
I have a second. Well, I'll second it.
Second.
No, yeah, okay. Lowe has seconded.
This is a proposal to deny?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what are we denying, Nick? Sorry.
Excuse me?
What are we denying?
It's based on, instead of 14,000 square feet, it's 7,700. All of the whereases and therefore are the whereases the same. It's a motion to deny the final site plan with the following comment. It's denied because it does not meet the zoning requirements for lot area.
So what we're saying is that the right-of-way is not part of the parcel, which is
right.
How Mr. Lowe and I voted before.
Okay, thank you.
I would say it's not part of the lot that could be considered for zoning conformity.
Right. Just to make sure, and put a finer point on this, that the proposed residence exceeds the maximum allowed FAR for a 7,700 square foot lot. Probably yes. A better way of putting it. Okay.
Yes.
And declare, and Nick, we want to clarify what a vote for and against.
Okay,
is.
A vote against would be against the denial.
Correct.
A vote for would be a support of the denial. So you either vote yes to support or no to not support.
The denial.
The denial. Okay. Shall we do this?
Yeah, I'm still, did somebody second? Yeah, Lowe seconded.
Yes,
okay,
Lowe second.
So I'm still wondering if rather than deny it, and we can deny it in a sec, but I'm still turning on, could we just say that they increase the setback and we give it a shot at being something less than what's in our regulations? I mean, we try it. And we say that we increase that we want it set back farther than 50 feet. You know, we want the setback to be farther than 50 feet. I mean, we can vote this and then we could try that. I would like to give that a shot. I keep coming back at that, to give that, if you guys could live with it. Could we just say, given the use of this right-of-way, and I know I'm talking about the wrong motion and that's not Robert's Rules of Order and all that. Okay, let me take a vote on this. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
No.
Okay. Mr. McRae?
No.
Mr. Lowe?
Yes.
Mr. Levy?
Aye. I mean, nay. Sorry.
All right, and Albin is with Lowe. Okay, so I am in support. Okay, so let's try this one last time. We've failed to carry. Would everybody agree to a motion in which we require a bigger setback? They currently have 50 feet from, what's the property that's over on the other side of the easement? That's not 17, that's not 15, it's
15.
That's 15, okay. They currently have 50 feet of setback from the edge of the 15 property, that we increase that setback to something else, at least 5 feet. I'm hearing 5 feet. Does anybody willing to do 10 feet? Nick, would 10 feet fit? Can we move the building by 10 feet and still give them, they're gonna have to.
No, because I think if we're saying the same building, if we're shifting it 10 feet.
No, they're gonna have to make the building smaller. That's a little bit smaller, but at least we've given them most of the ability.
That would be my kind of question is, and then if we were gonna make the building smaller, what building are we approving tonight?
Well, we're modifying the building. We've done it before. We did it once before. We modified a building on the water. We had it relocated. Pat remembers that decision.
Yeah,
it was a
stair. You don't have to approve a specific building. You approve the zoning, right?
We did it on the water once. We modified the building, and the decision, we didn't have plans. We just modified the building because the applicant had agreed. So here, what setback from 15 would you guys be willing to go for?
I'm fine with 5. So it'd be 55 feet from 15 Bryan Road.
All
right.
So to be clear, had this lane, this strip, been included, what would have been the setback?
0. Well,
no,
50.
if it's their land, they have a 50-foot setback.
Right.
If it's not their land, if it's not part of their parcel, they have 0 setback. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mr. Lowe, to answer your technical question. Okay, so the front yard is 35 feet. That would be Bryan Road. Rear from the water side is 35 feet. The side setbacks is a minimum of 10 and the sum of both not less than 25. So you're basically looking at short side is 10 feet, opposite side in the right of way, as you asked, would have been 15.
So if the road, the non-road, is not included.
If the road were not included in the lot, in the parcel, they have 0 setback.
How far off of the road? My question is then, how far off of that road would they be able to build?
We're asking, Arn's first offer is 5 feet. I wanted 10.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're saying that the right of way is a non-build, and that the property line is maintained between those two, the zoning regulations say it's going to be 15 feet, 10 on one side, 15 on the other.
And
what is the current dwelling? Do we know?
It's gone.
Yeah.
No idea.
Right. But it had a significant setback. I remember seeing, yeah. Okay. So now this is consistent. Us requiring a greater setback from this easement is very consistent with what Deep likes, because they want water access and that's what they support. So we're saying, look, we recognize it's part of the parcel, but you got to set back from, we'll recognize it as part of the parcel, but you got to set back from it because it's consistent with Coastal Management Act. Thank you. That's very helpful. So there's the house.
This is the shared the property line between the area that was of dispute and this area here of the original lot. Mm-hmm. So right now it's 0. You're talking about 5 feet. So everything would either shift or it would be reduced so that there's additional 5 feet here.
Okay, so to understand this.
Yeah, I think 5 is too little, just to throw my.
Yeah, I think 5 is too little too. Can you guys buy 10?
I can buy 10.
Okay.
Will you give me 15?
No, I just want to make sure I understand this. So.
Okay, wait a minute. I want to make sure I understand it exactly. Same thing, Peter. It's
Patrick,
15, it's 10 feet of a setback off of that.
No, you're setting back 60 feet from the 15 Bryan property, not from don't even touch this issue of the parcel.
Okay, fine. That's fine. 60 feet from that line.
Right.
And what is the FAR based on? The whole property?
Yes.
14,000? Okay.
Yes. Okay, now, the only question is,
But for practical purposes, you can't achieve that FAR, I would think, right?
Right. For practical purposes, they are going to have to figure out how they reconfigure the house. They're already at a max height, and they've got 4 feet that they could go further back in the rear. They've got an extra 4 feet in the rear yard. So they could go back half of that distance. They could recover in in the rear yard. And I still have the question of whether we're okay cutting them. I think we're okay not asking for 25 because y'all are recognizing that parcel as being, the easement as being part of the parcel. But because it has a common use, we're saying you have to step back from it 10 feet. But they can get most of that back with how they do the house, how they do the rear.
Yeah, but if you do 10 feet, I mean, you're cutting the garage in half.
No, you go back. You get the other, you don't cut the garage in half, you make the lower floor. I mean, I'm not gonna redesign it now, but you make the lower floor different.
I don't see how it's that practical once you start squeezing it like that. I mean, but,
all right, Nick, are you ready to make a motion?
Yeah, why don't we take a look at this? So we're actually going to say it's the same as it was before for the status approval of a house, 14,430 square feet. The same findings in terms of zoning, sewer, so on and so forth. And then motion to approve the final plan with the following comments. Conservation recommendations of the 10-foot native, sewer division request, sewer ZEO comments for flood vents, and that the applicant is to revise the zoning location survey to indicate a setback of 65 feet.
No, 70, 60 feet, 60 feet, 60 feet, 60, sorry, I did it, 60. It's 50, the 50-foot width plus 10 feet.
60 feet. 60 feet from the northern property line?
From 15 Bryan Road. I mean, yeah, northern property line, sure.
Northern property line code 15 Bryan Road. And the applicant shall address, et cetera, et cetera. 60 feet.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Wells has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
No.
All right, Mr. McRae?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and with that we have 4-1. And we have
I'm sorry, who seconded? I missed that.
I did.
Wells did.
Thank you very much.
All right, okay. All right, so we have 4-1, and we'll see how it works. Okay, it's now 7:46. We are in desperate need of a break. We have a huge evening still ahead of us. I'm really sorry. This is probably going to go till after 11. We will try to move quickly from here on in, but we got a couple of bumpy ones still in our future. How does 8 o'clock sound?
Sounds good. Dennis takes my place from here, right?
Yes, he does, unless you
needed one final one, I think. Okay.
I don't know if, so we'll see you guys in 14. Oh, I have two, my clocks are all messed up. Okay, do you want to just do 8:05 so we got a full 15? Because
yep. Sure.
All right. Pat, while we're gone, can I'm having trouble clicking on Mr. Oh, I see what the problem is. All right, 8:05. $8:05, Pat, just so you know. Pat, do you think you can find Tom Basili? I'm having trouble finding him. There he is. Okay, I got him.
I found him, Madam Chair.
I got him. He's in. Okay, he's in. All right. All right.
I'm here.
Okie dokie. Well, that was a lot of fun, you guys. Hello, Mr. Basili.
Hello there. How are you?
I'm good. Sorry, we're so.
Vote. Let's have a vote.
Oh, he's funny, huh?
I know he's funny, but y'all just don't get it. You know, you think that. All right.
I get it. And I want to know what kind of vote he wants.
He's just like listening to us. Okay, so let's just vote on that one more time. Okay, everybody. I'm assuming everybody's here. Oh,
Levy.
wait, we can't look at our court reporter anymore. Everybody's here. Peter Levy, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. All righty. So we now begin the public hearing with item number 7, which is John and Cindy Seitz, 12 Meadow Road, for a final site plan and special permit. And representing the applicant is Brett Holsworth. Is that correct? All right. And now it's Luis Campagna as well. Is that, do you know that name? I'll ask Mr. Holsworth when he comes in. Hello, Mr. Holsworth. Is Luis Campagna with you?
Yes, he's our architect.
Okay. We probably won't ask him very many questions, but you never know. All righty, sir. If so, we're sorry we ran really late.
It's okay. I got some bite to eat.
Try to catch up now.
Okay.
Okay. So I'd like to. Do you want to make a presentation, or can we start peppering you with questions?
Just a very brief presentation.
All right. All righty.
The project and make a couple clarifications. So for the record, my name is Brett Holsworth. I'm a civil engineer with Redness and Mead. Luis Campagna is the project architects and here to answer any other questions. Just a quick point of clarification. It's 12 Meadow Drive, not Meadow Road. That was indicated on the agenda. And there's 2 Meadow Drives in Greenwich. So it's the one not in Costcock, in Greenwich.
So the posting is incorrect, Pat?
No.
Yes, it's incorrect.
No, I mentioned this yesterday to Marissa, or whoever was on this, that the agenda had it wrong. That's all.
Yes,
yeah, it's just the agenda. It's
and is
just
the public,
agenda.
Just the agenda. Okie dokie. All right. So everybody's happy because I was having a heart attack. I didn't never notice that, and that's normally my catch. Okay.
Oh, you weren't here. That's right. You weren't here yesterday. I brought this up.
And you guys missed me so much you didn't notice. I'm not coming to the next briefing either. Go ahead, Mr. Holsworth.
Okay. So we're here to propose constructing a pool terrace additions to an existing house, covered porch garage with a breezeway, and renovations to an existing separate cottage slash garage, gazebo, water features, and other site improvements with landscaping. We're here for excess of 150 cubic feet. The garage that's indicated on the site plans is actually a carport, so I wanted to make that clarification. It has trellis sides and it's covered but open, but does not count towards the floor area. So
I would always rather have an enclosed garage, but whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What else?
So first thing was ZEO comments. There was, they wanted a section for the carport, and I think that's why they wanted to make sure that it's open.
Well, you're right on the nose of your FAR, so you're going to have to confirm those FAR calculations, and we would note that. Okay, but you've got time since you're going to go. So if I could jump to the meat of my question to you, I agree that you have to go to the ZBA, but not for the reason that you cite. You are assuming you have to go there for a special exception review for an accessory structure in excess of 1,200 square feet. I would disagree with you on that because that is within our purview now. But where I do agree with you is that your accessory cottage is an existing nonconformity, and you are expanding that nonconformity. So you will need to get a sign off for the size of that cottage for you expanding that nonconformity. You may have to change your agenda, your application, and you should talk to the CEO about them and tell them that the nasty chair of P&Z said this to you.
Okay. So we have submitted and we were brought up at the ZBA, and Louis can attest to that. And they didn't make a decision because they wanted to see the results of this hearing. So,
and we're saying you have to get a variance from them before we can approve you. This is going to be, Pat, we're going to have to fix this internally.
Mr. Holsworth, the ZBA application indicated special exception for 1,200 square feet. That's what it was put in for?
I can speak to this. Good evening, Chair, members of the board. Louis Campana, architect for the applicants.
Hello.
Yes, we did apply and we were heard at a ZBA hearing. We were asked to continue the meeting because there was a little bit of confusion, and Jody had mentioned that this board, Planning and Zoning Commission, would have purview over this because of the bulk, because of it's over 150.
And we do the special exception review when it's 1,200 square feet. Where I'm stuck, and you've got a choice, Mr. Campana, that's an easy one. Where I'm stuck is you're expanding the size of a non-conforming structure, which is the cottage. I couldn't find any square footage on it on the plans. I couldn't find your square footage for it. But by doing that bay window, you're expanding that nonconformity. If you could keep the size of the cottage intact, you'd be all set.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Is we're expanding the square footage of the cottage based on section 6141B.
Right, and for that, for 6141B. You are expanding, you are increasing the nonconformity, and that's what you need the ZBA for, not the 1,200 square feet. It's not a special exception, it's the 6141. You nailed it, you're absolutely right, but you went to them and asked for a special exception, and what you're asking for is a variance because you are under 6141, you are proposing to expand the nonconformity, and then you'll be all square with them and they'll make a decision.
Okay.
Okay. That makes sense to everybody? So yeah, you're totally right. See, you knew that it was a 6141. Yeah. Good for you. Okay, so that's the thing. So now you can go back to ZBA, and we need to do some homework in the background to make sure that ZBA knows. So Pat, will you reach out to Jody and explain to him that it's 6141 and that therefore goes back to ZBA? Because we, as you know, can't increase your nonconformity. Okay, all righty. So that leaves you, that we have to leave you open because you have this question right now that you still got to get the ZBA. Were there any other comments that the commission wanted to make to have this applicant address?
I think actually we got the letter from sewer. We got the width of the Glenville Road. Engineering's resubmit part of zoning permit. I think it was actually conservation had questions about flooding, native trees, etc. But it's from the information we were provided, it seemed the flooding is down the street and next door, or not nearby the site. Is that true, Mr. Holsworth?
Correct. Yeah, I can speak about the flooding if you'd like me to talk about it.
Yes, please.
Okay. So we are aware of the flooding conditions in the Meadow Drive common area, as well as the neighboring property. We've seen it with flooding conditions. So we, as a design standpoint, we wanted to try to minimize what water is going in that direction. So we actually are decreasing the amount of coverage, site impervious coverage that is going in the north and the east. And we are displacing it and transferring it over to the southwest, where we are storing it in rain gardens and infiltration systems. So we're doing a net decrease in those two problematic, we'll call, areas downstream. Furthermore, so there's about a 5,200 square foot increase overall, but 1,300 of a displacement from those two basins. Furthermore, the driveway that previously would sheet flow down into the Meadow Drive common road, we repitched so it goes back into the yard and then disperses over the lawn area before it gets into any downstream areas. We are piping all the hardscape roofs from the carport and motor courts to go to the rain garden, where we have better soils and it can infiltrate into that area. And also there's a access way that is existing right now to Glenville Road, because it's a through lot. It has frontage on both lots. We are converting that driveway section to a grass paver. So we're doing as much as we can to dissipate the impacts that we know are problematic down on those other areas. I should also point out that the association on Meadow Drive also did some improvements to the road since the Google Street View of 2015 has this kind of ponding area in the middle. They added drains along the road right in front of this property and some channels to kind of help alleviate that standing water issue. That is improving this situation.
That drains to the common area, the common triangle.
Yeah, it connects to there, and then there are drains that go kind of around. I wasn't able to determine if that area discharges directly onto the neighboring 6 Meadow, or if it bypasses it down eventually to the Horsebreak Nook.
Does it help? Is there any area where you can, I'm trying to find the topo, where you can swale some more or do anything to keep the water from, they were saying it was moving significantly more to the east?
Well, so that's where I'm picking up roof leaders of the carport. I'm adding drains of the driveway that are, redirecting that water to the west. Also in front of the cottage where there's parking, we're regrading that so it is not concentrating at a point source very close to the property line. We're regrading it so it shifts about 30 or 40 feet. So it has that much more lawn area to able to dissipate. So we are taking those measures as much as possible.
Okay.
Mr. Kenny's landscape plan, that's a proposed, or is that the final plan?
That's a master plan general. I know conservation requested specific trees and specific landscaping for.
Well, they just want 30% native species.
Right.
And for you to do the rain garden and natives.
Right. We have no problem abiding by that recommendation.
So based on that, does anybody else have any comments on this?
No.
Okay. Mr. LaRoe.
Madam Chair, are we, I guess I'm confused about the section on 141 because most of that is under special permit. So if this is more than if this is the second addition in the non-conforming setback, or there's more than 2 non-conforming setbacks, is that why it's going to the ZBA?
It's going to the ZBA because they have they're expanding the non-conforming structure.
Right, and that's permitted under 6.2b, and I think that's what Mr. Capano was talking about, was that this is that qualified.
No, Mr. Campana was pretty clear that he has a 6141B that he needs to address with, what are you referring me to 6?
So we are at B2. 2B2, excuse me. No, I apologize. We are B2, B2.
In 141.
In 141.
All right, hold on.
So it'd be a non-conforming building, which is the first qualifier, and then it'd be an alteration or addition to. And maybe that's the nuance that the chair is getting at, is that it's an expansion and not an alteration or addition.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's an expansion, which would be the same as an addition to.
Right, and so
and you're saying
under.
I'm willing to admit wrongness. So hold on.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to admit wrong. I just want to make sure that when I talk to the zoning enforcement officer, I don't get schooled. So
yes, exactly. I don't want any of us to get schooled if we're making the applicant.
So under 141B, it talks about non-conforming buildings, and then the changes and alterations allowed under that. So that's B2B, and then it talks about a dwelling or accessory building in the residential zone that has one or more legally non-conforming yards may be added to provided, and then there's several qualifiers, but the one that.
But see, it does increase the degree of non-conformity.
Right, but you can make one horizontal addition beyond the limits of the building, no more than half the total of the non-conformity, blah, blah, blah. There's a whole language in here. So if it's not exceeding it vertically or horizontally, that's fine. But if this is going
okay, yeah, okay, I'm seeing this. Okay, yeah. All right, so you're saying that since this is the first addition, is it, Mr. Campana, do you know if it's the first addition that's ever been made to the cottage?
Based on the property card, there is no other application that was submitted or approved.
Okay, can I ask you the question differently? Sure. Has the building, to your expert eyes, has anybody ever added to the cottage? Not on the property card, but.
It does not look like it.
Okay.
There's no, there's no record of it. Doesn't seem that way.
Well, as I read this, I think you're right, Pat. And I had never gotten I don't think I've ever read this in the last, I don't know how many years, but yeah, from what you're saying, I've been stuck on.
No, you're talking to a very particular issue, and you're not wrong on that. It's this language here that I want to make sure that we're sending back. So if it is a horizontal or vertical addition, that's fine. But if it is getting closer to the property line, that's the issue that I just want to make sure.
And that's not the case. It's inside, going into the property. It's not going.
Got it. It's the property. If you struck a parallel line to the property line, it's saying, but at that or within that.
If you wanted to bring up the site plan, it shows the cottage is basically.
No, we're looking at it.
The site plan shows the cottage is basically right on the property line. And the bay window, which is the expansion, goes to the north, which is further into the property. So it's not continuing. Yeah, sheet SE1 is usually probably the best.
Yeah, sorry, it's for some reason it's not letting me scroll up. There you go. Okay, Mr. Holsworth, so.
Yeah, so on the bottom right of the screen, existing cottage or garage / cottage, you can see on it's right on the property line, and there's a wall that kind of blends the wall and the building kind of uniformly. And the proposed bump out is on the north side of that, which is a bay window. We're converting what is currently a garage into the living space.
And that's this area here.
Correct.
And this area is outside, because this is a front yard setback. So that is outside of the is it 50 feet here?
It's 75.
And so I'm sort of in the chair's camp here that this is still within the non-conforming setback.
Okay, all right. Let's send him to ZBA.
I mean, I listen, the zoning enforcement officer can say we're interpreting it incorrectly, and that we can entertain that. But I'm seeing this as this whole building is outside the setback.
Yep.
So if you were building it new, right, it'd have to be up here.
Yep.
It wouldn't be allowed to be down here. And then any additions to it, expanding it, it's not going parallel to the lot line that way or whatever. It's getting larger, I guess is it's an elegant way to describe it. But I'm questioning the zoning. I'm just questioning what the proper zoning path is.
Okay, so let's leave it as a question, and we're going to leave you open. You had that expectation anyway. We'll figure it out and make sure that we find the straightforward path for you. It's a tricky one since we've just gone back and forth. I was about to cave. Now I got talked into not caving. So, okay. And that's it. You can verify your FAR calculations. And I wish we had understood this yesterday, or we would have asked the ZEO to weigh in. I'm very sorry because I missed yesterday's meeting and did not realize that the 6141 thing didn't come up. Okay, so we will accommodate you as quickly as you are ready to come back to us then.
Are there any other issues that you wanted to bring up?
Hold on, I have to wait. I have to see, and also I have to ask for public comment. Okay.
I think actually the only thing was just the landscape plan, just to make sure that that's buttoned up when you come back.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make sure we've got everything that we need on that.
And you did reach out to the neighbor and you've talked to the association and stuff to see that you're doing everything you can with the flooding in the area, right?
The owners have made.
Okay. I mean, the only reason is, you know, we had all that terrible Ida damage all over town. And so we're very concerned about anything where people are complaining that something could add to the flooding. So yeah, the native species, confirm the FAR, we'll figure out the zoning thing, and Patrick will reach out to you guys. What's the correct path? If it turns out that you don't have to go to the ZBA, if for some reason we decide that we can work around it, we'll just accommodate you with your final plans as soon as we can.
Yeah, I think the answer would be if there's no need for an exception or variance, then we can close out you could remove yourself from the ZBA's agenda and just come back.
But we could do the exception under the, you know, because
right.
It's a special perm.
Exactly.
So it's really, the question is the variance on the 6141.
Yep.
Okay. All righty.
Just before
yes,
you go, just quickly, Jody and I had discussion over the past couple of weeks, and we withdrew the application from ZBA based on his recommendation. So
I thought it was left open. I'm sorry. I thought that
it wasn't.
We will get you in if you need to go in.
So we will, yeah, we'll address it accordingly, I guess, you know.
Okay.
I have a suspicion that the zoning enforcement officer is going to explain the 7,000 times that he's approved something like this, and then we'll just have to. And
then we'll just bring you back.
Right.
And we're sorry, but again, it was just, I think that the language wasn't clear in the application. And so we were seeing, and I kept thinking this is a 6141, which you knew, Mr. Campana. Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So our next application is number 9. Grace Elizabeth LLC at 3 Lauder Way for a final site plan and special permit. And representing the applicant is
Mr. Liebman.
All right. Do you know if he did anything with the septic today?
I just checked my email. I didn't see anything.
Oh, I know. I shouldn't ask that. He's not here yet. That's not fair of me. And hello, Mr. Liebman. Mr. Liebman, if you would unmute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I will say it again. Good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the agency. Larry Liebman from SE Minor, representing the applicant. Come on. And we have submitted plans to the health department, and while we are awaiting their approval, and we know that you'll have to wait on that. Okay. And that's fine. I'd like to go over some of the other things that were brought up from the Conservation Commission about 1-for-1 tree replanting. We are removing 20 trees to be removed, and we already show 12, and we will increase that to 20 so that this way, or more, as that goes. We have no issue with that. We are asking for the total volume is 214 cubic feet, 214,000 cubic feet. And this is a reduction of 3,385 square feet of impervious surfaces. The tennis court that's currently existing there, as well as the house, is going to be removed. With the questions of the differences in tightening up the erosion controls, that will be fine. We have no issues with that at all. And I'm here to answer any questions and comments that the agency or the public might have.
I think you've just nailed it. You've got to get the septic.
Right.
You're going to address this issue of the, you're going to do the tree, the 1-for-1 on the tree.
Yes, ma'am.
They had also asked you to look at what you could do to reduce they were concerned about the impact of your drainage pipes on the tree roots. And so you're going to look at that.
We will look at that, and as I would say, obviously, if there's a tree that we're coming close to, we are going to cut the roots in the proper fashion and not just have everything ripped out to go and do it. So that this way we would preserve them as we go. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm not seeing anything else. Does anybody else on the commission have comments?
Not at this time.
No.
And you said you were interested in doing a permeable driveway, Mr. Liebman?
I will review that with the applicant.
Yeah, I'm never clear that it works in a driveways get so much sediment in them, but okay, it's always worth a shot.
I will definitely review it with the applicant. I mean, there was a comment about something draining to the road, but please.
Yeah. Okay. So just take a look at all their comments. I mean, you've got stuff about the construction staging because you've got a lot of rock removal and stuff like that. Okay. So we will send you on your way. Hold on a second. No other comments from the commission. How about from the public? Is anybody interested in speaking on 3 Lauder Way? 3 Lauder Way? Raise your virtual hand. No. Okay. So Mr. Liebman, we'll see you when you come back.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. You might be good. Okay. So the next application is Dennis and Cynthia Ever at 359 North Street. And this is Mr. Hegney. And where did he go? Hello, Mr. Hegney. How would you feel about combining 10 and 11?
Madam Chair, happy to do that. We do have a development team that I would want to bring in. Architect Mark Madik, who has been shepherding the special permit through the process.
Would you kindly raise your hands, please, development team?
Have it, Madam Chair.
Okay. And Mr. Basili, we are combining applications 10 and 11. 10 is Dennis and Cynthia Ever for final re-subdivision to clarify and confirm that regular mowing is permitted in the open space. And 11 is Dennis and Cynthia Ever for final site plan and special permit at 359 North Street. Both of these are 359 North Street, obviously. And we now have Mark Madik and John Hegney, and you said you had 2 other people, Wesley Stout.
Yes.
All right, got him.
Wesley Stout has been retained as our landscape architect.
And Eugene, no, I'm having trouble getting.
I'm sorry, is Eugene Pletner on your team as well?
Yes, he's with Brooks and Flatico, and they did the design.
And what about this guy, Tony? Do I have to let him in?
Mr. DeAndrea is here to make sure that if anything goes wrong, he's here to correct it.
I'd like to see his qualifications first. But...
they're all over the maps in town. Madam Chair, with the Commission's permission, I'd like to start with the re-subdivision issue that we'd like to revisit with the Commission as part of the Mylar approval. In discussions with staff, they flagged a unique wrinkle in our declaration restrictions, seeking mowing in one of the open space parcels. Pat, if you don't mind bringing up the 1978 subdivision map that we sent over today. I do want to revisit where we're coming from. The re-subdivision was approved as part of PLPZ 2020-294, which updated the 1978 subdivision map. We consolidated 2 building lots into one. We reconfigured the open space to move it away from the existing dwelling and improve the watercourse protection over by North Street. And by doing that, we furthered the town's goals under the POCD, guiding principle 4 for improving a natural environment and landscape, and objective 4.6 for enhancing the open space or enhancing open space on the property. This is the 1978 subdivision map.
Right.
So apologies, Pat. I'm getting there. You know, I want to bring this up because you'll see that the open space is at the top of the map here, running just to the west of the house. At the time, the then labeled Parks and Playground area was regularly mowed and maintained as lawn. To go further, under the 1978 restrictions, the property owners had the right to install improvements in the open space, specifically drainage and utility lines. And what you'll see when you, if you zoom in, and will be much more clear on Mr. DeAndrea's map, is that a sewer line easement does run through that area. Those are all issues that we're taking off the table, or that we took off the table by consolidating the lots and reconfiguring the open space. What we're looking to do is continue regular mowing in open space parcel P1. Pat, if we could just scroll down to, apologies, now that we zoom in. P2, the area by the watercourse would remain unmowed. What we're looking to do is maintain it as it's been historically maintained. I know that some of the commissioners asked, you know, how often does something like this happen? And it does happen with a surprising amount of regularity. On North Street alone, in PLPZ 2015-133, up at 564 North Street, the commission permitted the property owners to maintain a wooden bridge that traversed a watercourse in the open space. In PLPZ 2016-539 at 1031 North Street, just going further up into Banksville, the commission permitted the property owners to maintain a fence that separated them from the Banksville cell tower. So this is something that the commission regularly looks at when the situation merits it. As I noted, you know, we did do this with the support of the conservation staff. When the map was originally drafted and approved, conservation staff specifically asked for the trees to be located in the open space and the edge of lawn to be noted. They noted in their most current comments on the re-subdivision application that maintaining the lawn in this manner would be in keeping with how the property has been historically used. That's not to say that we aren't willing to take their further recommendation to engage in organic lawn care and install monuments along the open space boundary.
And they've also got a problem with all the mulch that's being blown away?
Yes, and the organic lawn care maintenance plan,
okay,
that will be incorporated into it as Wes Stout's office develops that.
I mean, this is a struggle for me, Mr. Hegning, because I kind of don't get the point of having open space that's lawn, but your point is this is what you already have, and you're just saying that you have this. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I would say that's correct, and I would say that by updating the declaration of restrictions, the commission is further protecting the open space by ensuring that no improvements are installed in these areas, which is a vast improvement over the 1978 addition.
If I can interrupt here, Mr. Hegning, one of the, as I understand it, one of the purposes and goals of open space is to maintain it in its natural state. And as it turns out, you know, green grass that's mowed weekly, et cetera, is not its natural state. And you refer to why does this, you're saying that this merits your approach here, but I don't know why this merits a different approach from a natural state. And I guess I'm concurring with the chairperson here that this grassy lawn is not consistent with the underlying goals of open space.
I can understand where you're coming from, Mr. Lowe. I think that what we want to emphasize is the unique nature of this property and the improvement that we're making over the 1978 subdivision as part of this project. You know, we're looking to enhance the town's conservation of this area by eliminating the ability to construct improvements in the open space. We're asking for consideration since the open space has historically been treated as lawn by the previous property owners, that we be able to do the same going forward.
Yeah,
we're looking to.
I guess I don't understand. I'm not sure that there's a precedent being set by the previous, arguably, abuse of open space by the previous owner. And I'm not sure I appreciate the unique nature of the property to which you're referring.
There is another a similar instance that I looked at in preparing for this this evening. Was PLPZ 2019-102.
Which is where?
That is a 0 and 16 Lakeview Drive off of the Mianus River. There, the residents had an open space that was shared by several property owners. It was regularly landscaped for use and enjoyment. And so I do want to say that, you know, while this is something that is unique, it is something that the commission has considered and approved in the past.
And would you would your clients consider meadow and mowing the meadow twice a year?
I would defer to Wes Stout on that. He has been retained to develop a landscaping plan for the property. And I'm sure that we could incorporate some of those goals into the project.
Mr. Stout, if you would unmute and say that how you feel about meadowing.
Well, what's interesting, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's interesting about this property is it's a classic Greenwich property. You probably, you know, many people have noticed it. And I think what's unique about it is it's set way back from the road because there was a second building lot in the front that was approved. So they are foregoing the extra building lot here and instead trying to do their additions to the back. So I think the historical use of the front yard is something they're looking to hold on to.
Yeah, so but that's what I was thinking too. I'm sorry for the interruption, but just to jump to just to go.
Sure.
So I'm looking at it thinking, what if you continued to use P2 as it's being used, but you went meadow on P1, especially down the length of it? You take out a whole section of P1 down, you know, that narrow strip of P1. And would you be willing to meadow that?
I'm relatively new to the project, but I've been out to the site twice now and pretty familiar with it. So I think what would be somewhat
it's a fantastic
unsettling to the property would be that, you know, the P1 area changing. I personally,
the P1 is what you want to save is the frontage. You said that's P2.
Correct. I'm seeing P2 as the area to the north that also has
P2 is your frontage, and you want to save that as lawn. But if you took P1
No, I think the most important part is that bump out in the P1 area. That it's really the foreground to the home when you drive in.
All right, so the pump out at okay, so you could keep that as lawn. And what if you do, you've got that long narrow strip in the back, you meadow it and make it pollinator friendly. How about that?
I'm all for
Come on,
pollinators.
Mr. Stout.
And I think that, again, I think the best place to do that, well, let me step back once. When I first looked at it, I said, why don't we make P2 that basically that whole, virtually that whole triangle up to the driveway? And I was informed that that wasn't possible because of a frontage requirement for the lot or something along those lines. And maybe John can weigh in there, but that's the area that's the ecologically viable portion of the site. It's got the stream, it's more natural. There's even more cover there than is shown, and certainly could be beefed up for pollinators, wildlife. It's near the water supply. I think that's a much more ecologically valuable.
The only
location.
reason I suggested leaving, my suggestion was based on you saying that they would want to look, that they wanted to preserve their street view of being set back on a lawn. If they'd be wherever you think that they would be open to meadow and pollinator, I think the back part, the narrow part of P1 could work. And, if you were willing to look at P2, that's great. Why don't we leave it with that you'll consider 1 or 2 pollinator friendly areas there.
I think that's fair.
Madam Chair, I would just like to interject that there is a sewer easement also in that back corner that we've been referring to.
Okay, but that's not a problem. The bees aren't going to mind the sewer easement at all.
Madam Chair, so if we have the map here, Mr. Leroux, if you can zoom in.
I'm zooming. I've got mine open, so.
Okay, zoom into P1. You have, wrong one.
He wants to keep the front bump out of P1 as lawn, and
Wait, I got an idea. So with the P2
is the foreground view of the home. And
I think that P2 would remain as natural as possible.
Right. And then the rear of P1 becomes a pollinator path, a pollinator area. Is that what you're agreeing to, Mr. Stout?
We're thinking actually taking that width, that narrow width of P1 and carrying it all the way through to the front property of that property line, the angled line right there, Mr. Leroux.
No, he doesn't want to do that. He wants to keep that triangle-y thing. He wants to keep it as lawn. Trapezoid. I couldn't remember the word, but he wants to keep the trapezoid as lawn. And if we got pollinator in the back and some naturalness in the front, we'd be good, right?
No, but Nick wants to cut off the trapezoid about mid-course, right there.
Yes, right, exactly. Nick? Exactly.
So
Mr. Stout?
If you look just below that line, there's the zigzaggy line.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's a technical term, right?
That's the edge of that's the edge of the current lawn. Mm-hmm. And so there's a good 10, 15 foot buffer along there right now, which I would gladly build upon. But again, the stately nature of the house, it needs a little bit of shoulder room, and
but on the other hand, you could, it would look, you could also use that if I'm sure that someone with your knowledge can enhance the stately nature of the house with what you put in the pollinator areas.
we will map all that out for you and show you what's possible.
Because it looks sort of more 19th century European than.
Madam Chair,
well, yeah,
no, Mr. Hegney, you can't talk. We're having too much fun.
Right.
I would just like to add to the fun. I will say that conservation did note when they reviewed the project initially that there was benefit in locating the open space further away from the home. So
yes,
my thought would be that if we're doing pollinator plantings, that might be best and most effectively located in P2 rather than in P1.
Right. No, but see, we've gotten, you're behind on the agreement. That's why I didn't want you to jump in. So we already got that from Mr. Stout.
Further conservation's goals.
No, yes, but they're gonna love us more for this.
Mr. Hegney, this negotiation is over, is what she's saying. It's over.
Yes, that part of the negotiation already happened. So P2, we're good. And then Mr. Stout is going to work with your client to see if we can get also some pollinator friendliness, meadowy kind of stuff, whatever they'll accept. Meadowy is also a technical term, Mr. Stout, just like ziggy zaggy or whatever. And see if we can get something in there along the edge of P1 that abuts the property line. And that should still support the stateliness of the house. And Mr. Stout, I've been reading that the bees all died at the flood because there's not enough flowers. So whatever you can do, okay. A lot of people lost their bee colonies. So anything you can do on this nice piece of property that you've got a perfect setup for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll work with staff and get that done.
Yeah, the avian world is depending upon you. It's all on your shoulders.
It's all on your shoulders. Okay, and we took Mr. Hegney out of the negotiation. That was
so
good.
We're looking for a pollinator area. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Stout, how would you like us, and just don't let Mr. Hegney talk. How would you like to word it, Mr. Stout, for P2 and P1?
I would say the P2 would be expanded to provide additional pollination and
natural and more naturalized.
Natural area for ecological expansion. I would say that P1 will be not the entire area hatched would be set aside, but the majority of that would remain lawn up to the existing line, and then we would build the border with additional pollinators.
Okay. You got that?
Okay. Mr. I got that. Actually, now as part of the plan, could you actually provide a mowing schedule that you would recommend, and addressing the natural mulch? If you can actually address that or provide us with some information on being able to keep the natural mulch as it being blown away, as we were told.
Sure, absolutely.
And I think actually as part of that, or part of the map, Mr. Hegney, talking about a more permanent demarcation of the open space. There was some talk about buried monuments, that kind of stuff. I think actually we need to kind of discuss that in detail when they come back as to if that's sufficient, or do we need something a little bit more visual and permanent that's actually on the ground to indicate that actually it's an open space area.
Somebody sent us a picture of it today. Mr. Hegney sent us pictures. They're like posts, and those are okay by me.
Yeah, they're concrete monuments. They're typical for marking out the space. I think the issue is that conservation, a buried boulder tends to get buried. No pun, to be blatantly obvious. So these are more pronounced, and while they don't stand out as large objects and then be enticing for people to hide them or bury them, they stand as markers demarcating the edges.
They're like tombstones, right?
They like grave markers. Yes, they're similar. I mean, only because they're marble, so that they have that look. But
speaking of that, Mr. Leroux and Mr. McRae, we would ask for some flexibility on the building material for the monuments. Happy to install them. We did speak with Mr. Stout, Mr. D'Andrea earlier today. Just to have some flexibility, whether it's concrete, marble, iron pins with PVC caps, we would ask that the commission grant us that flexibility.
Or some combination thereof.
Well, I think if we're going to come back, if you have a suggestion or a catalog, we're happy to pick.
We'll ask conservation to sign off on it.
I'm sorry.
I think we've.
But Mr.
Go ahead, Mark.
I'm sorry. Yes, I just wanted to ask the clarifying question. When you say come back, are we?
No. You'll just talk to conservation staff.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, when we say come back, you'll be done with us, and then you'll just show what you're going to do to conservation. I'm not sure Mr. Stout's going to want to do the what you're describing, because he's talking about.
Are they coming back with the landscape plan before we move on this? No.
Our intention is to not come back to the commission landscaping plan. We feel that we can address the comments that we've received so far with conditions.
Yeah, we just condition it, and we've asked for the 1-for-1 on the trees.
No problem.
And then Mr. Stout's laid out, we would set out all the conditions for what they're going to do with the open space areas, and subject to the agreement with staff, Patrick, with staff review.
Yeah, I just if we're not amending the map, the boundaries,
nope,
that's fine. If we are amending the open space in agreement, I think which is the whole reason why they're back. What is the frequency of mowing that the commission is going to be comfortable with, or are you leaving it up to staff? Because
well, here's the thing. Now that Mr. Stout is going to do a more naturalized front, and he may go and he's going to do meadow along the property line of P1, he wouldn't mow that part of the open space more than twice a year.
So we should have a.
Wait, let him answer.
Just to be more clear on that, I'm 100% agreement on the P2 area and dramatically expanding that area. I think as we get further toward the house in the backside of the house, that's going to be a more used family area. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that came up with the demarcation, the client was concerned about a bunch of stone monuments in the lawn area and safety of children and play and all those sort of things. So I'm all for making the frontage of the property and the wet corridor there, a significant ecological area. But I think as we get further to the back of the property, again, I think we'll use a host of natural and native plant material. But I think we're going to probably run out of real estate to do not a significant meadow, but a successful meadow. They really need to be a little more squarish than linear. So I think that's what we would shoot for in the front.
Well, but this is where we're saying you could go with pollinator friendly plant.
Absolutely.
So absolutely. That's what we said. In P1, correct, you're going to make a pollinator friendly strip all down the length of P1. And that correct, doesn't have to look like meadow. In the area that you're going to meadow, you would mow twice a year.
Correct.
So the mowing, so can we say that P2 will only be mowed twice a year?
Yes.
Okay, P2, Nick, is twice a year, no more than twice a year.
I'm just writing these things down because I'm actually very uncomfortable with doing any of this without a plan in hand. I think actually one of the things that we talked about yesterday with the second part of this is that there was no landscape plan in hand, and that we're kind of doing a little catch up here. So we're talking about a lot of different things, but I'm not too sure how we're late. We're going to say do this, that, and the other thing, but then again, how do we know that that's going to happen? And how does it relate to what's happening with the rest of the applications?
The problem is, Nick, what do you mean the rest of the applications?
The site plan?
Well, it's not changing the site plan.
There was no landscape plan whatsoever. So we have a site plan without the landscape plan. So we're talking about a lot of different things here. So, and I think one of the things that we talked about yesterday was having a landscape plan in hand as part of that application.
All right.
And what I was suggesting to Mr. Stout was to go and actually develop the landscape plan, show what's going to be proposed for each one of the areas, how it's going to be demarcated, provide suggested scheduling for mowing, suggested organic maintenance plan, that kind of stuff. So we know what we're having, and we saying, yeah, we're good with it, good to go with this, and that way we can actually tie everything together.
If I could interject again, I think that we might be able to cover the comments that are have been proposed with some clarification or perhaps some review with staff subsequently. At this moment, I don't know if I don't know if the clients want to push or rush a landscaping plan to address these comments without really considering in the entirety of the project. So I would again offer that we can make some conditions of this approval, like the pollination area and like the perhaps the mowing schedule of some portion of it, which might satisfy the comments that we've received. I mean, it's not a new house. It's not a significant change from the existing. So that would just be a suggestion again.
Yeah, that's where I come out. I mean, Nick, it's an existing property. If you look at what conservation wants, they're not asking, they're okay. They're going to be pleased with what we're recommending here. I just lost them. Let me go back to their comments. So I don't know, could someone else weigh in and help us come to terms on this?
Well, there's also, we had a discussion yesterday about an area that is in the open space that is probably to the south of that little water course, that where all the leaves had, all the ground had been denuded of leaves, leading to the potential for erosion. And
yeah,
but there's
we're in complete agreement with that. We're in complete agreement with that, and intend to expand that the naturalized area of the quote open
I just
space.
wanted to make sure that was included.
Yes. And then,
so Nick, for you, that's the leaves within the wetland area P2 should be left alone. That addresses that conservation comment.
And conservation, as they reviewed it and reviewed the open space, was in concurrence that it was okay to mow up to the current grass line. So they wanted the demarcation, but they were perfectly fine with the grass as it stands.
Right. See, and my sense of this is that we're getting a little bit more than conservation was hoping for, so this is a good thing.
I think we're getting more on the P2 side and everything they were asking for on the P1 side, plus pollination.
All right. Okay. I'm kind of amazed you got a green sheet from wetlands, considering that you have that water course.
I think that is in consideration of the fact that the building envelope next to the water course is now removed. Again, in support.
No, I'm not. I'm just, it's interesting to me because I would have thought they would have asked you to create a greater buffer. Okay, but you're doing it anyway because Mr. Stout's going to go there. So just quickly, is everybody okay? That's really the only outstanding comments you had. The only other one that I have is this retaining wall that you're going to put into the open space. And you're saying that you have the right to do that because you're allowed to build things in the open space?
Actually, if I can add to that, so there's been a little bit of an update. We are willing to move that 5 feet. In fact, DeAndrea has already prepared the plans doing
okay.
So.
All right.
So we can agree to that too.
Okay.
Move it 5 feet or out of the open space.
We want it out of the open space.
Out of the open space.
It's not in the open space. It was just.
It says the grading encroachment is in the open space, so you're not gonna. You're gonna not grade in the open space.
Right. We're moving it 5 feet away so as to not grade into it, but the wall was not proposed in the open space regardless.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Nick, can you live without a landscape plan given all the stuff we've just agreed to?
No, but that's just me, so.
Okay. Can everybody else live without a landscape plan?
We can't live without Nick.
No, I know. So if he's going to be grumpy all night, we should like back off or something?
No, that's all right.
All right.
I am okay and comfortable with being grumpy, but I would prefer having a landscape plan.
Anybody else have a problem? Anybody else have any more questions? Nick, can you see yourself eventually to making a resolution on this?
I think you should do this because I'm not too sure exactly what you want.
All right.
What you want. So.
Well, hold up, Madam Chair. We do have.
All right. No, we're gonna. I'm waiting for the public. Hold on. I'm just making sure that the commission is square before we go to the public.
Can I clarify one thing? I guess we've kind of muddled perhaps the re-subdivision and the site plan. So I just wanted to clarify one point that was a bit confusing to the commission, and that is that the clients, the question as to whether or not there's a pool, and the answer is that the clients eventually would like to do a pool. So when they did the drainage report, they contemplated a pool. At the moment, we're not proposing a pool, but they want to at some point in the future be able to do the pool. So that's the thinking. We're not trying to bait and switch or anything. Just want to make sure that they have the ability to do so when the time comes.
It's not it wouldn't be a matter for the commission unless you're building a pool house with it.
Or an above ground pool, Pat, yeah.
Right.
Yes.
That I would welcome to see it in this neighborhood, but it's not happening.
Mr. Laurel, if they do a pool, that would change their drainage plan, wouldn't it?
It would, and it sounds like they're building capacity into it, but that would be a building permit issue only, and not a zoning issue.
And Mr. D'Andrea has designed the drainage system to account for a potential pool construction.
Okay. All right. All righty. Do I have any comments from the public on this application? No comments from the public. Okay.
We did receive a letter from the neighbor.
Yeah.
Sparrow Lane.
We did get a comment from the engineer, an engineer raising concerns about the drainage or potential runoff from the additions to the site. I don't know if there's the hand.
Okay, good. Oh, Mr. Ottoman.
Hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I think our concerns are relating to the next.
Hold on a second. Could you just identify yourself for the court reporter, because you are not Mr. Ottoman?
Yeah, hello. This is Ida Gaby, a civil engineer from Anneman Kirby, representing.
Okay, wait. Could you say your name again? There's a lot of sound in your background.
Okay, sorry. Ida Gaby from Anneman Kirby.
Could you spell your last name, please?
G-H-E-I-B-I.
Okay. And, the court reporter is smiling. Okay, he's good. All right. Okay.
Wrong application. No.
Yes,
right.
That's what I was gonna say. Like that letter doesn't relate to this one. It's for the next one.
Okay, so all the time we just took to get your name, you're not here to speak about this application.
It's about this property, but for
we're taking both of them up together.
No, we're doing them both together, ma'am. So we're doing both. We're doing both 10 and 11 together.
359 North Street.
Then, okay, then I'm going ahead. We have a couple concerns based on submitted materials. First of all, when we looked at the watershed maps for the proposed one, 17,736 square feet will be directed toward Mr. Vanderbilt property, which means an additional of 1,919 square feet of impervious area being drained toward Mr. Vanderbilt property. And that means it will generate more volume of water. And for the existing situation, there is only one concrete gallery in the backyard that is being infiltrating 128 cubic feet of water toward Mr. Vanderbilt property, but under proposed condition with system number 4 and 5, according to drainage plans, there will be 12 additional storage units, which will make 972 cubic feet of more groundwater recharge volume that will all be directed toward Mr. Vanderbilt property. And we are very concerned about this because Mr. Vanderbilt has a severe groundwater issue and has experienced flooding in his basement several times in the past 6 years, despite a 5-pump dewatering system. So we went through the drainage report, and he is in like point of concentration A. That's where his house resides, and more volume of water is being directed toward the Vanderbilt property or PO point of concentration A than any other neighbor. So we would like to see to move some of the storage units further down because it will definitely impact the groundwater elevation for Mr. Vanderbilt as a downstream neighbor. And there is also a level spreader, which is placed right at the easement setback, which is 10 feet away from the Mr. Vanderbilt property line, but it's still right on the easement. So we wanted to ask for relocation of that level spreader further south. And when we went through the plans, we saw there were some maybe miswriting or type or whatever for junction box elevations controlling system 5. The elevations must be clarified because the first invert is lower than the sump elevation. When we were calculating what the groundwater volume charge would be, that's when it comes to play. So in conclusion, with respect to Rocco D'Andrea's design, we would like to ask for stormwater dewatering system 4 and 5, and including the level spreader to be relocated like 50 feet further down than where it is being proposed right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna keep you here for a little bit. Would one of you respond? I suppose that would be Mr. D'Andrea.
Yes, if I can ask that Tony D'Andrea, our site engineer, respond to those concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I had a opportunity to review the letter that Ida submitted to the commission for consideration. I would start by saying that we had spent a lot of time on the design. We reviewed it with the DPW. Scott Marucci, of course, issued his memo of acceptance, if you will. A couple of minor points. We always deal with Scott in that manner. So we have no objection to those comments and we'll address those fine points. In regard to Ida's comments, her concern is that we would be introducing more groundwater. If you look carefully at the drainage maps that she referred to, you'll notice that we've carefully identified the watersheds. One of the basic tenets of drainage design is that we shall not divert water from one watershed to another. What Ida has asked you to consider is moving the discharge 50 feet farther south to avoid the potential that more surface water would be directed toward her client. The fact of the matter is that we designed the system in accordance with the drainage manual, which requires us to infiltrate. You'll notice when you study the drainage design that there are numerous elements or components of the design spread out throughout the property to separate as required so that we recharge with great distance between each module so as not to overload any one area. Another major point of our design from the outset, recognizing the topography and the drainage discharge in the south and west direction, we decided to design the system with excess capacity. In fact, we have designed it so as to store the entire discharge for the 25-year storm. And what that does is it will allow the water to dissipate into the ground. Yes, it will over time. And also we are obligated by our design manual to recharge. If you look at the test pits, you'll find that we do have a sandy gravel profile, which is suitable, ideally, if you will, for recharging into the ground. So we carefully noted that. We over-designed it in a way, but by storing all of the runoff generated during the 25-year storm. And in summary, we have met the requirements for the peak and the volume for all storms up through 25, again, as required by our drainage manual. I understand the concerns of the neighbor. I do recognize that he, from what Ida says, that he has significant groundwater pumping. I have not been on the site. I can't offer any suggestions for improvements, but I will summarize by saying
you can't offer a suggestion for improvement, Mr. DeAndrea. Is there anything?
No, I said I have not been asked to visit the site, so I can't offer any suggestions on the neighbor's property.
Could we get you to do that, to visit the site and take could we get you to visit your site and see if there's anything you can do to reduce the water impacts on the neighboring property?
Well, actually, Madam Chairman, we've already done that. As I tried to explain, we've over-designed by creating excess volume in our analysis to store the entire runoff for the 25-year storm. So we have the capacity to hold that that's generated.
For the 25-year storm, you're not decreasing the volume, though.
One person at a time. We can't.
Yeah, let Mr. DeAndrea finish, ma'am. Okay.
What Ida's going to point out is that on her summary chart at the 25-year storm, she shows that we have an increase of existing of 5837, and we're going to have a proposed of 5844. I don't think that's a significant number to be concerned with. The fact of the matter is,
but you are also increasing in the. I'm looking at it. You're also increasing in the 50 and the 100.
Right. The basis of that is that everyone knows that we're going to have more volume during the 50 and 100-year storm. Our obligation is to retain up to the for just a 1-year storm for the groundwater recharge. We've done much more than that by retaining all of the runoff for the 25. We're not obligated to design for the 50 and 100 because the systems then become too large, and we are not required, nor should we be designing every storm for a 100-year event. It may come to that some year, but that's not our requirement at this point. So suffice it to say, we have met all requirements of the drainage manual. We've stored and will store all of the runoff generated during the 25-year storm. We are recharging groundwater in accordance with the drainage manual. We have set multiple units separated properly in accordance with the design standards so as to disperse the water throughout. And we are not permitted, allowed, or good engineering to divert water. So the suggestion that we should take water from A and put it on B is not acceptable, not permitted, and will not be done.
Is there any way that you can solve this issue that she's got in bold, that you're directing more groundwater recharge towards the Vanderbilt property?
We're not directing more than is already going in that watershed, you see? So we can't divert the water from one watershed to the other. That's a fact. And that's a basic element of our drainage design and obligation. So
well, that's not how this is written, Mr. DeAndrea. So you're saying that this is here it says that that there's a greater diversion of water into the Vanderbilt property.
There is absolutely not a greater diversion of water into the Vanderbilt property. Mm-hmm. But you can understand what you just suggested is that it would be appropriate to move the water from Vanderbilt to Cates. That would not be acceptable. And when you look, Madam Chairman, at the drainage sketches that Ida included with our report, you'll notice that you can see the way the contours are shaped, and those are existing condition contours, that the water is moving in that direction toward Vanderbilt. So there's nothing we can do to stop that, nor should we. And our design has been very carefully formulated, submitted for review. It's had peer review by DPW, and we stand by our results. We are not able to, and we will not propose to divert water from its natural watershed. In other words, we're totally in compliance with our standards of practice and principles.
And you're saying that you can't do anything to retain the property within that POC, law. So in that corner of the property, you can't retain the water longer on your side of the property line.
I've stated it several times, and I'll reiterate
well,
it.
I know, and I'm just going to keep asking the questions. So
no, I'm going to answer it again.
Okay.
We have done that. We have done that.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you could do. So I'm trying to read your. So the issue here is that as I'm looking at the topography, you have this drop off right in that corner, right? It goes. I can't read all the numbers, but I'm seeing that it drops from about 103 down to 92. So you have a, nope, 105. I see the 105. So you drop from 105 down to about 90 or so.
No, that's, let me read the numbers from the plan. The southwest, excuse me, the northwest corner of the property along the western border, the elevation in the vicinity of the sewer easement, which has been noted before, which is at the northeast, at the southeast corner of the Vanderbilt property. That's the lowest point, 100. And it rises in a northeasterly direction all the way up to 107. So those are natural contours, and we're not altering those other than to provide a little bit of grading that would actually slow down the runoff coefficient.
That's what I'm really asking you. So could you do more on that to slow it more?
I can refocus.
I'm looking at your time. So could you slow it more? That's about as much as if you slowed it more as it comes off of that, what I'm looking at that 105 elevation in that corner, as it slopes down, could you slow it more? Because I'm seeing that there is a number in the 90s there. Could you slow it more?
There's actually not a 90, Madam Chairman. There's not a 90 on that western border. The number on the western border of our property adjacent to Vanderbilt is actually 101. It slopes down even a little bit more to 100 near the sewer easement.
So you could revise this corner so that you slow the rate.
The answer to that is no, I can't.
I thought you just said yes. You told me that
no,
you've already.
No, I never said yes. What I said is I want to refocus. So the problem for Mr. Vanderbilt, as evidenced by his engineer, is that he has a significant groundwater problem. We can't control his groundwater problem. It exists now, prior to construction of anything that we would do on the Ever property. What we've done in recognition of the downhill location of the Vanderbilt property is to be very careful in our design and build in excess capacity for storage. So in that regard, we have less surface runoff and a longer time for infiltration. Once we're in the gravel seam, we are better off than he is today.
All right, so here's, how about this to the commission? I'd like Mr. Marucci to take another look at this.
Oh, that is unnecessary, if I may offer that to the commission, because Mr. Marucci has already issued his approval of acceptance on the report, for which we've done a great deal of discussion in advance. We're fully aware.
As I said, I would still like to ask Mr. Marucci to take a look at this and see if he's got any thoughts on it. And to that, I add that Nick wants a landscape plan anyway, and we can get all the stuff that we've just discussed. We can get it done and nailed down, and we can stop talking. We get the landscape plan, and we get we don't have, all the agreements that we've just made on the mowing frequency and what's going to be planted and the expansion of the P2 area, all of that. The tree replacement for each 6 inches of tree caliper is replaced with one tree of native canopy, one native of canopy tree. And that on the landscape plan, you provide the tree removal and replacement schedule. That you, I think that when you come, that I'd like to leave both 10 and 11 open so that we know that we've got something that fits what we've in the site plan with what we're discussing in the confirmation of the mowing schedule. And in the meantime, I'd like to ask Mr. Marucci to just take one look at this and see if he's got any thoughts about this neighbor issue.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we do that as part of the zoning permit sign-off process. We will be sending revisions to Mr. Marucci either way. I do believe he can evaluate those issues, but at the same time, as Mr. DeAndrea has noted, he did sign off on this drainage plan saying that this conforms with the town standards. I think we're lucky to have had a good correspondence so far with West Stout's office and the conservation staff. We have Ms. Pruitt on this application. Terrific. I would wholeheartedly agree with that. I would say that Ms. Pruitt, as our planner, provides an added layer of comfort for the commission here. I think that this is something that we could easily resolve with Public Works as part of their standard review.
Let me just see how. Thank you, Mr. Hegney, for your opinion. Okay? So I heard you. Is that Mr. Maidik?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, Commission, what do you want to do?
As I stated before,
I'm
comfortable without the landscape plan.
Okay, we got two people who want to leave it open. Are you guys going to be okay with that? The rest of the commission?
Yes.
All righty, Rudy. Okay, we're gonna leave this open because two of us have now landed.
If I could add one thing to the to-do list is if we can get a new draft declaration that we can just make sure everybody is clear on the maintenance schedule and things like that. If we're gonna leave this open.
All right.
Happy to provide that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hegney. And I'm sorry, because we did try to get all the issues resolved, but I think at this point we'd like to, I was taking a lot of shortcuts, and at this point, let's just get everything squared away. And we'll accommodate you as soon as you're ready. And we'll do our best.
We would ask that if there is an availability to schedule us as soon as possible,
sure.
We jump at that opportunity.
We got all the spare time in the world, you guys. Okay, so we'll do our best because we know that we could have done this a lot quicker tonight if we had known we were going to leave it open. We could have just left you all the conditions that we had. And there you are. Okay, so we will leave this open. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I asked for public comment. Yes, I did. Okay, all right. And thank you very much to everybody. And now we move on to number 12, which is Mead Point LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit for a new single family dwelling pool and cabana at 618 Indian Field Road is the official number now of that place. All right. Okay. All right. This is Mr. Hegney, and with his friend, Mr. Liebman is back. I'm guessing. All right.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This is at the end of Indian Field Road, Mead Point. We're proposing to construct a single family house on parcel A. There are two lots as part of the property. We came to you on December 21st. You were looking to have some additional information on the landscaping, tree removal, meet with engineering. A number of you were able to join us on the site visit back on January 28th, which was also accompanied by the Conservation Commission, which, by the way, had unanimous attendance for that commission. And we met with engineering, went over their comments. We're in the midst of revising plans to tweak it to the issues that they raised. And we had a Conservation Commission meeting on February 3rd. I really wanted to touch on, since we have engineering still outstanding, there were a couple of things I wanted to touch on with what was brought up at the briefing yesterday. First is that the house is completely in the X zone. It is not in any of the flood zones. Pat, could you bring up the plan that we sent this afternoon that had the blow up of the zoning location survey with the colored lines on it? What we did just to illustrate this was to highlight the flood zone lines on the map so that you could see where the house is located, where the flood zone line is, and where the V zone line is, which shows that all of the house, including the garage, is located within the X zone. Having said that, the driveway profile is such that you rise from elevation 8 to elevation 15, and then slope down to elevation 14 where the garage is located. You could have a basement and garage at any elevation because it's all in the X zone. And this shows also the profile of the driveway as well. I think it was the one.
This is only one sheet. I'll go back and look at the emails, but this was.
Yeah, the other one came from Emma in my office. But let's keep this one on the screen because what it does show in the lower portion that the driveway starts at elevation 8, goes up to elevation 15, and then goes down to elevation 14 where the garage is. So the purpose is, even if there were a storm that came in and in the X zone there was flooding, there would still be adequate elevation to prevent the garage from being inundated. But as I said, the entire house is located within the X zone. The other item that came up as part of the Conservation Commission meeting, and also as part of the discussion yesterday, was the archaeologist's report on this. The prior owner had hired Ernest Wiegand, a professor at Norwalk Community College, who's an archaeologist, and he prepared actually 3 reports. In doing archaeological analysis and removal, there are 3 stages that you can go through. The first is a stage 1, which is a general summary of the area. That was done in the summer of 2015. And they reviewed actually the entire site. They went through with a grid system, analyzing all the different areas. This is what I was looking for before, Pat. Just to take a step back, the green line shows the X line, and outside that is the AE14 zone, and then the blue line outside of that is the VE15. And the only thing that's located within the flood zone is the pool. Then for those of you who are at the site, that was the one area where it does drop off considerably. So based on the results of the stage 1 survey that Professor Wiegand did, he did a stage 2 that was done in October and November of 2015. What he found was that the site functioned as a workshop for tools and hunting implements. And basically that occurred between 1100 and 750 BC. With the discoveries he made as part of the stage 2, he had a recommendation that we move to a stage 3 archaeological data recovery program, which the prior owner agreed to do. And that was conducted beginning in December of 2016, was resumed again in the spring of 2017 and completed in July of 2017. There's a very, very detailed report, lists all of the artifacts that were removed. It had photos of the excavation of the area, had detailed charts to accompany it as well. It's a 123-page report that he put together. The stage 3 work was completed in July of 2017, and there is no stage 4 that archaeologists follow. You get to the stage 3, you've done what you need to do, and you're completed. What Professor Wiegand recommended was that we have the project archaeologist visit the site during the early stages of tree removal to recover any additional artifacts. That was his recommendation. It is not a requirement either under state law or under any regulations. So I spoke with the representatives of the applicant who are agreeable with these recommendations, and we've retained Professor Wiegand to visit the site. So that would be done as well. We have him visiting the site before work begins, but he would also be permitted on site during the tree removal process. There were also issues at conservation regarding environmental assessment and the analysis of the trees on site and what could be retained or pruned rather than removed. We've retained Bill Kenny to do the environmental assessment and the arborist in his office, Caroline Matthews, to assess the existing trees on site. Based on that, we'll be revising our landscape plan so we can present that to you as well. Just to point out, we've received sign off from the health department for the septic system, and the DEP has had no comments.
Yep. Okay.
And we're almost there in terms of addressing the engineering comments. So.
Okay, so you're going to work on the comments from conservation. You're going to work on you're going to come in with a new landscape, a revised landscape plan. That you've got so you're going to address the tree removal question. I'm always amazed that it's over 1,000 shrubs. What else, folks, before? What any other input from Mr. Hagney?
Mr. Hagney, in terms of the archaeological assessment, where on the site plan in terms of the development plan, where those sites are they going to be underneath where the building is, or how can we relate that the assessment to what we're seeing?
Pat, if you could bring the site plan back up on the screen. There are basically two areas, Mr. McCry. One is on the, this is good too. You see the driveway coming on the north and then turning back east. There's an area on the bend before you get up to the motor court, which was an area where there was a fair amount of excavation that was done for artifacts at that point. And the other area would be where the septic system is. when I spoke with Professor Wiegand today, he was doing an overlay of his grid system with this site plan so that he could determine what, if any, trees were going to be removed in the area where he thought there were the potential for additional artifacts. One of the things he did say was there might be the opportunity to grind stumps rather than pull the trees out, so the artifacts would remain on site. But he does look for the opportunity if trees do stumps need to be removed, to be available to retrieve any artifacts that might surface.
Would you retain him as well during the excavation for the garage in the basement?
He didn't find when he was doing his report, and I'll ask him about that, but his report's pretty clear that up on the top of the knoll, he didn't find anything. And that was part of the stage 1 and 2. When you walk the site, over on the west side along the water, there are quartz deposits that are sort of squished in the granite. And that's many of having now read his report a couple of times, that's where they look to for the material to manufacture the tools and weapons. So that's mainly the area that was focused on. It was not up on the top. This was really seasonally used, more as a workshop than as a kind of village.
Okay, so does that answer your questions, Mr. McRae?
Yeah, I think so. I think actually maybe just to keep in the back of the applicant's mind, just in case, that I would hate to see actually, you know, that first bucket of soil come out and there's something in it, and that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if they're confident, that's it. But it's just something to keep in the back of their mind.
Yeah,
I have to say that Professor Wiegand did a very, very extensive review and analysis and excavation on this property. It was well thought out and well planned and executed.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Rao. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McRae.
All righty. Okay, so and everybody's now comfortable with the lower level parking and the flood zone issue and whether or not they need flood mitigation?
I think actually it's going to be their issue, and it'll be up to the zoning enforcement officer.
Yep. Okay.
But I don't think I'll be parking my car in there in the storm.
All right. I think from that we leave you to address the open issues, Mr. Hegney. I'm not seeing anything else that we would add unless somebody on the commission wants to add something. Do I have any comments from the public? Okay, so we'll leave this application open, Mr. Hegney, and we'll see you when you come back, which is probably going to be in a few minutes, right? Thank you, sir. Are you under the weather?
Leave you for the rest of the evening.
Are you under the? Yeah, you sounded like.
Young Thomas has had a runny nose, and we've been matching whose nose runs faster.
All right. Well, that's the advantage of having grandchildren.
Yes.
Okay, we'll see you when you come back. At least we got you out of here early.
Thanks.
All righty. And with that, Mr. Basili, I know you hate this, but that ends the public meeting, right, Mr. LaRoe? Now we go to the discussion items.
Thank you very much.
Why do you sound so unhappy? No, just kidding.
The meeting was shorter than the vote on that one before before the break. Anyway, see you next time. Thank you.
Bye-bye. All righty. Our first discussion item is 142 Railroad Avenue, and this is for a pre-app review. This is on an approval originally issued to create a convenience store instead of 3 service bays. And that's, hello, Mr. Bristol.
Hello. That's correct, Madam Chair. Good evening, Christopher Bristol, representing the applicant, 142 Railroad Avenue LLC. Our our client, the applicant, purchased the property in 2004 and received a site plan approval. Mr. DeAndrea did receive site plan approval, as Madam Chair pointed out, to convert 3 service bays to retail space for the convenience store. That had the benefit of actually reducing the parking demand such that the parking became compliant on site. The owner started and substantially completed most of the work. The permit history, building permit history for the building renovation, a number of inspections were done, plumbing, electric. I think even a building inspection was done, but was never finished and closed out. And that was started in 2004, then it was extended and subsequently the zoning expired before we got a chance to get a CO. So that's why we're here. We've reapplied to sort of go and renew, if you will, the site plan approval 2450, I think it was, from 2004, so that we can finish everything up and get a CO and then open the convenience store.
Any comments from the commission?
Mr. Bristol,
yes.
There was a mention of a lease with the Connecticut DOT for the back part of this property.
Yes, my understanding, yes.
Okay, I think if you return, as we're in a pre-app, if you return, can you bring a copy of that as executed?
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I'll inquire on the applicant or our client.
Okay, and you're maintaining one bay, or is the whole thing?
No, it's everything has already been done. Everything has been done. It was three bays, and it's all converted into that convenience store that's existing there now. So I mean, it's
just about done. I went by there, and it's basically I hadn't paid attention in all these years, but the building part is done, and it's just a question of putting merchandise in there, basically.
Correct.
So.
I think we probably have to stripe the spaces. I think that the lot actually probably lacks the striping that's on that site plan, but I think that's it actually.
Okay.
What kind of merchandise are they planning to put in there?
I mean, I don't have a list. I mean, normal convenience store stuff.
A convenience store, so it'll be a little market for people in that part of town.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent it's helpful, yeah.
Oh, it's not going to be high-end handbags or something.
Low-end handbags. With high-end levels.
All right. Candy bars.
Any other questions from the commission? No. Do I have any questions from the public? No. All right. So I don't think we have any issues with this, Mr. Bristol.
Okay, great.
You lucked out tonight.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you very much. And
thank you so
we'll
much.
see you when you come. I guess you'll come back with the actual. Right.
Oh, we actually, it should be in the queue, actually. We filed it shortly after, so
good.
I'll work it out with staff when it comes up in the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. Good night, everyone.
All right, so our next application is also a discussion item. It's Jin Lin at 25 Orchard Street, Cos Cob, for a pre-app review. And this is to construct a 2-family residence on an undersized lot at that address. And representing the applicant is Milo Chechi. And I bet he doesn't pronounce it like that. Try that again. All right. Maybe he says it's Ceci. All right, sir.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, hi. So how do you pronounce your last name?
Cece, yeah.
Yeah, you do say Cece. I had a feeling given the Cece prominence in town, but okay, so.
No problem, thank you. Thanks for taking the time to review my application. Yeah, I've done a handful of single family and 2-family developments in town, and I'm hoping to do another 2-family development here at 25 Orchard Street. It is a non-conforming lot for a few different reasons. The main reason was the lot size. So I do have the proposed, or actually, sorry, the existing condition survey as part of my file. I'm not sure if you guys can see that.
Yeah, we saw it. Yep, we saw it.
Yeah, so I am 437 square feet under the R6 minimum. And also another important thing to note on the survey was the placement of the existing 2-family home, as well as the placement of the detached garage. The existing 2-family home does not comply with the R6 setbacks for the front yard. And you also have the detached garage, which is over the accessory structure square footage, as well as not complying with the side and rear yard setbacks. So I'm hoping to demolish both the existing 2-family and detached garage and rebuild within all the R6 setbacks. So I do have a proposed site development plan. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. I actually sent it to Peter Manx today, and then I also tried to email it to Pat Leroux. But I'm not sure if that made it onto.
Well, we didn't. I talked to Pat this afternoon, and he hadn't seen it yet. Pat, do you want to speak for self?
Gladly. I did not see that email, but I will go through. You said it went through Peter?
So I originally sent it to Peter, and Peter said he was going to update the electronic file. And then I was looking, and I didn't see it. I see the original hand-drawn plans, which are okay, but I'd love for you guys to see the actual proposed site development plan done by Mueller Engineering. Because I was told one of the more important parts of to have a successful application was to prove that the parking would work.
Yes.
So I wanted to show you guys that parking worked, and also the setbacks and FARs for R6 are all met.
Okay, so
but we were able to get 5 parking spots. So there's 2 interior spots, 2 garage spots, and then there would be 3 exterior spots. Total.
All right. So Mr. Ceci, I just put up your lot. You're going to take down all of these buildings, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you going to leave any of these nice trees? Hint, hint.
So the one in the rear yard, I believe I can. The front yard, I think that might be in the way.
Okay. All right. So we're probably going to ask you to try and do something to replace that tree. Then the other thing is, you correctly pointed out, the key thing for us when you have an undersized lot, there are 2 issues that are key in the R6 when you're doing a 2-fam, and why you come into us for it would be, one, that you don't end up parking on the street, especially because Orchard's kind of a crazy street, and that you accommodate, and we'll look at that when you come back in. You don't have to show that to us now. The other thing that we look at besides the parking is just whether you can be whether the development is respectful of the neighbors. It looks like you're going to be fine on this side of your building. On the other side, I was having trouble figuring out this part. It looks like your driveway encroaches, but it doesn't, right? This is, the neighbor has 2 driveways on Orchard?
Yeah, I believe the neighbor and our driveway meet at a certain point.
Yeah, and the neighbor then has another access over here, as I remember, where they've got all these parked cars over here. They have a second, so they have 2 driveways. I don't know, maybe you can do something to screen between you and them when you come back in.
So I was planning to do
great
a like fence or plantings.
Okay.
I've actually my father, who's Ceci Brothers, will be joining in on me on this project. So the
I figured that might be your family, that Ceci Brothers. Yeah.
Okay. Be an issue, so I definitely make sure that we make you guys happy.
Yeah. Oh, great. So that's perfect. So you've got the connection. So that's what we're going to look for. And is that you do something to, and you've got a nice little spot of green in front of your property, so you can enhance it. And everybody's agreed that this, people who had looked at it.
Yeah, so this is it, actually. Thank you for pulling this up.
Thank you. Okay, so he bumped my sharing just as I was. Okay, so now Pat's going to talk about.
Don't be offended, Madam Chair.
All right,
you're getting into the proposal. I wanted to get
proposed driveway. So you come in, and the 2 parking spots are in the front, and then you're still going to have a garage in the back. And you have another garage still in the front, and you have 2 parking spaces in the front. We might think about whether you could do a little more of a strip of green in the front.
Okay.
I mean, just because you've got the connections to make this really pretty, and it looks like you're saving this one tree in the rear and this one's coming out, but maybe you could put another tree in the front corner. something along here.
Yeah,
okay.
Like Maple.
So yeah, and that'll really pretty up Orchard Street. I'm hoping you're a Coscobber, but
yes, I am.
Okay, so that'll really make Orchard Street look, it'll be a nice streetscape improvement on Orchard because you'll have the house, the building improvement, and you'll also have a greenscape from the front. Wow, it looks to me like you're pushing the FAR on this. Are you really okay on your setbacks and FAR on all this?
Yeah, so we do show the buildable area in the blue dotted line. So we do have a 25-foot setback in the front. We have 10 on the driveway side, and then the 5 on the opposite side, as well as a 25-foot setback in the rear yard. We are doing an accessory, a rear accessory structure, which is the garage for the rear unit. So that is located in the rear.
Why did you not stick it up against the building and you have that gap?
Where's that?
Yeah, right there. Why do you have that gap?
Because I would be, because you could see the 25-foot rear setback. You see the dotted line there. So I couldn't cross that point with the main structure.
No, but why don't you stick the garage up against the main structure?
Because it would be part of the main.
Oh, okay. And even if, yeah, okay. So he's got to keep it as an accessory building.
I mean, the only comment, and this is just an aesthetic thing, but you know, having it, you know, there's an opportunity for some lawn if this was shortened, this driveway. And
yeah, if you could work on that. See, what I'm trying to get to is you'd have a really nice backyard if you somehow move that garage, and you'd have a great space for kids to play. And that's your call. I mean, you're legal, you're legit. But what we would say to you is, if these are going to be rentals, a family's going to really like having a backyard.
I would love to have a backyard. I think it'd make the rear unit extremely, more
rentable,
more valuable, rentable. Yeah. But yeah, moving that garage, I just wouldn't be past the farthest point of the house, which then makes it.
All right. Maybe when you come back in, Pat can give you some ideas on how to relocate that accessory building. So before you get to final plans, maybe you could come in and talk to staff. Who's your staff person on this?
Sorry, who's that?
Are you talking to me, Madam Chair?
No, who was the staff person? There's no staff person assigned to it yet. Okay, when you come in, maybe you could work with staff a little bit and see if you can relocate. They'll help you figure out. Don't get too final on the plans and see if you can get some input from staff on, even if you move that garage forward some.
If I go forward, I won't be past the farthest point of the house. I would like to move it more forward.
Yeah.
But then I'm not past the farthest point, which I'm okay with, but I know, I want to comply.
I mean, it's just that you don't get any backyard, and we would love to see more backyard as well. I mean, it's good for both of us. It means you'd have to get a variance. I don't know how you feel about getting a variance on the accessory.
Well, there may be a tie-in, Madam Chair, because there's an existing structure. I don't know how much demolition is going on or if any on the site, but I would not take anything down without having a discussion with zoning enforcement.
Yeah, actually, it's funny you mentioned that because I do have another plan that actually shows us reusing the existing garage, and that was actually my preferred way to do this. But then our garage wasn't past the farthest point of the house, so I figured I'd have to go for a variance, which something that.
Maybe Pat can help you with this because you have it. Is it existing non-conforming, Pat?
I would say this garage is definitely.
So the old garage.
The old garage, yeah.
So could he do a 6141 and say he's not increasing the non-conformity and
I think he could do that. I think there's also a way to declare that you're maintaining or you're non-conforming rights and because it's not I think if it was the existing house and then putting the accessory is a different thing, but it's an accessory to accessory. So we could talk to the zoning enforcement officer at the same time and get it. Maybe there's a way to just, even if we could pull it like Mr. Ceci said, pulling it a little closer to here and leaving this open would be, an improvement, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So Mr. Ceci, do you have Patrick's email address?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you and Patrick connect, because I think he's he's on the money here, that you can get a better yard, still be in compliance, not have to get a variance, and get a better backyard. And then we'd be pleased because you'd have more green space, more green space all combined. You'll still be able to address the on-site parking. You should be in good shape.
Okay, awesome. So I haven't officially gone through with the purchase of the property yet, because I wanted to come speak with you guys first.
Okay.
But so do you think though, you know, as long as I continue to work with you guys, getting the 2 units on the property won't be a problem?
We're not allowed to actually say something like that to you, sure. But what we can say to you is if you can make the circulation, that what we worry about is the impact on adjacent properties and that you have sufficient parking on site. And if you've addressed those things, we are normally comfortable.
Okay. All right. So it looks like
I can't tell you how we're going to vote. That would be breaking the law. And you wouldn't want us to do that.
Madam Chair, can I suggest one, even though I'm not seated on this?
Yeah, of course.
So I live in Cos Cob, in the area. A lot of Cos Cob homes, as you know, don't have garages. I don't have a garage. I've got 2 cars here, shovel off the snow every now and then. I mean, could a possibility be you don't have a garage and you have much more green space?
You could, but it's a very rentable thing to have a garage.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Does the parking requirements require indoor and outdoor?
Mm-hmm. We can waive it as long as there's 4 parking spaces, but as long as there's sufficient parking, we can waive the outdoor. Correct, Pat? I'm not misquoting, am I?
No, yeah, we it does say that's the preference. The commission has the authority to make it outdoor, and that could be another thing too. I mean, more space for the house, less space for the park, you know, the indoor spaces. You know, if that was something that you wanted to put forth, the commission could consider that.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for more green space. I mean, I personally am very favorable towards garages. I hate taking the snow off cars. So
I'll come over and do it for you.
All right, Mr. Cici, I think you're in good shape.
Can I mention one more thing as well?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I just want to mention too, because I know green space was a concern. So Brian Mueller from Mueller Engineering did.
I know. I lowered his hand just now. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, because he did the green space percentages, and
you're good?
know that they were met. So I also just wanted to mention that as well.
Yeah, you meet all your zoning, so meet all the zoning requirements. Make sure that you can get the cars are parked off the street, and we're going to be, and that you're not impinging on neighbors, and you should be relatively good.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Cici.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, one more. Our next application is also a discussion item, MH Cohen Realty for a pre-app review at 8 and 10 Lewis Street. As you all remember, this is the proposed restaurant and bakery and market. And hello, Mr. Haslam.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I think you recall the last time we were in front of you a couple of weeks ago, there was some discussion about this project and whether it could be modified or conditioned in some form or fashion to get the comfort of the commission in letting us go forward. Here we are, though. It's been a year since we came before you in the pre-app, and we thought it was a pretty positive pre-app a year ago, and we're back in the pre-app. But I know,
but we said to you, don't keep saying that to us, because you keep reprimanding us for the change in attitude.
No.
Okay. And the change in attitude was when we realized how big the space was, and that it looked like it was going to be events, and we hadn't known that before. Okay, right. Go ahead.
Well, I think it just, what I'd like to use our limited time for, I know it's really late and everyone's tired too, is to just get a sense of where everyone is before we head to a final site plan application. I watched the briefing yesterday. I know that the most recent conditions of approval that we proposed in order to get, hopefully, this moved to final, that the commission was, quote, underwhelmed by, end quote.
Yeah. Let me put it to you differently, because I missed the briefing, so I'm going to come in cold to this. Your client wants to be in Greenwich because it's a good place to do business, right? The assumption is it's a good place to do a business, and that just the setting will be a plus. Our fear is that if the parking is a huge issue, the rest of the retail and restaurants around you will be so severely impacted that your client is going to be surrounded by not quite a ghost town, but somewhere there. And that in the best business interest of both your client and the town in general is to find a compromise where you don't excessively pressure a parking lot that is already very limited, usually during the day. And that's our big concern. Now, we can't talk to you about the parking, so we had to focus you on the trips generated, which we thought you were too conservative about. But what we're really saying is, if you put pressure on this neighborhood that is so great that people don't want to go there, he will hurt his own business opportunity. That doesn't make sense for anybody. And so when these guys said, if that's what they said to you yesterday, that they were underwhelmed, or they didn't say to you, but they said it to each other that they were underwhelmed, that's what the commission's been worried about as soon as we got the numbers. Can you get to a point where you don't create a log jam in central Greenwich? That's what we're asking. You create that log jam and you hurt the businesses around you, and it won't be Greenwich anymore. It won't be where you live. It won't be where we live, because those businesses will not get people. And you heard how hysterical people get over a loss of 20 spaces. When New York Health Club was open, I would go there in the morning and not be able to find a space at 10 o'clock in the morning in that lot. Now, I can't talk to you about parking, but if you're generating a lot of trips, that's the concern. So I think that's why they were underwhelmed. That's where we left this discussion the last time. How do we protect the vitality of your surrounding neighborhood and help you thrive with your business?
Well, I think my client who wants to run this business appreciates the fact that you're worried about how well they're going to be able to do at this location. Obviously, they are too. More importantly, the owner of the building also is concerned to the extent that the parking issue is, even though not supposed to be discussed, being pretty much loaded onto this one property and this building, which has been there since 1910. So there's concern there that while you're looking for the economic, or looking out for the economic interests of other businesses and property owners in downtown Greenwich, that they're actually being harmed by the inequitable application of the zoning regulations. That being said, and I've tried to work with my clients of getting some reasonable conditions placed on here, even though there's no other businesses between the front and rear building lines that have any conditions on them with regard to how many seats they can have, or that they can't have private events there or whatever. But I know I've impressed upon them that they should really look at this. That being said, when we come back,
because you know how it works. It isn't you didn't put the rest of the people on the elevator on a diet, but when the last person gets in and the elevator goes crashing down to the basement because too many people are on board.
Well, I'd say, Madam Chair, that again, I know some commission members reacted negatively to this yesterday, but we looked at 265 Greenwich Avenue, which was a pre-app that you had before you a year ago. And they have 14,000 square feet there. That building was built in 2007. I know because I did the zoning work there. It only has 8 parking spaces in the back, so it's severely non-conforming, but it's between the front and rear building lines. And therefore, it came in as a pre-app, and then you never saw it again. It went right to a zoning permit and got a zoning permit. And they now have on their website an advertisement for the fact that you can have your wedding there if you want. And when I walked by it last Saturday night with my wife, they have a thriving restaurant going there, which you never saw. It was all by a zoning permit. So I spoke to the zoning enforcement officers. My clients were like, well, what's with that? We've been at this for a year, and yet they get approval with a zoning permit after a pre-app. So I talked to the CEO, and basically what he told me was, we don't need a special permit, which I knew from the zoning regulations. So I'm going to be withdrawing the special permit application. And when I come back for final, I'm not going to be filing for special permit. We don't need to have any parking whatsoever because we're between the front and rear building lines. And the only reason why I can't just go down and get a zoning permit from the CEO tomorrow for this particular project is the fact that we are going from one non-conforming use, which is use group 4, the health club, to a conforming use, which is the restaurant, the market, and the bakery. Whereas Ralph Lauren went from conforming use group 1 to conforming use group 1. So the fact that we are going from a non-conforming use to conforming use forces us to have to come in for site plan approval with you. Otherwise, we could just go get a zoning permit from the zoning enforcement officer. So there's a fair bit of irony there. And I think my client—
Well, there may be irony, but the point is still there.
Yes, I understand.
If this is too much for Central Greenwich, both you and the town will have a negative business experience. And yes, okay, there was nothing we could do about what went with Ralph Lauren, but here we can have the dialogue with you about how do we make this work out okay. So it is, your argument is that you can do 2 1/4 seats.
Dinner.
For dinner. And how many are you going to do? Yeah, that you can do 2 1/4 seats for dinner and not crush the surrounding avenue in terms of the traffic. I'm focusing you on traffic here, since I can legally ask you about that, right? And not damage the surrounding area. I mean, it's for you as well as us. This is way beyond just a pure zoning discussion. What is in the best interest of both parties, business-wise? Well, that's what I keep coming back to.
We went down from, we were at 150 the last time we offered for lunch, and we're now down to 125, which is less than the Ginger Man has. It's equivalent to several other restaurants on the avenues that have a lot less square footage than we do. So we've offered up 125 for lunch, which I think is reasonable. 225 for dinner when a lot of the shops are closed, et cetera, I think is also reasonable given the size of the space and how much money the client's going to put into this particular project to really make it, slap bang. So that was the offer, the 225. I said no weddings my client agreed to, even though there's nobody else that has that restriction on their property.
When you say no weddings, you mean no very large events, right?
No wedding receptions. And yesterday people said, well, what about other events of a certain size? Well, again, nobody else has those restrictions. But when we come back to you final, if you want us to limit it or say
again, you're very focused on nobody else has these restrictions. We're not trying to punish you. We're trying to do something that makes sense for your viability as well as the town. So when you make an offer, you're not just doing it because we're being mean to you. You're doing it because it's going to be helpful to your business in the long term to have a thriving community around you.
It's true, but if I had just retail use in the space that we're talking about here, I'd need to have 104 parking spaces for retail, and that's as of right, without any other approvals. So I would need under the restaurant use, the mixed use here, 109 spaces. So we're talking about 5 differential spaces. What the property owner is concerned about is that if you start saying, well, yeah, we know you're between the front and rear building lines, but still we're interested in the parking, the traffic and whatnot, that he's going to be very constrained in what he can do and who he can rent to. This building that's been there since 1910, and that he's losing ground here. And of course, the applicant's concerned that he can't function as a restaurant occupying that space without having those kinds of seatings. So that's the economic viability from their perspective. So I'm trying to impress upon them that we need to work with you to try to get this done. But of course,
you're working. I mean, I know that you're not able to convince them that by doing right for Greenwich, they're doing right for themselves. That's really the key. Is they become citizens of this. Your property owner is a citizen of this community at the center of Greenwich, and the tenant will also be that. They are not working in a vacuum. We are all partners in this.
I think they feel that they're being singled out. Because they are maybe the last person on the elevator or whatever. But the reality is, as I said, this property's been there since 1910. Most recent use is non-conforming. We're going to make it conforming. And it's really unfair, I think, to single them out when you look at
Okay, but you keep making that argument. And every time you say, oh, you're being unfair to us, I say to you, I'm not being unfair. I'm telling you that if this goes badly, you will have made a huge investment in a ghost town. And if we just say, oh, do whatever you want, Mr. Haslam, we love all your ideas, just go do them, and it goes badly because we sat on our hands, you may end up with Greenwich being what Yogi, nobody goes there anymore because it's too crowded. Okay, that's what you're ending up with. And that's what we're trying to impress on you is, yeah, okay, so you came in now and you're the last one in the door, but forget about that. We're not singling you out. We're saying, take a look at it and do what makes it viable for everybody, because this is a partnership.
Question.
Yes.
Should we be involving ourselves in what are essentially business decisions?
No, we're protecting the business. Our job is to maximize. Hold on a second. I will tell you the purpose of our regulations and what they are supposed to achieve. Highest and best use is one of the key provisions. Do you really want me to read you the section 6.1?
No, I
so
don't. I'm
really not getting into so much their economics, because that would be incorrect. What I'm trying to get into is what protects. So if you go to 6.1, lessening congestion in the streets, prevent the overcrowding of land, conserving the value of buildings, and encouraging the most appropriate use of land. So that's the kinds of things we're looking at. We're not saying, oh, I want to know how much money you're making in this restaurant, what your dinners are going to cost, and whether you'll make a profit. We're saying conserving the value of our buildings in town and of our businesses in town. So, Mr. Haslam, your pre-app is for $225 at dinner?
Correct.
And you went to 100 at lunch?
125.
125 at lunch with no large events? I know they asked you yesterday, they were talking yesterday about the weddings. Is that?
What I said during lunch was that the 125 would include any special events. So if somebody wanted to have a birthday party for 20 people on a Wednesday lunchtime, there could only be 105 in the restaurant and 20 for this birthday party. That's it. And, as my client reminds me too, it's not that they seat at any given time 125 people, because you have tables that are for 4, but you only have 2 sitting there or only 3 sitting there, whatever. But we have to have something that's fixed, that we say this is the number, and we understand that. So that's what we were offering up. And
that makes sense to me. That's a lot better than, so you could have a big space, but as long as people are trickling in and turning over, it is going to ease the demand pressure.
Yes, and the same thing for dinner. We said the same thing. It would be, if we had any special events during the dinner time, same thing. You're maxed out at 225, no more.
You have to consider the inverse, I think, as well, because if you're saying Sunday brunch seating capacity is 225, including any special event seating. So if you have just a singular special event, it's 225 seating, right? So you got to configure it, look at it in both ways. Yes, if it's open as a restaurant and there's nothing's going on, it may not be 225. But the special event, if it does happen, can be the max at 225. So you be kind of careful as you're considering it.
When we come back in for final, I think what I propose to my client is you say, no special event, no mitzvahs, I don't know what else is there, confirmations, weddings, whatever, on the weekdays. But they should be allowed to have a birthday party or, a retirement party or something in the space. Everybody else can have them. And so to say, no, you can't have special events in your space, it seems to me, again, inequitable. So we can try to kind of come up with something reasonable by way of limiting the special events. But the question I think my client keeps on asking me is, but why? Why do we have to do that? That's the question.
So, and what's your client going to say if it's this massive traffic jam on the avenue and all the stores start struggling and the other restaurants do badly and people don't want to come down at all because it's such a hassle, and that's why we're doing it?
I think that is seeing catastrophe where there's just not going to be catastrophe. I mean, there may be pressures.
I think we'd say the same thing to any enterprise on the avenue that came now with that many with requirement for that many seats.
Under what provision?
It's not you we're singling out. That it's not it would be anyone who came in.
Well, apparently it's not, because 265 just got approved with a zoning permit and a zoning permit only.
Okay.
There's nothing in the regulations that would regulate this.
I think that 265 is distinguishable on its facts.
Yes, I agree with her. All right. Okay. So, because it came in for a very specific change, and in all honesty, we had no other way of impacting it. So Mr. Haslam, I'm gathering that your client feels we're picking on them, and I don't know how to solve that because you keep expressing that, and that is not our attitude. It's not my attitude, and you should know this commission well enough that that is not our intent, but we are trying to find a positive outcome. Folks, do you have any comments that you've made at the briefing yesterday that I missed in regard to how you feel about this?
I think actually one of the things I saw, I'm at a loss to understand what the difference between the January 9th plan and the February 9th pre-app plan, other than the change of some names and some minor modification to walls. But I'm still seeing a second kitchen in the basement, in the first floor down in the market, that's connected to the one up above.
Yes, Rudy unfortunately couldn't be with us tonight. He's out west and with friends. But I did have a discussion with him. As he explained, he's not a designer of kitchens. This is just supposed to be a concept for the pre-app of showing that we would have separate kitchens for the restaurant up above, which will only serve the restaurant, and a separate kitchen for the marketplace below in order to take foodstuffs in, prepare them, get them out on display, etc. And we can separate them any way we want. We need to have that stairway in the back for exit purposes, building code purposes. But we're trying to design it showing that there are two separate kitchens, because I know you're worried about having a unified kitchen on 2 floors. That's the idea. We're just trying to get to that point. When we come back in for final, we'll have the kitchen designer design something that hopefully will emphasize that point, if that helps.
Yes, please.
And if you have an event, a large event, you would probably have it valet. So you have to come back with us. Come back when you come back. You'll tell us how that works, right?
Well, we don't need parking though, because we're between the front and rear building lines. So that's
but we're
my friend, you're going to need parking because you're a business and you need to accommodate your patrons, especially in Greenwich.
As do all the restaurants, correct?
Correct.
So
you heard them last week.
So that makes some sense. So that alleviates some of these issues about how it's going to work with everybody else.
Yeah, but I would say, Mr. Levy, a valet is still subject to actually the whims of what's happening in those parking lots. And as Mr. Haslam said, parking is not an issue because of the front and rear building lines. I think that kind of gets back to actually one of the biggest pictures we were talking about is that if I show up to go to an event here, I'm just subject to everybody's else, trying to go around the block, trying to find a parking space. And even if it's valet, they're going to be going around a block trying to find a parking space.
Yeah. And I mean, you guys have to think, I know you get this, I keep saying it. I know you have this sense that we're picking on you, but we're just saying we see it as complicated. You heard the proposal for the Greenwich Avenue bump outs, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you saw what happened with that. They pulled them back. They're not doing them anymore.
Yes, I do.
And you know why?
Yes, I do. I'm concerned about loss of parking.
Yes, thank you.
Right.
Okay, and how many spaces was that?
I think it was 38.
Yeah, well, it was 20 on that part of the avenue, as I remember. And all the shopkeepers were absolutely off the walls upset about it. There was no way that they were going to back off, and they went to the first selectman. That's what we're saying to you. That's how that got pulled. You're having a much bigger impact on the surrounding area.
I think that I gave you a list the last time of all the restaurants that are not between the front and rear building lines that are in central Greenwich. So unlike MH Cohen, they didn't give up part of their property in order to strike this deal. And it's interesting that they seem to be some of the most vocal about this particular issue. So I think that's, again, I think goes to fairness of how my client's being treated. They did give up part of their property in order to strike this deal in the 60s. These other property owners did not. So I think that should sway you in some way, form or fashion, to say, but you know what, there's a bigger problem here. It's not just this application. And we've known it for a long time. I was actually surprised. I know you don't like anecdotal stuff usually, but I have to listen to it occasionally. So I took my wife out to dinner Saturday night in downtown Greenwich. We seldom do that. We walked down the street. I was in the upper part of the avenue, walked all the way down to Railroad Avenue, and there was plenty of parking on the upper part of the avenue.
And there's no parking on the bottom. That's where
there was no parking in the bottom, and we're on the upper part of the avenue. And so it was very interesting what I saw.
So I
didn't expect it. I didn't expect it.
And people, that's exactly the situation. We're well aware of it. If people were willing to park on the upper part of the avenue and walk to the bottom, they'd be fine. The issue is, as someone said to me over the weekend, don't tell me how to get my exercise. Okay.
I'm just saying there seem to be plenty of parking in the upper part of the avenue.
People want access, and you are close enough to the center of the avenue that you're going to get an impact.
No, we're way up the top of the avenue.
Well, I consider Lewis far enough down. I mean, I don't consider it the most empty part of the avenue, but okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if somebody was willing to park all the way up and walk, and this is again the issue, what we really need, yes, you know what the solutions we need, but in any event, okay, I'm not hearing any more suggestions from the commission on how you could do this. What I was going to throw out at you was you could configure so that you had less restaurant and more sort of a lounge and hangout area where people would stay for shorter amounts of time, putting less crush on the, you know, everybody getting there at dinner time kind of thing. Is that a thought? Where you have a bigger bar area and you do, if somebody has an event, you can accommodate smaller, like 25-person events more easily?
Yeah, that's interesting. But I think that if you're looking at us to make comparisons of, if you did have a parking requirement, what would it be? The bar stools actually have a larger parking requirement than do the restaurant seats. So it's 2 to 1 for the bar stool, 3 to 1 for restaurant seat. So if you're okay with that, I mean,
no, I wasn't saying a bar. I was saying more of like a big open seated area, almost like those old cigar lounges where people could come, and it's more like couches and sort of like the, you know, like the Four Seasons does, not a bar.
I think you're bringing up 265 again inadvertently, but that's okay.
Yeah, I am kind of bringing up. I mean, 265 is doing it, so I wasn't going to go there. But
I don't know if you need two of those.
I give you the 4C. I mean, I give you that, you know, there's those. I'm just thinking, can you be creative with your use of the space? That's the other thing, where you're bringing in people for more of a turnover so that the parking and you'd reduce. I'm not supposed to talk to you about parking, but I can talk to you about how many trips you're generating within any given time period.
Is there, just so we have a sense before we come back to you with final, does the commission have a number roughly it wants to throw out that there would be acceptable limit on dinner that I could take?
I don't. Does anybody have a sense?
Just so I know if we're even in the ballpark.
I don't have a number. Does anybody have a number?
I don't.
Go ahead.
No, I'd ask Patrick to come up with what's the seats. How many does a Ginger Man seat for dinner or for lunch? And how many at the Saks Works? What's the number there?
The Ginger Man has 150 seats in 4,000 square feet. We're proposing 225 seats, and I think it's close to 12,000 square feet, so 3 times the amount of space.
Yeah, no, I understand, but that space is irrelevant. It's the seats.
Well, it's not just the landlord or the tenant who's paying the rent.
That's true, but you asked for a number. You didn't, you know, we didn't. You can have a wonderful looking restaurant. So the 150 sounds a lot better than 225. And I guess the real thing keeps coming back to being a little creative on special events on either one of those times. It's the special event that's going to drive the traffic and the parking clog, the bottleneck. Is there a way to limit any of those times the number of people at a special event? Because the other people are going to come and go, and that hopefully gets mitigated in the parking and the traffic. But if you want 225 special event people at one time, that doesn't work for us.
What about on Sunday? Sunday?
Well, no, that's even at dinner. If you have a special event at 5:30, you're going to cause a massive traffic jam right around those blocks. Same time, Ginger Man and everybody else up there is having dinner plans to start too. It's the special event concentration that is going to really cause the traffic and the parking. So maybe there's a way to limit special events under certain hours that, you know, you could do it later. You could do it maybe on a Sunday or a Saturday later. Saturday lunch special event, think about it. What is it still one and a quarter for Saturday lunch, or is that,
yeah, I don't have right. Monday through Saturday lunch seating capacity.
Yep.
Limit to 125.
Including special event. So that would have made that number.
But if you could put in there, you know, some caveat about the number of people that are going to be invited to a special event, because that's the crutch of the problem. Unless I'm, you know, missing something. That's always been the problem. If you have a special event, even for dinner, and that dinner's at 5:30 wine tasting, you're going to mess the top of the avenue up pretty badly. Top.
So in a sense,
middle.
In a sense, that 125 of the 125, hypothetically, you could actually now, it's not including any special events. It's 125, and only 50 can be included in the special event.
That kind of a thing. The idea is to mitigate the traffic and to mitigate the impact on the other shops through the parking.
Or the traffic, just, you know, the traffic, because again, he feels picked on when we talk about the parking. So,
okay.
So, Mr. Haslam, I think maybe.
Wait a minute. Let's be fair about this. I feel picked on about us mentioning the parking. So, well, you know, it goes around, you know, and we aren't paid. So we're putting up as being picked on for trying to, you know, keep the town in great shape. I really feel picked upon, to the point that maybe I should look into a lawsuit at this point. But no, seriously.
You can hire Haslam.
Yeah, well, do you
Can you imagine if we sued you for not being nice to us because we're trying to protect the town and you're not letting us?
Chip, do you do pro bono work? I want to know if you do pro bono work.
Mr. Haslam,
I really think that's where the nub of this is, where it comes down to having 225 people show up at 5:30 or on a Sunday at a bad time. That parking lot's full in the Sundays. Forget the parking, the traffic. It's just, there's got to be some restrictions on that, or we're going to end up adversely impacting a lot of merchants along that stretch right there. And that's what we're trying to prevent.
So, Mr. Haslam, I think actually, if we're saying 225, I think probably looking at it, of the 225, what percentage of that would constitute a special event in your client's purview? And start to take a look at that number. Okay. As I just said, hypothetically, if it's 125 and 50 of that 125 is a special event, then we get to get some sense of what's going on and how to mitigate the issue of lots of people showing up at the same time for one thing.
Okay.
Well, I mean, isn't the underlying and somewhat unspoken fear here is that this entity is going to end up focusing on special events. So there's going to be a preponderance of special events, or more than we can handle. And
because we all looked at their Roslyn location and the advertisements.
Yeah. So if you say, okay, we got some insight into what we perceive to be a business model here, and we don't like the direction that's going. And now we're sitting around here saying, well, if it's this or if it's that, we don't know what the hell it is. They're going to be driven by the success of the business and their ability to attract people and retain that sort of interest in the place.
And I don't know how I give you comfort of the fact that this is not their business model to have special events. It's just like any other restaurant. If you want to rent them out and you can afford to do it and they want to accept your money,
so Roslyn is an exception. Roslyn is an exception.
They don't even do weddings, as I understand out there. But
I mean, the advertisement, Roslyn's website is all about special events. When we looked at it,
special events is not the focus of this particular. Okay. It's the Roslyn restaurant is not owned by my client. This is a model, is what it is. Basically, I wouldn't call it a franchise, but it's a model of this kind of Greek restaurant. But this is not going to be the focus of special events. It's going to be serving individual diners. But they feel like it should be able to do
so therefore, what's the problem about limiting the number of people that can be invited on a special event then?
Well, I'll take it up with my client when we come back to see you. Hopefully we can get a number that you can.
And I got one more for it. I mean,
I got one more.
Okay, so you go first, Dennis, because I earn more than you do.
I'm going to file a grievance with the town.
Go ahead.
Where's the HR representative here? Yeah, okay. Let me say, I did say this yesterday. I've been trying to scratch and figure out. I like the idea of more action at the top of the avenue. I agree. The bottom is booming. We've been, we changed the liquor laws. We've been trying to help tenants. You talk about Saks Works. We were interested. We had a lot higher vacancy at that point. I like the action moving up the avenue. We just don't want that tidal wave. And I won't use the other analogy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. But I'll just speak for myself. I kind of like having a vibrant restaurant, as long as it doesn't overwhelm the other shops and destroy what we have going on in the avenue. There's definitely room for more restaurants towards the top of the avenue, particularly late at night and parts of the weekend, dinners. And I eat there all the time, and I walk the avenue all the time. And there is parking behind the buildings. I do it all the time. So we're not totally against this. We just are trying to work on that limiting special event front. And so it's not, I'm serious. I said it yesterday, boy, maybe this is a godsend to the top of the avenue if it can be done in a meaningful way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and the last one, what if you had like a tapas area, so that's how, that you do something, an area that's sort of more of a stop in and have a snack, and then it's a higher.
No chairs, no tables.
No chairs, like tapas, but it's more like.
Is tapas a Greek thing?
No, we're doing fusion here. We're doing Spanish-Greek fusion.
No, you're doing fusion.
All right. I think it's up to Mr. Haslam and his.
You figure it out, but you know where we're going. We want to work with you. I agree with Dennis, and when we still would agree with what we said in the beginning, which is it'll be really cool to fix up the building.
Yep.
And have it look spruced up. That's awesome.
Okay.
And we want to be helpful to business, and we would love to have more of the traffic on the top of the avenue and ease it up on the bottom.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all your input. I would just like to leave you with, years ago, there was a restaurant that was proposing to go in there with now Christopher Peacock across from the library. And word spread that this is what the plan was. And a whole bunch of people showed up at town hall meeting room, filled the room. No one could figure out why. And then my partner, Don Martian, asked the woman next to him why she was there. She was way in the background. What did she care about this restaurant? And she goes, because it's going to be a topless bar. And he said, topless bar? What do you mean?
Tapas bar.
It was a tapas bar. And people heard, and half the room then left.
I think you might have everybody coming at the same time if you go topless, so don't do that either.
Right.
Before we stop, Mr. Haslam, do I have any comment from the public? Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application?
Actually, can I jump in? I've been trying to
get in a word edgewise. It's not my fault that you've got Dennis with okay, and then I'm going to bring in Jonathan Martin from the public. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Wells. Go ahead.
Sorry, I thought you were bringing someone else.
No, you go first, and then we recognize the public.
Okay. So I think the issue is, the size of the property that you're trying to deal with.
Yes.
You're currently proposing 3 different businesses, maybe 4. What about up on the upper level having an art gallery or something? Because you're being driven by the size of the property as opposed to maybe the business opportunity.
Great point.
And so I just throw that out because, people with money like to go to art galleries and maybe they walk through and maybe the art gallery would like to be there because it's going to get the foot traffic. I've seen it in other situations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Martin, you may please unmute. I muted you, sorry.
No problem, Madam Chair, members of the commission, good evening. Nice to see everyone. I waited it out this long, so I had to come in and make a couple comments. I'll be as brief as possible. I'm here representing neighboring property owners and their tenants alike. I have to let the commission know just how concerned the neighboring businesses really are about this issue. Now, obviously, there's an overwhelming fear from the adjacent business owners of the negative impacts of this project, and especially what it would have on the character and overall, I would call it a delicate harmony of Greenwich Avenue and the businesses. One thing I wanted to touch on that I heard in the briefing yesterday, where the commissioners were talking about traffic and how they had disagreed, you as well, Madam Commissioner, with the overall, and you seemed very knowledgeable. Was it passed by traffic? And there were comments yesterday on how going from 250 seats to 225 seats wasn't really a big concession, and how would that pass by traffic really be affected? With that traffic study, I feel like nothing's really changed. The commission didn't seem to agree with the traffic study, and now we're back with a negligible difference. Just wanted to point that out to you, see if there's a comment on that.
I think we basically have said the same thing, and that given him some suggestions for continuing to look at how they can fit in with and keep the surrounding neighborhood as vital as it is now. Mr. Martin, would you mind telling us which businesses you're representing, or is that?
No, I'm with Sutton Properties, and they own the property at Orienta and the Penguin, and through them and neighboring businesses, I saw, I think, maybe 6 or 7 letters. The bakery wrote one. They were all submitted with the past application. They were all coming in, and I can have, I think it was Bianca, resubmit them with this application so the commissioners can read all those.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
so we're asking them to keep thinking about it, and the idea is that they're going to come into the downtown commerce, and how do you keep, these are now going to be part of your business group. How do you make sure that everybody does well?
We agree. And you know, as a collective group, the neighboring businesses are pretty united in opposition against such a massive increase in intensity of use. They're scared for their livelihood, and that's why I'm here.
Okay. All right. All right.
And that's been touched on, but I do have to end it with one thing, and I was specifically instructed to end it by my client with no ocean liners in the harbor, so I have to do it.
Mr. Yeski, did you hear that? I'll have you know that Mr. Martin, that Mr. Yeski was stopped on the avenue a week later by someone who asked him about ocean liners in the harbor. All right,
I've been stopped by everybody, including the chair of this commission, about, although, you know, I didn't use it tonight. Remember that.
Okay,
but
thank you.
Just got it in.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you, Mr. Martin. We have another speaker who is a Zoom user, and I am not able to, I'm just going to enable you to talk because I can't get you to join the meeting. If you would go ahead and tell us who you are.
Hi, yes, this is Claudia Leitenberger. And hi, I represent the landlord of 39 Lewis Street, which is across the street from the proposed location. And we had sent letters.
We saw your letter.
Oh, you did see my letter today? Okay. So you could see that even though that the applicant is willing to lower seat count during the week, we still remain concerned for our tenants and neighboring businesses who rely on the public parking. We have concerns about the assumptions being made by the applicant on when the proposed dinner time 225 patron seating capacity will be accommodated in the adjacent parking area. There seems to be the assumption that dinner patrons will not overlap with retail parking patrons or employee parking for the area establishments, which does not reflect normal shopping patterns. Furthermore, the applicant's proposed seating capacity of 225 for Sunday is still grossly in excess of what can be accommodated in the area, especially given the fact that Sunday is a busy shopping day on Greenwich Avenue. And our other concern is how would they enforce the seating capacity of 125? That was another question that we had.
Very good question. That's always a challenge because we've had some instances where people have not done what they committed to do.
Right.
That's really good, Pat. I read that sign language.
Well, one of them was actually Orienta, who, or the prior tenant of Mr. Sutton there, who for years kept on adding seats, even though they're limited to retail food.
Yep.
And finally, they sued the town and he went to court and they settled for more than retail food and restaurant seating is what they have. And right now, Le Penguin has some nice outdoor dining next to their building, which is seems very packed during lunchtime, particularly kind of overflows out into the sidewalk. So I understand why Mr. Sutton might be concerned about how much parking there is. But again, he's not between the front and rear building lines.
Right. But he's okay. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Leitenberger.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public wish to speak? I don't think so. I think we're set. Okay, so there
Thank you, Ken, for all the time. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, folks, I got good news for you. The next application is a quick one. It's it's for a zoning text amendment to 699. I'm sorry,
actually,
Mr.
quick question before you move on. Actually, the
I moved
Creac for same site. How are we dispensing with that?
Mr. Haslam just told us he was withdrawing it.
Okay.
Mr. Haslam is withdrawing the special permit. We still would have to act on the preliminary site plan portion of it.
Oh, I didn't understand that. Hold on, Mr. Haslam, I'm letting you back in. I did not understand that that was what you said. I thought you were withdrawing that's the whole thing. And coming in, hold on. All right, Mr. Haslam, go ahead and clarify. I understood you to say you were withdrawing the whole previous app and coming in with only a site plan now.
No, we'll come in with a final site plan application, but and as you know, you don't rule on the special permit with the not the pre-application, the preliminary. But I'm going to withdraw the special permit application.
Well, you mean you're going to withdraw the site plan and special permit?
No, I was just going to withdraw the special permit. And if you would be so kind as to act on the preliminary and give us the green light to go to final, and then we'll come back to you on that basis on just the site plan application with some of your thoughts in our mind.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you. I'm glad you clarified that because that was not how I understood you.
No, thanks, Pat, too. I was trying to get back on and I couldn't, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, you got dumped. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so just quickly on the next one, which is, we don't have to talk about it. It's gonna come back on our next agenda. It's the 699, the accessory housing. And the reason it's on our agenda is that the Northeast Greenwich Association, the Round Hill Association, and